it's optical. And since it's always optical, it's not geometric. Problem solved. All right, put those three demerits on my checklist sheet for driving away a conversation.
I'm taking a truck battery off a vehicle at the moment, so I had to mute it because the wind. But you've proven nothing, so nothing but your arrogance and your stupidity.
Nobby,
No,
I hope this is a
TV Nobby,
conversation.
he's going to destroy us.
Not that I wish to quote anyone, Nobby, but I don't think you could destroy a soup sandwich.
It sounds like Jedi joined the dark side.
Don't bring soup into this. I love soup, and I would destroy it hugely.
Yeah, a liquid contained with a flat level surface. Congratulations, Nobby.
Anything new?
There is nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, I've been destroying these guys in here for months now. Months. Going on to millennia.
What proof have you got,
Yeah,
Nobby?
because that's how it works. It goes from months to millennia.
Please talk amongst your delusional selves. I'm cleaning a truck battery at the moment. I'm just here for the idiocy.
Well, thank you for supplying that for us. Is that young Peter wearing a flat sticker? Oh my goodness.
Young Peter?
Peter, tell us where the flat earthers are at you.
That dude ain't young.
Apparently Crit's not either, but yeah, here we are.
What's that? Oh yeah.
I've
Yeah,
got to
but,
go.
yeah, but
I'll be back
unless
later to destroy you all. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
next time, bring the destruction. You might need some of that. Crit actually sounds young, man. Sounds
Yeah.
super spry. I heard some people were in here earlier today hunting.
Hunting for
Yeah,
somebody?
hunting for clips.
Oh. Did they find what they were looking for?
I don't know.
Oh. Still haven't. Whoa! That's a no.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Crit, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on? I have soundboards muted, I'm pretty sure. If that's what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why they're muted, but they are.
I know why. I know why you mute soundboards.
No, I don't. I mean, client side. Like, I don't know where it is on my screen to unmute it.
Yeah, I know why you did it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do know.
Emotional damage.
Is AI
Good on
Overlord there?
real quick on Flatline server. We got a Bev announcement when he joins on the soundboard.
Oh, that's hilarious. So-
Dude, it cracked me up so hard, but I can't remember exactly the way it is. I don't know. It's something like Bevtard has entered the building or something like that.
yeah, hold on. I got access to all that because some of the ones I was working with CB at one point to make them, to make different soundboards. Let me see if I can play it.
Hey, AI, do you know a guy named John Luna?
Yeah, what's up?
Dude, you two sound the exact same almost.
How do you know we're not the same person?
That's actually what I thought when I first heard him. I thought he was you.
Different timelines. Could be a different person.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. There's just too many of them. I mean, I have to go. None of them are named Bev or anything, so none of them are jumping out at me. Because there's also the UF server too that has a bunch of soundboard clips. It's FU and UF.
Yeah, bro. Crit, have you seen any more funny Globers lately?
Dude, yeah, it's like that's every day.
Crit, were you there last night when Robert Utah was here?
Yeah, I was off. I was here, but I wasn't able to talk. But yeah, it was pretty funny, dude. I mean, just a few people. Like we weren't live. You know, it was just like I'm trying to think. It was me, you, and oh crap, who was the other? I'm trying to remember who that he was talking to. Oh, was it? Okay. Anyway, I'll come to me in a second. And yeah, and he's still just freaked out. Just a one-on-one conversation that isn't live, that isn't recorded. Clipcord was here too. So it was like 4 people. Like 4 people, no one's live. You could let your hair down, just have a real conversation. You don't need to be like jockeying for position. He just couldn't handle it. He just couldn't handle it. And then the other globalists came in and started trolling him, and he just lost his mind.
Yeah, he was going crazy again for gravity with gas pressure. He says the container doesn't need to be physical, bro. It could be electromagnetism or gravity.
How many alts has he created now?
Dude, I don't know. But it has to be, at least from what I've noticed. And I stopped coming in here for a couple months around the time when he started making alts. So he's probably made a lot more, but I've noticed 5. And I slowed down coming in here a bit.
I can generally figure out it's an alt of his because it's like someone I've never talked to. It's a brand new account and it's already got me blocked. I'm
yeah,
like, okay,
and it puts in the profile description, Earth is globe, science.
Dude, we got guys that have like, I can't remember the one with the most, but I know one guy had over 400 alts to join 24/7.
That
there's
is
a
a
couple-
mental.
We got a meme of one of them where if you type on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, ! Memes space insanity, you'll see one of them. Just scroll through all his names.
yeah, he kept those 2 of them that did it. Like one of them just kept joining with the same name. Like you'd come right back with the same name, like a new account. You're like, what the hell? Yeah, Tessarian. And the other guy, Giggles or Fokker, or I mean, he's so many names. You always come back with a different name, and yeah, he's crazy too, man.
Could you guys pull some strings to get me unbanned on 24/7 so I don't have to do that?
Nope.
So I don't have to create alts?
What did you do to get banned on there?
I was just being an asshole.
Well, why would you be an asshole to them?
Dude, we all go through phases in our lives, right? That was a long time ago, like a year ago.
Yeah, I think if you're are you S band or H band?
Well, I'm still in the server, but I'm like fully castrated. Like I cannot see any channels, nothing.
Yeah, I think yeah. You can get if it's been over 6 months, then you can be unbanned from S band. But if you're H band, that takes some serious doing. That's like
ban?
That hard band and soft band.
I can't even see the Cogdis channel.
Yeah, you've just got one channel where like your soft band, where you're part of the server. There just isn't anything for you to interact with. I think it only shows you like the rules or something. Was it like a couple channels?
That's right.
That's what we call the oubliette. When we chuck people into the darkness, we don't avoid. We don't know where they go, but they just land somewhere. Obviously, you're one of them.
It's kind of like a purgatory.
Yeah, something like that. If you watch the movie Labyrinth, it's called an oubliette. It's where to put people to forget about them.
Hey, dude, we put you in the purgatory. Emphasis on the gay.
So what's wrong, Pete? Is there some information on the 24/7 server that you might want to look at? There's some really cool stuff there. You should have a look one day, man.
Peter, your penance to be unbanned is to initiate conversations in the chat. Deal?
What, this chat? I'm blocked from this chat.
No, dude, in the 24/7 Discord.
Either,
Sure,
Dude,
but I don't
dude,
think
you
I can
lied.
access any channels there.
Dude, you lied to me.
Oh
You
my
just
goodness,
got
dude.
S-banned like not even a couple months ago.
Well, yeah. So back then I could be in the like chill chat and Cogdis maybe, and then I got banned from that too.
Yeah, that's 6 months you have to wait. You haven't done even 2 yet.
They changed it to 1 week.
Okay,
Well,
it's not
actually,
that bad. It's
maybe
not that bad.
Yeah, maybe that doesn't apply for when he was banned.
Oh, not he's not in Cogdis. He's like S-banned.
I know. That's 1 week now, but
Oh,
maybe
okay.
I banned him. I don't know.
Yeah, if that's 1 week now, then yeah, he's done like 2 months.
Who put in the command?
DJ.
All right. Anyway, as I was saying, your penance for being unbanned is to get some VC activity in the stream channel over there, which is probably what you want to do anyway, right?
I mean, I would love to, but I don't have any channel that I can join. So how can I do that?
Holy crap, dude! Well, I got to spell it out for you with crayons.
That'd be nice. And if you could also enunciate the words a little bit more, that would help.
All right, that's fair because my mic does suck sometimes. All right, I unban you. You do penance. Understood?
Okay, what does that mean? So I can join like some channels now?
Sure.
Amazing, thank you.
Well, I mean, after I do it, you gotta give me some time here. All right, let me go to the bot channel here. Oh, first, let me get your name here. Copy user ID. That'll work.
Hey, Crit.
Yep.
You play any games recently?
You mean like video games?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah, we played last night.
So, do you play like with some people in person, or do you do it like through an online board?
Yeah, I mean both. I have like some online games. I got some in-person games. I play text over text. Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's like I'm all in, dude. Like.
Did you say you play over text?
Yeah, text commands. It's like on a Discord server where all your interactions are. It's basically like a message board, and you say what you. Yeah, like there's certain commands for what your character will do, and yeah, it's like you have to put so many commands in per week or something like that, and then the DM narrates what happens, and then you just go from there. It takes a long time to play, but it also gives people who are like super busy, kind of get just turn-based stuff, and there's not a whole lot of role play or whatever. It's just kind of like a dungeon crawl sort of, react to certain threats and whatnot.
It's kind of like back in the day, people used to play chess over paper letters.
Yeah, I mean, I would say more like if you met when the internet first came out, there were like things like message board sort of adventure games where like you would like King's Corner or something like that, where it'd be like press 1 to go talk to the princess, press 2 to go chop trees down to gain their wood. There'd be like limited action, like you'd have so many things, like go fight the Black Knight or something like that, and you would you like type the whatever command that you wanted to do, and you had so many actions per day, and then it would reset at certain.
That's
time
cool.
frame.
Did you just say gather wood?
Did you? No, I don't think you
A
heard it.
Freudian slip. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Dude, listen, bro. He gave you clear, concise words. I don't know what your mind is at.
I heard it, you heard it, and I know he heard it too.
No,
All right, talk to
you
you later,
misunderstood because that means architectural design. So if your character is going to like build certain things with wood, it's called gathering.
Yeah, like gather wood. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
English is not my first language, so I'm still learning how to pronounce properly.
Yeah, so if you ever hear the word gather, it doesn't mean gay.
Isn't it gather? Or am I wrong? Or is there another word?
Well, that's what I thought, but I'm just a dumb Polak, so what would I know?
But there is a town called Gaithersburg, which is spelled Gaither.
If you're Polish, where'd you learn to speak English like that? Because you got no Polish accent.
Merk. Merk.
Okay.
America.
Yeah, when I first met Peter, I thought he was Indian.
His name's Peter?
I'll talk to you guys later.
Your name's
Yeah,
Peter?
go on, get.
Okay, hold the fort, all right? Kukal Globers, that job. See you later.
Hey, doesn't he sound like a skinny Indian kid with glasses?
No, he's got
All right.
an Indian accent.
Exactly.
Yeah, but how would you...
A skinny Indian kid, second or third generation in America that had rich parents that bought like 15, gas stations, and then they sent their kids to private school, and now they're like preppy, yuppie, dorky, skinny Indian kids. That's exactly what I see in my mind when I hear his voice.
Vivek Ramaswamy?
Yeah. With glasses.
Yeah, I can see it, but if he's Polish, dude.
Have you seen his videos?
What's the other Polish guy that used to come around? Like, was it Elbow TV? No, Elbow.
Elbow's not Polish.
No,
dude.
no, Embo Gaming.
Embo's Polish? I didn't know he was Polish.
Yeah, it's funny as shit when he talks about how how his country got just degenerated as shit after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, Poland is it's not.
Tell me this ain't flat. Tell me this ain't flat, guys.
Let's see.
Did you post some image or something? What are you doing?
Freeman.
Stream. Where is his stream?
I'm driving right now. I don't know.
I mean, you can't really see too far, but it looks pretty flat.
I don't see any curvature right now.
To be fair, you can probably only see like 50 meters in front of you.
Just about.
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
That's right, it is.
Because otherwise, if you're walking straight, right? Let's say you're walking straight. Let's say it's possible to walk straight, for the whole, flatness of the Earth. You're walking, you're eventually going to be upside down if the Earth is round, no?
Well, that depends, dude. Everything's relative in the globe model, so down can be up, even. So even if you're down, you're up. Even if you're up, you're down. You're sideways, too.
Wait, so I'm up. Does that mean I'm down? Let's say I'm up
It's
100K.
whatever
Does
you
that mean
want
I'm
it to be,
also
dude.
down
In the globe
100K?
model.
Oh my goodness, bros. Wise man once said, "You got to
Is
get
there
up to
any?
get
Is there
down."
any? Is there any globetards in the call?
Yes.
Where are the globetards?
Well, let me check.
Anybody in here a globetard?
Something tells me you are.
AG, let's see. Not a globe, 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 not a globe,
Is
not a
that
globe. This guy maybe. Looks like maybe two.
Two globetards. Is it okay if any of the globetards unmute? Can I talk to somebody who's a globetard?
Well, R4, I might happen to believe that we're on a spherical ball.
I might happen to believe that your mother dropped you on your head as an infant.
I could really use that $5 right now. That would tickle my pickle.
You want me to send you that $5, yeah? Hey, guess what I spent that $5 on?
I'll give you sloppy toppy for that $5.
Guess what I spent it on? If you can guess what I spent it on, I'll send you 5 more. Try to guess.
A singular condom. You fucked a bitch with my $5.
No.
Really? Wow, dude.
No, I wish. No, that's not it.
What'd you do though?
He didn't talk about the topic, so he got muted. So I'll unmute you guys so you can engage in the topic. Oh, wow. That hurt my fifis.
Yo, AI, what's he saying to you?
He gave me the middle finger
Oh,
and his camera.
Maybe he's upset. AI Arden, why do you have to upset them, dude?
Oh, but I said I was going to mute him. I mean, what's not to love? Gave a little verbal spanking, and then I unmuted him. What's wrong with that?
Yay, you unmuted it. Yay. Anyway, so P3, why do you think the Earth is round?
I'm gonna go to oncoming traffic because I'm in the lane because
Oh, shit, he's gonna drive into on... Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I guess we got to kick him.
Anyway, so P3U, you see how you can see what's in front of you, P3U? That would suggest the Earth is not round. That would suggest the Earth is not round because when you're, let's say you're looking straight.
Holy crap!
My booty hole's round, so that must mean the Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
So did you spend the $5 on an improv actor on Fiverr?
No, the $5 I spent went to Clash Royale, but that's off topic, so I won't be speaking about that. Okay? Is that all right with you guys? If we just if we just stay on topic.
Yeah, bro. So
I would really prefer that.
Explain
the gravitational pull way.
Explain
the gravitational pull with 1,000 mph spin at the equator. With the gravity of Earth, right? The 1,000 mph.
You were explaining something.
The 1,000 mph. The 1,000 mph spin plus gravity made my.
Could you mute this guy? Could you mute this guy? He's rambling and he's off topic. All right.
So. Here, I'll self-mute.
Okay. Anyway, like I was gonna say before he rudely interrupted, if the Earth were to be round, you wouldn't be able to look at the ocean and see the ocean. You would see a curve. What we do see is the end of our vision. We don't see it start to round out. We see it end, quote unquote end, but it's not truly ending.
Hey, can I have the
For
ability to?
perspective, the horizon's horizontal, right? You can imagine having gravity on a spinning water ball flying through infinite space at 1.3 million miles per hour that's strong enough to hold water to a ball but still allow a bird to fly. Explain to me how a helium balloon goes up.
Can I be able to text in the text chat?
A helium balloon goes up because
we
the
have
whole
relative
principle.
density and buoyancy.
Yeah, because the Earth is flat.
Things that weigh more than their medium fall, things that weigh less than their medium rise.
Why is the Earth round?
The Earth is not round.
I believe the Earth is round. I just don't think it's a globe.
No,
Exactly,
it's more of an ovalic sphere.
I feel like they took like a cheese grater to it.
Can somebody explain to me what are all these globetards doing in here?
Hi. Oh no, I just wanted to text in the text chat.
The Earth is made out of my balls.
I was just explaining what people actually think for like people thinking it's a globe. It's more they think it's more of an oval rather than just like a perfect circle.
Yeah,
like
no, it's not.
whatever.
It's flat though. It is flat. It's not. It doesn't have any volume on the outside.
Okay. I was just saying what, like, I was correcting people on what the actual theory is for the globe.
Okay.
I think the globe could be spaghetti pasta.
The globe is not
I want to see spaghetti.
pasta. It's
by the
it's
way,
one
any
of-
mods that are in here, could I be able to like text in the text chat, please?
Dude, that has to do with your server rank, not the mods here.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I got promoted to Centurion,
Bro,
and
I can text in every other chat except this one. I'm hushed in this chat.
I got your
I can text in I can't text in any other chat except this one. That's the weird thing.
Maybe
I can text in most chats, just not this one, because I was posting gifs of
I got
like
my
making fun of
docs
flat
wrong.
Earth.
Now I'm feeling depressed, wondering how the
maybe
fuck.
that's
Oh,
why
you were. He was making fun of flat Earth. Yeah. Can somebody
I
ban
don't
this
know
guy
why I
or
was.
mute
I
him?
don't know why I was hushed.
He's making fun of the flat Earth. This guy's.
Cry
this
about
guy
it,
shouldn't be in
pussy.
here. This guy shouldn't be in here.
Cry
Yeah, he's
about it,
also
pussy.
putting his microphone in his mouth. It's annoying.
Oh my
Yeah,
bad.
this guy shouldn't be
Is
here.
that better?
As a flat Earth representative, I'd really like this guy to be out here.
What do you
As a
think you guys
representative of Flat Earth, I actually am currently the manager of the 24/7 FlatEarth.net website.
Nigga, you joined the server 3 days ago.
Who did?
Frank.
Yeah, and I've been a manager from fucking 24/7 FlatEarth.net for the past 3 years.
I'm already
a full stack
Centurion.
developer for the Flat
one of
Earth
the
Nation.
moderators.
I'm a Flat Earther, okay? Flat Earth Nation.
That sounded really cringe. Do you happen to be a fucking minor, dude? Only somebody who's that young would say that shit.
I'm 27 years old.
God damn, you really do have the mind of a child. All right, I'm getting out of here, bro.
I'm 27 years old.
I love them. I love little boys and girls. I like to tell them all about the flat Earth.
Yeah, I actually have screenshots of this P3U guy
why
being
are
a
you guys
pedophile.
trolling right now?
Me?
Both you.
Why am I'm not trolling? I promise I'm not trolling.
All right, Frank, we muted the trolls so that your non-trolling behavior could shine. Go for it.
Okay. Thank you. I don't really have any. Is there anybody making counterclaims?
Counterclaims to what?
Yeah,
The
my
Earth being
counter is
flat.
flat.
My Earth is flat.
Yes.
Anybody in here think the Earth is round?
I think it's a triangle.
A flat triangle, I agree. There you go.
Why is the Earth flat? How do you know it's flat?
Well, obviously the Earth is flat. Let's say you're looking out into the ocean, okay? Do you see it start to curve or do you see it flat?
I see a flat horizon.
Okay, cool. Now let's say back then, right, in the maps, right? Did they have the maps like in a circle or did they have them flat out on a singular map?
What do
They
you
had
mean
them
a
on
circle?
they had them on a flat map, right? They didn't have them in a sphere, they had it on a flat map.
What do you mean in a spear?
In a sphere.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, all maps are flat.
Right. Thank you. So pretty much if the Earth was round, they wouldn't like back then when they didn't have the corruption and all the hush stuff, right? They knew the Earth was flat. They wanted to make everybody know the Earth was flat, and that's why they put them on maps and not spheres. And there is no evidence to even support that the Earth is round, except the fact that NASA or whatever says that it's round. NASA's not even a trustable source. It's the U.S. government, guys. Come on, let's be honest here. Okay. Anything else?
So when did you realize the Earth was flat?
Yeah, globes are not meant for educational purpose, but only. Yep, exactly. Exactly. See this Necros guy? I like this guy.
Necros, why aren't you talking?
It's 4 in the morning.
Okay.
I forget. Was P3U what's it called? Was he a flat earther or a globetard?
I got no idea. Guy was off the walls.
He was?
Off the walls.
He's pointing down. Why is he pointing down? What does that mean? Alright, do a middle finger if you're a globetard. If not, then don't. Do an index finger if you're a flat earther. Okay, he's a flat earther.
I got a question for you.
What's up?
What's the radius of the Earth?
If you're there's 3 different radiuses if you're counting it differently.
No, what's the radius of the globe?
Earth's not a globe. Sorry, I'm not gonna answer that question because Earth's not a globe. If you'd like to restate your question, I'll answer it.
He's not a flat earther.
Nope.
Okay, buddy, what is the radius of what the globers claim their globe is?
What?
Yeah, he's not a flat
claim,
earther.
the claim that is
Listen,
made
you're
within
lagging out
the
pretty
global
hard. Are you
theory.
asking me the radius of the Earth?
I'm asking you what the globers claim. When the globers claim the Earth is a ball, what is the radius of this ball that they're claiming?
6,378.1 km. So, yeah.
I bet it was
Good.
Google.
6,000. Anyway, anything else, guys?
He Googled it. Okay, so how have you used that radius to debunk the globe?
What?
Yeah, you're not.
How heavy is what? No, you're okay.
How do you use their radius to debunk the globe?
You divide it by 3.
Okay, yeah, you're not a flat earther, dude. Nice troll. Hey,
Well, I haven't gotten into that theory yet.
Elijah, did you hear what this guy said? Divide it by 3.
I haven't gotten into that theory yet. Honestly, I'll be completely honest. I've only been. Listen, I'm not. Hey man, I'm not like a super duper flat earther. Okay, I just believe the flat Earth. That's pretty much it. I don't.
Okay.
All I've seen is.
Let me ask you this: how does dividing the radius by 3 debunk the globe? Tell me, how does that work?
Because you can measure the actual radius.
What do you mean the actual radius?
Well, the Earth from point to point.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, Elijah,
so if you divide it by 3, you can measure this by from point to point, from corner to corner.
He's what we call a pretender clown.
Yeah, a pretender clown, exactly.
A pretender clown. Okay, I'm a pretender
Yeah,
clown
because
for
you're
knowing the
pretending
Earth
to be
is
a
flat.
flat earther, and you're a clown because your argumentation is retarded.
All right, so anybody who doesn't know all the facts, right, who isn't fully prepared is a fake.
No, it's just obvious that you're trolling.
How is it obvious that I'm trolling?
What is the current rhetoric for gravity?
I don't know. Do I need to know that to be a flat earther? Is that like a requirement?
Not really, but seeing how you don't know a lot of these things that are
That are like
that are talked
yeah,
about.
I'm not very good at math, man.
It's not just one thing that you're failing to answer, it's many things.
Yeah, well, numbers aren't my strong suit. All I know is that the Earth is flat, and I'm going
You
to
weren't
stick by
asked
that.
about numbers just now from that other guy. You were asked about a rhetoric of gravity.
That's going to be a number.
What are you talking about?
What is a rhetoric?
What do globies claim gravity is?
Rhetoric of gravity is a metaphorical use of gravity to describe something of importance or significance. What?
Yeah, are you reading
Can
off
you say that again?
ChatGPT? Are you a ChatGPT earther?
No, I'm reading off Google.
Okay.
I was just curious on what that meant, so I'm reading off Google. Anyway, can somebody ask me that question again? I don't think I got it correctly.
Yeah,
because
when
I don't
people
think I'm
talk
getting any
about
answers.
gravity, what do they refer to? What else do they refer to that gravity's tied in with?
The Earth?
Bro.
What?
What is the current theory on gravity?
Current theory on gravity. That it's the thing, because when the Earth spins or whatever they say. Right? I think it's something like that, right?
Bro.
Oh, wow.
Am I wrong? Oh, the revitility, yeah. Something like that, right?
Yeah, the revitility.
The relativity, yeah. I know about that.
Which
It's the one that
relativity?
states that
General or
gravity is not a
specific?
force, but a curvature of
Special or general
space-time caused by matter and energy. Huh? I don't know. I'm just reading whatever Google tells me.
Okay, you're a Google earther.
What? I'm a Google earther? What the fuck is a Google earther?
Google is your Earth.
So I believe that Earth is made out of a search engine.
Apparently so.
So Earth is HTML. Is that what I'm hearing? There's no way you actually think Earth is made of Google. Not a chance. Why is everybody muted in this call? What's up with that?
They try not to talk over each other.
Okay, but nobody's talking.
I were just talking, and Elijah was trying to talk to you.
Oh shit. Just got an invite. I just got an invite to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Alright, let's check this out. Let's see here. So. Yep, thought so. Yep. Crust, mantle, innermost core. What is the innermost? Wait, I'll just search it up.
What do you see there on the Flat Earth Discord?
I'm looking at the core stuff right now. I'm just reading the core stuff, and then I'll get to the rest. How does the Earth's core generate a magnetic field while molten iron loses its magnetism?
I see you're looking at the Curie point.
The what? I'm looking at the core stuff.
Yeah, you're just talking about the Curie point right now. You're reading the part where it says, how does it generate a magnetic field when it loses its magnetic properties past a certain temperature, right?
Yeah. Correct, yeah. The Curie
Yeah,
point.
it's the Curie point.
That's the temperature which metals lose their magnetic properties, right?
Yeah.
Wait, so if iron's Curie point is 1,417 Fahrenheit, and Earth's core is estimated to reach 10,800 Fahrenheit, how does that work?
I don't know. Ask the scientists. That's what they're. You see,
yeah,
the scientists, they bring us that stuff, okay, and we're supposed to go with it.
Yeah, the poopentists call them because they don't know what they're talking about, obviously. It's pretty obvious, honestly. It's blatant at this point. So has the Curie point been known about forever?
You're gonna LARP yourself directly into being a flat earther. That's what's funny.
I have no idea when they actually discovered what Curie points were, but they've always existed, but I don't know when they discovered it.
Stuff is crazy. Is this? This has to be AI.
What's AI?
Wow. So Einstein's theory of let me watch the whole video.
Going.
This is actually insane. Wait.
What's the video talking about?
Well, I'm looking at a video of space, and it's showing that the Earth is flat. But from what I know, I've never seen any actual video of Earth being flat. I don't think they would publish that. I think this is AI. It's not in the Discord. It's here. I'll send the video.
Do not come on. I know why this is fine. What the hell? What I told you. Pastor must.
Oh, wow. Wait. Eclipses. Okay. This is actually a really great resource. This Discord server.
Yeah, I got no idea how eclipses work.
Oh. Yeah, this just why lie, I mean.
The only way I would be able to explain eclipses is by going into conspiracy theories, and I'm not going to do that.
No, that's fine. Why would they lie about everything? Because Satan rules this world, you dumb motherfuckers. Okay. Satan's not real, but I mean, I guess that's a good point. Modern science claims this is you, a monkey on a spinning ball. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go watch some Flat Earth resources.
Enjoy.
He larped himself right into some questions that he didn't know that he has some questions about some things now.
Yeah. I thought he was trolling.
Oh, 100% trolling. He's larping, but I think he read some things that he didn't know and he wants to check them out first and then come back.
Yeah, I knew he was talking about the Curie point the moment I heard Earth's core and magnetic fields. Yo, Elijah, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing, dude. It's been a while since I've seen you.
I mean, I've been in here pretty frequently last couple of weeks.
I haven't myself. That's why.
Yeah.
Past 2 weeks, I had a lot of work. It was pretty crazy. You think that guy's gonna come back?
I was just thinking about that. I don't know.
Sounded pretty interested when he left.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like this is dead.
Yo, DJ, could you explain what happened in that clip that was just played? Because I heard music, people screaming, and gunshots.
You'd have to just click on the video if you want to watch it.
Yeah, so does anybody have any globe evidence they want to present? So you got Forrester in the chat, in the voice chat. Welcome.
Hello.
Any globe? Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, dear, actually, I have been through the science education in my whole life, and I have never heard about the flat earth. But when I came to know that there is a community or a group of people who is actually interested in promoting the flat earth, so I was very curious to see like what are their argument and views about the reality.
Oh, awesome. So you've come to the right place. I'm glad you unmuted yourself. Does anybody have a moment to speak with Forrester? I was just jumping in just to see if there was anybody who wanted to ask some questions. I'm actually working right now. But DJ, are you available?
Sort of not.
Yeah, I'm also eating, so no problem.
Yeah, so most people don't really know what flat Earth means, right? They have a false idea of what flat Earth is or what flat earthers claim, right? So, firstly, we do not claim to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, so we don't claim that the Earth is a disk in space or anything like that, right? We're not claiming a shape. Flat's not a shape. Okay, so what we're talking about is that there's no curvature when we go out and actually test the Earth for curvature, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. So that's a point, that I like to bring up first, because most people completely have the wrong impression of what flat Earth means. Okay, so we have countless amounts of empirical evidence in the form of long-distance observations, laser tests, and all kinds of other tests where we've gone out to test the Earth for the curvature, right, over very large distances, where there would have to be a specific amount of curvature present if the Earth was a globe. And when we go and do that, right, we just measure a completely flat surface, right? We would say that large bodies of water at rest lay flat on the surface, and there's no drop over distance. And that, what we're told is that over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is made up of water. Now, you can't have all of this flat water on the surface of a sphere. It's impossible.
So, like, what you mean to say is that if somebody is looking from across the Pacific Ocean, like, he could see both of the end, like if somebody is standing on the opposite side of the Pacific Ocean in, say, for example, Japan.
No, you can't see forever because the air is not completely clear, right? It's opaque over distance. We have water particle, like we have the gases that make up the air, we have pollution, we have fog, we have dust particles, all sorts of things that make the air is opaque over distance. So we can't see forever. Okay, so if you check your visibility rating where you live, you'll probably find it's only 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers or something like that. It varies in different locations, but we can't see forever. But we can check over long enough distances where there would have to be a lot of curvature. if the Earth was a globe. Make sense?
But we do have very powerful telescopes that can see like far away distances, for example, like hundreds of kilometers. So in theory, like we could see that, but if all the water vapors and the other factors are minus.
Yeah, so you can't see through something that's, like fog. It doesn't matter how powerful your telescope is. But sure, in certain conditions and using certain equipment, you can see much further, but there's still a limitation. Now, the technical limitation in perfect conditions would be 300 miles. I forget if it's 300 miles or 300 kilometers. I think it's, regardless, right? There's a limitation to how far you can see through the medium of air. Just like there's a limitation of how far you can see through water. The same thing applies with other fluid mediums such as air. And we also have perspective that we need to take into account as well when we're doing long distance observations. Okay, because things get smaller in the distance and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can't see forever, but we can see distances that would be impossible if the Earth was a globe, right? For example, if we go to a body of water, such as a section of the ocean or a lake, and it's 20 miles across that section, then there would have to be just under 300 feet of curvature over that particular distance. Now we can go and perform different types of tests over that distance to validate whether there is or there isn't curvature over that distance, right?
But
so
we can see it from the ISS, International Space Station, and all of the other bodies that are in the space. Like we can see the Earth, and it seems to be like how should I say, a sphere. It is like a sphere.
Well, you can't validate that footage to begin with, right? You just have to believe it, but you can also check the mathematics that go along with that footage, and you shouldn't be able to see the amount of curvature that they show you from the ISS, even if the Earth was a globe, right? You would only see slightly less than 3% of the surface of the Earth from that height. So you would only have a 0.6 degree dip in the horizon on either side, right? It would dip down from the center point of the horizon within the frame, only 0.6 degrees. So it's very difficult to even see that curvature with the naked eye, but the ISS footage is showing you drastic curvature. Okay, so that doesn't align with the mathematics. And then you have other space stations, like the Chinese space station, and they're showing you a completely flat horizon from the same height. Okay, so that's conflicting with the ISS footage. Yeah, I can post a video in the side chat for you.
But
so
like,
all of them,
can you verify that all of the other countries in the world, like they are posting different pictures of the Earth, or all of them are posting the same picture?
No, they're all different, right? And they don't, they contradict each other in all sorts of different aspects. So I am trying to concentrate on a game of chess, but what I'll do
for example, what aspects they are contradicting each other?
Yeah, like the colors are all completely different. The continent sizes are all completely different. The curvature, the rate of curvature from different space agencies, from like the Chinese space station and the ISS, right? They show completely different imagery from what's supposed to be the same height, right? China's showing you a flat horizon.
Are there only two international space stations, like the Chinese and the US based, or there are multiple? Because I don't know.
Two. Yeah, there's only two. Allegedly two. We can't really confirm what we're seeing from these, because there's a lot of footage that's clearly been faked. footage from the International Space Station where they're caught using green screens and harnesses and hairspray and all kinds of fakery, all different techniques to fake their footage. So
but
it's
what
very
about
hard.
the other countries? Like India is also sending its people and its machinery.
Well, it's not sending any people into space, but they tell us that they're sending machinery into space. But if you actually have a look at the footage, right, 90% of the footage is just animation. Obviously, it's just animation, and they have a tiny, tiny little bit of footage that looks ridiculously fake, right? So most people haven't looked into it.
I think.
One second.
Sorry
I'm just gonna resign my chess game so I can start posting you some information. Give me a second.
But like there was a female also astronaut from India, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know exactly.
Where did she go?
I think she goes to the space station. International Space Station.
So that's that's only high enough where you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth, right? And that's where you're seeing the conflicting footage, and that's where we're seeing a lot of faked footage come from. So you can choose to believe that if you want, but that's something that you're going to have faith in. You can't check that, right? But what I'm talking about,
Russia, the Russia and the USA has a very conflicting relationship with each other. So like they both can't be on the same page.
Okay, well, okay. So here's a few interesting facts, right? So it seems like Russia and the United States are enemies, but recently when they said that 2 astronauts were stranded on the International Space Station, the Russians were the ones that were going to go and save them, right? 2 Russian cosmonauts. So when it comes to space travel, they're friends all of a sudden, which is interesting. Now, Russia has also questioned the moon landings, right? Whether America landed on the moon. The head of the Russian space program said that America faked the moon landings and that there's no proof that they went to the moon. And even Putin and his government, right, they used AI analysis to analyze the images from the Apollo program, and the AI analysis came back that they were faked. So there is some conflict, right? And there is some other areas where it seems like they are friends. But
yeah, but
we can't validate, right? This is what it comes down to. We can't validate the information that we're getting from these places because we can't go and check. You know what I mean?
We can't validate, but but we can trust on the expert. Like in all fields, we do.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because if you do that, they could just tell you anything, and then people will just believe it, right? We need to question all sorts of things, right? Or they're just able to just tell you anything, and people will just believe it.
But it's not possible for every person to be in the shuttle and go to space, like it's a very
think about this.
Process.
Think about this, right? So only 26 people in all of history have ever left low Earth orbit, and that was during the Apollo missions, and that was over 50 years ago. Okay, the other people are just going up to the height of the. Hold on a second, right? So the other people are only going up to the height of the ISS, where we're seeing a flat horizon from that height, and you would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth from that height, right? That's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so people aren't just going to space all the time, like you suggested. And now when they asked NASA, they interviewed NASA not long ago, and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? And the astronaut, Don Pettit, said, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back. Now, they went there with the computing power of a Nintendo Game Boy, right? Like they had no computing power, essentially. They went there with a spaceship that essentially looked like it was made out of curtain rods taped together with a bunch of gold foil. Now, they said that, we can't go back to the moon because we've destroyed that technology and we can't get past the Van Allen radiation belts and blah, 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 blah. So they're not going back. They're not going to space like you think. And you, at the end of the day, right, you can't validate the information that you're getting, but we have proven that there's no curvature here on the Earth. Anyone can go and validate this themselves, but you can't validate all of this space information that you're getting.
There are very wealthy people on this planet who has like the billions of dollars, and they can they can arrange a mission, and they can go
who did that?
space.
Who did that?
I don't know. Somebody may have tried this.
He's saying hypothesis.
Yeah, so nobody's done that. Okay, so we can just cancel that idea out because that's an appeal to the future. Okay, so we don't want to be saying, maybe one day in the future somebody will go up there. It's not happening now. It's not happened. We've measured the Earth. We've tested the Earth, and it's not a globe. And we have proof of this.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Easy. What's your question?
Okay, you said that there's only the American space whatever, and then the Chinese whatever. But doesn't most like developed countries like UK, Japan, Russia have their own space stations?
No, they do not have their own space
I'm not
stations.
sure about my country.
No, your country absolutely doesn't have that, and neither do the other countries that you mentioned. There's only the Chinese space station and the ISS.
Oh, okay. What about Russia?
No, they don't.
What the hell is Russia doing?
I think that they have like a section on the ISS or something. They may have like a section on the ISS that they use or something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, they don't have their own space station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the footage, right, is something that we can't validate, and there's a lot of obvious fakery, when we analyze the footage. But we don't have to even say it's fake because it's impossible to go to space, right? The vacuum of space, as we've been taught, cannot possibly exist, right? It goes against the laws of nature. It goes against gas laws. You cannot have a vacuum next to a gas pressure system, right, without a physical barrier stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. But that's a whole extra part of the topic. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, but actually, in the space, like the physical laws are behaving pretty weirdly. For example, like there are huge bodies and they are suspended in the space. Like, how is that possible,
Well, it's not possible, okay? It's not scientifically possible for you to prove that. No one's ever proven this, right? So this is just a story that you've been told, which comes from a theoretical mathematical concept. Okay, this is what people are taught, and it's not something that we can validate. So you've been told that there are all these big burning balls of gas and whatnot floating around in a big giant 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum, and that, there are exoplanets where it rains glass, and it rains diamonds on Uranus, they tell us, and Neptune, and all of this crazy stuff. They say, there are planets made of diamonds, and all of these crazy stories that nobody can validate. But that hasn't been proven.
But why would somebody make these stories?
Raining diamonds on my anus. Ow.
On Uranus, yes, exactly.
Actually, but why would somebody make these stories?
You have to look into the history of it. Okay, so firstly, this was something that was implemented into the mainstream a long time ago, right? And people have just built upon this fantasy model, since then.
So, DJ.
Yeah.
So you said the vacuum of space is impossible because something atmosphere, something there can be a vacuum next to Earth, right? Is that what you said, right?
Yes. Yes.
So you heard him say, excuse me, because I listened to Easy there. You heard him say the vacuum of space, something, 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 something. You didn't hear any of what he said then? Like adjacent to a pressurized system requiring a container. You missed all of the stuff that he was saying. You said vacuum of space, then you said something, something, but like, dude.
It's all good. It's okay.
I'm not gonna repeat exactly what he said, but I'm just like recapping some like a quote he said, right? So what I'm saying is that you said that like the Earth can be like next to the vacuum of space. It's the vacuum of space, yeah. So the atmosphere is not just like a big giant like air ball. It's like it has gradients the closer it is to space. Like the exosphere, right? That's the last layer, right?
Yeah,
So that's pretty cool because it's
Yeah, so that's just a story that you can't confirm, okay? So the term atmosphere itself is a contradiction in terms because gases don't have any shape, right? You can't have spherical gas. Okay, so gas particles, right, fill space, right? So gas particles, to have gas pressure, you need a container, and then the gas will fill the available space and conform to the shape of the container. You can't have gas pressure in the first place without a container. There's no way you can demonstrate that. Now, they're claiming that you have a ball that's got gas attached to the outside of the spinning ball inside a giant vacuum. That's impossible. That's not something that you can demonstrate. All you're going to be able to do is explain the story that you were taught, that we were all taught.
There is a newspaper clip in the chat which says NASA sees colonies on moon by 78.
Yeah, so ever since they claimed that they went to the moon, they've been telling everyone that they're going to go back to the moon, that they're going to have hotels on the moon, that people are going to be able to go live on the moon, and all these crazy stories. There's going to be moon bases. We're going to go back to the moon. And then every couple of years, they keep what we say kicking the can down the road, right? So once you reach the can, right, they'll push it back and they'll come up with another excuse and they'll say, oh, well, we can't do it yet. We're going to have to change the date for four more years from now, and then we're going to go back to the moon. And then 4 years comes along and they kick the can down the road a little bit further. Okay, and then you need to wait 4 more years, and then they've been doing that since the 70s.
They can fake it.
In fact, excuse me, I just wanted to quickly add, in fact, there's a great documentary, I'm searching it right now to share, called NASA Going Nowhere Since 1958. I'm going to find it and share it. Continue. But I advise everyone to check it out. I advise everyone to check it out. I know the person is a little controversial in the sphere of the flat earth topic right now, but it's still a great documentary they created.
Yeah,
we will check it. But, like, my point is, if they can fake it one time, they could possibly do it like a second time too.
Well, not necessarily. Well, they did. They faked it a bunch of times, right? But they, so it's not so easy for them to fake these things now, because now we have all of this high definition cameras, and we have all of this technology. They can't produce this ridiculous looking footage in 2025 and say, this is the footage that we brought you back from the moon, right? It would be extremely difficult for them to fake it now, right? Like, have a look at some of this footage that I'm about to post in the side chat. It is absolutely ridiculous looking footage, and people...
Yeah, but
most
like
people...
the footage...
Well, hold on. Look at the footage, dude, right? Imagine if they released this kind of footage in 2025. People are going to laugh at this ridiculous footage. Whereas back then, they didn't have all of this amazing high-definition cameras and whatnot, right? They were able to get away with this crappy nonsense that they gave to the public. This footage is laughable, ridiculous. And most people that believe in the moon landings have never seen this footage. Most people I show this footage to, they don't even believe that this is real footage from NASA. They're like, prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. That cannot possibly be NASA footage. But yeah, it is. You can look it up. So this
Mr.
is
DJ.
Yeah.
Okay, so some time ago I forgot to say like a few minutes ago, yeah. Python, he said that if we could fake going to space in like one country, why couldn't we fake going to space in other countries? Wait, let me quote the exact thing he said it's up here.
Who said what?
Then why isn't every country faking going to space? That's what Python said.
Why isn't every country faking going to space? No one's going to space. There is no outer space. It doesn't exist. Okay? So the images that you're getting from space are CGI.
No, she's saying no. You didn't get the question.
Okay.
She's saying that why is every country trying to send their people to space? Like, why is there a race between the countries?
What race? There's no race between the countries to go to space.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Okay, so
like,
America,
for example, India, and Pakistan. Like I can say about my country,
India
like
footage? Dude, have you looked at the India footage?
No. Please show me.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to show you the only footage of India landing on the moon. Right in 2023, was it? Okay, 1 second. Like, this is just ridiculous footage. 1 second, here it is. Okay, so have a look in the side chat and watch the video because it's very short. Okay, so this is the only footage you see of the India rover on the moon, right? It's like, come on. India's greatest achievement of all time, and this is the footage that they give us, right? All of the other footage is just this crazy little animation that looks like an Atari game from the 1980s, right? Obviously, that's an animation, but when you look at the actual footage that I posted there, they say that that's the real footage, right? This is the real footage. Like, it's really silly footage. Okay, so at the end of the day, we don't even have to say it was fake. We can't confirm it. It's really bad footage. We can confirm that. But we can't confirm what they really did. But we can go and test the actual Earth to prove it's not a globe.
Yeah, because regarding your question, I mean, yeah, why aren't all the other countries faking it? I mean, yeah, they are. I mean, that's DJ's answer. Some of them are, but why would they? I actually put it's a short Spotify episode. I think it's about 7 minutes long of our friend Hughes Sporadic. Okay, well, I just won't answer you. That's fine because I'm not fighting with people anymore. So see ya. You can keep talking to DJ.
So just quickly responding, 1 second, my friend. Right, so I am coding Python says, why can't Pakistan do the same then? Like, do the same what? Make the same crappy little footage. Like, Pakistan can't even build garbage bins, right? So what makes you think they can do anything like this?
No, Pakistan is a very super talented country. But the thing is, for example, I am also from Pakistan because we have like the atomic power, the nuclear power. But the thing is that the Pakistani people also want to send its rover to space. And I have also suggested a name for that. It's called Hum Qadam. It is my name.
I'm not dissing Pakistani people. I think Indian people, Pakistani people, and whatnot, great people. Love them. Went to India for a month last year. It was cool. Anyway, all I'm saying is that there's a lot of other problems going on with the government, right, and the country's infrastructure and all of that kind of thing that they need to worry about before they think about going to the moon. Now, all of these countries, they want to be seen as countries that are highly accomplished, right? Like America. Oh, we went to the moon. Like, we've done what no other country could do. We beat the Soviets. We're amazing. Blah, blah, blah. Other countries, hold on, don't interrupt me, please. Okay, so other countries want to be seen the same way. It's like a show of power, in a sense, to say, look, we are also like America. We are also a spacefaring country. Okay, so it could be for that reason alone, but there are a lot of other reasons as well. right, including financial incentives and things like this, but we can't validate the footage. All we can validate is the footage looks ridiculously fake, okay, and it's in an impossible second law of thermodynamics violation. It's scientifically impossible to go there. Okay, so what can we validate? We can go and test the surface of the Earth and 100% prove without doubt that it's not a sphere.
Violation of second law of thermodynamics? Can you please explain?
Yeah, so in relation to the gas, right? So high pressure goes to low pressure, hot goes to cold, and so on. Okay, so let me give you a demonstration in the side chat on a smaller scale. Just a moment.
Okay, Adisha, I gotta leave.
Hold on a second, Easy. You can ask the next question. I haven't posted anything yet. Okay, so before you hit play, the top one says vacuum. Okay, that's a vacuum chamber. That is representing outer space, right? The vacuum of space. Now we have the bottom chamber, which is a gas pressure system representing Earth, the gas that we're breathing right now. Now, there's a barrier separating the two systems. And what you'll see when you hit play is as soon as he turns the knob and releases the high pressure system and the low pressure system's barrier separating the two systems, the gas instantly fills the available space, because that's what gas does. Gas fills space, high pressure goes to low pressure, and it equalizes. Okay, so they're telling us that we have a high pressure system inside a vacuum chamber, essentially without a physical barrier. Now, to have gas pressure in the first place, you need a physical container, as far as we can test.
Yeah, Platter, that's not how it's work. He says just add made in Pakistan and he'll believe it.
That's funny. Yeah, so Easy had a question. What's your question?
Actually, I'm a science graduate.
One second, Forrester. Go ahead, Easy.
I just wanted to say that I'm going. Like, I won't be here for like 3 hours. So yeah, because I'm gonna.
Okay. All right. Goodbye.
Time as much.
All right. Have a good day. See you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, so actually I'm a forester in Pakistan. I manage forest, like the trees and the woodlands and all of these things. So I have the scientific background here, working as a ranger.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, like I don't see flat Earth so often. I see like the mountainous regions and the cliffs and all those things.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I thought maybe like you are saying in that context that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so in this context, we're talking about the surface not having any curvature over distance, like drop over distance. Now, most of the surface of Earth is water, right? They say it's 72% water. Okay, so obviously we have land sticking out of the water, which is the continents and islands, but that's topography, okay? So you could call it a topographical plane, whereas the surface of the water is level and flat and horizontal, but we have islands sticking out, right? Kind of like a lake, a big giant lake that has islands sticking out of the water. That's called topography. Okay, so we have hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. Okay, so it's still not curving. Okay, so if it was a globe, the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. So if you have 20-mile distance of water, it would have to be curving at a certain amount, which is about 300 feet over 20 miles or 260 feet. So we can go and test for that very, very easily. So we can go find a big lake or a section of the ocean, and we can set up a camera just off the surface of the water, and we can zoom across the lake, right? And if the Earth was a globe, there would have to be obstruction in the distance, right? Things in the distance would have to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But what we find is that when we zoom in across the lake, we can actually see way, way, way beyond where you should be able to see if the Earth is a globe. We could zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the 20-mile lake that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature. Now, this has been repeated thousands of times now, and it's been done with high-powered lasers. Yep.
Do you have any videos of people going to the Antarctica, like crossing the entire Antarctica from one side to the other?
Nobody has ever circumnavigated the Earth north to south, right? Nobody, even a plane or anything like that, has ever started in the north and then gone down and crossed over Antarctica and come back up around the other side of the globe. That's what would happen if you're on a globe, right? If you fly over Antarctica, you would go around and then you would come back up to where you started again on the other side of the globe. No one's ever done that in all of history, which is interesting considering.
Yeah, but like the Antarctica is not that big. I mean, like this could be done.
Yeah, but nobody's done that. People have gone across sections of Antarctica, but nobody's ever done what you're suggesting. And that's just Antarctica anyway, so, you know, that doesn't really prove anything either way. It's just Antarctica. But yeah, it's interesting that no one's just kept going beyond Antarctica and come back to where they started again. You know, that would disprove the flat Earth, in my opinion. If someone started in the...
possible. You know, like the human beings have done so marvelous thing on this earth, and they have been to like the most craziest places one could imagine. But like, how come nobody has crossed the Antarctica? You know?
Yeah, well, I don't know. That's a question that we would all like to know, but no one's done that.
Like there are people in my country who has like crossed the whole of Himalayas. You know, Himalayas are very rough.
Yeah. People love to explore and do crazy things and do all of these types of challenges, but you can't do something that's impossible. So I mean, it is interesting that no one's done it. So right, add that to the interesting list. Right, so no one's done that before.
To do this.
Yeah, it's not as easy as what you might think, right? There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which makes it very, very difficult to be able to go and explore places like Antarctica, because you need these very, very strict permits that have all of these very strict conditions that go along with the permits that make it very hard for regular people or anyone to really go and explore these places freely. So this is a treaty that's been in place since, I think, the 50s, and it's still valid until, you know, a long time, like 2050 or something like that, 2050. So you can't just freely go and just explore these places. You need a strict permit, and the permits have very strict conditions that go along with it. It costs a lot of money. For example, there's a Navy SEAL that recently went to try to cross a little section of Antarctica, and he had to raise over $1 million just to drag a sled across a little section of Antarctica. He raised over $1 million, and he did that recently, and he actually failed his mission, you know, because it was too dangerous. But yeah, he made a video saying how much everything costs, right? It cost him like $500,000 just to have all of these safety teams on standby, you know, which is part of his conditions of his permit. So yeah, it's not as easy as you might think. You know, Antarctica is also the highest land on the Earth as well. So the average height of Antarctica is like 8,200 feet above sea level. That's really, really high, right? That's higher than the highest mountain in Australia.
You mean like higher in height because of the snow, like not of the land itself?
Yeah, the actual land, right? Like the surface area is on average 8,200 feet above sea level. Yeah, and you know, the only parts that we can check are essentially, you know, icy.
No, I think the soil, like the land, is like not that high. It's only the snow that is like covered the whole of the height.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just telling you the average elevation. Yeah, there's a lot that we don't know about it as well. You know, one of those things that we can't really go and check very easily.
Yeah,
But that doesn't really matter.
Places.
Like we could. Yeah, there are some places that you can go on a tour and things like that, but I mean, it's very expensive and it's not going to tell you much.
There are like mysterious places on this earth, you know, that like people still don't know how to get there. For example, the Amazon forest, like nobody has crossed it, you know. So
well, yeah, you know, there's been well, that doesn't really, you know, prove whether the Earth's a globe or flat either way. So some places are difficult, you know, to explore.
I mean, like this world and this life is full of mysterious things. So yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah. So this is what it comes down to: empirical evidence, being able to actually present real-world practical demonstrations that the Earth is a globe. That's what we would need to see. But when we actually go out and test the Earth, it's just flat, just like you experience every day of your life, right? You've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. We've never felt the Earth spinning or moving, unless it's an earthquake, obviously, but that's not what we're talking about. So we experience a flat and stationary Earth. Obviously, that's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. And then when we go out and actually measure the surface, there's no curvature. It would have to have that curvature if it was a globe. So yeah, it might sound crazy at first, you know, because it's something new that you've probably never really looked into before. But once you look into it and take the time to research it, it's not a very crazy idea that we're telling you here. Water needs a container. Water is flat on the surface, right? The Earth isn't spinning through space, right? The sun moves across the sky, right? These are all things that we're claiming, but the globe side is claiming the opposite to everything that you experience, right? They'll tell you, yes, you experience it as flat, but really it's curving. Right, you experience it as motionless, but really it's spinning. You know, they'll tell you that when you see this.
You know what? Like, for example, like their statement could also be right. For example, if you are in a train and you have a parallel train moving in the same speed, you know, so you will feel like everything is kind of stationary. But you will still be in the train and you will be moving.
Okay, so how would you confirm that the train is moving?
Yeah, you can confirm, like, for example, if you like look outside the train, then you could really see that you both are moving and the background is
like you get off the train at a different you get off the train at a different location, and it's very easy to validate that it was actually the train that was moving. Okay.
But like my point was that this could be possible. Like this can happen. Like maybe the Earth is like spinning so fast, and everything in the Earth is like, you know, is also spinning at that speed.
I get you.
This is like possible.
I get you.
Like it's
right?
not some kind of
no, I get it. I get you, but then you would need to be able to validate that claim, right? Because we experience it as not moving. If someone wants to say it is moving, then you would need to validate that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just like you could validate the train's moving very easily, but how are you going to validate that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, like the person needs to like present his evidences to
exactly.
Like, yeah.
So this is the main problems that we have for the globe, right? They can't validate that there's Earth curvature. They can't validate that the Earth is spinning and orbiting around the sun. And they can't validate that you can have gas pressure without a container, right? That's three big problems for the globe side. And that's why there's so many millions of flat earthers now.
Can I show you something? Okay, I cannot show you, but like there is a picture, you know.
You can send me a picture. If you send me, you can send me a picture and I'll put it in the side chat.
No, I cannot send any picture right now because I'm very new to the Discord. I just met this Discord, I think yesterday or today.
Yeah, but you can send
I
me the
don't exactly
picture.
remember.
You can like DM me the picture if you want, and then I can post it.
Okay, I'll try. But like the picture which I am talking about is actually this mountain, and we can see that the earth slide is reflecting from the clouds. It is only possible if the earth is fair.
Well, no, are you talking about the one where the mountain, you can see like the shadow from the mountain on the clouds?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah. So that's been debunked, right? So that's happening because the top of the mountain is sticking out through the top of the clouds, and it's creating the shadow on the top of the clouds. Here, I'll send you a video about that.
You mean it's the top shadow or the
I'll show you.
I'll show you.
Damn it, what's the name of the mountain? It's not Kanigu, is it? I forget.
This is a famous picture, I think. I don't exactly know
what you're talking about.
So you say there is only
Mount
one
Rainier.
such picture?
Yeah, it's called Mount Rainier. Okay, so here's a video about it. You can check it out when you have some time, and it explains it perfectly.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, check it out. 1 second, I'll just put it in the side chat for you. It's a cool looking photo. Anyway. Oops, wrong server. 1 second, I put it in the politics server. All right, there you go.
Yes. Mount Rainier.
So yeah, water debunks the globe, right? So if you have a lake or a pond or a pool, right, the water is obviously flat on the surface. Do you agree?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so
can I watch the movie first, or should we talk?
Yeah, you can ask any question you want.
I think I should watch the video.
Yeah, you can watch the video. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Hey, Forrester, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's just we're getting feedback from your mic. So.
Sorry to ask, but what is the story behind the Salt Lake, the reflection in the Salt Lake?
The Great Salt Lake, it's showing you a perfect mirror reflection of what's in the background. That's only possible if you have a flat surface. Okay, so if you have a flat mirror, you'll see an accurate reflection of whatever's reflecting in the mirror. But if you have a curved mirror, then you can't have that perfect specular reflection like that, right? You'll have a distorted reflection.
But for example, if you put water in a cup, the cup is also like have a curvature in it, but like the water still has a very flat surface.
Well, not really. So only if you have a very small amount of water will you have like a meniscus like that, right? It's just due to the density of the water. It's called the viscosity of the water. Okay, that's why you can have if you have a droplet of water, you can put a droplet of water on the table and it's going to be like a little round droplet. But as soon as you have a big body of water, it's just completely flat. Okay, because that viscosity doesn't really affect a large body of water. So only if you have a tiny little small portion of water is it going to do that. And that's just due to the density of the water. Right, you can actually get rid of that by changing the density of the water. Okay, so if you put like one drip of dish soap, like detergent, into the water, it changes the viscosity of the water and it makes it much thinner. And then all of a sudden you won't have that meniscus anymore. So if you have like a pool of water, okay, like a large body of water, like a pool or a pond, it's flat on the surface. That tiny little meniscus that you will see in a glass of water, you won't see that. You know what I mean?
I think we both didn't understand each other. What I was talking about is like the water always is flat. I mean, like wherever you put it, like on a curvature plane or a flat surface or like whatever surface, water always has their own level. It like maintain its level.
Exactly. So just like if you get a bottle of water, you can turn the bottle sideways or turn it upright or put it on an angle. The water will always be flat across the surface. Yeah, because that's what water does. Water is flat and horizontal on the surface of the water.
Yeah, so what does it mean? It means that water can, like the water level cannot be used as an evidence for the flat surface or the curved surface. Because it is a kind of
can.
Like a veil.
No, it can, because if the Earth's a globe, they say that the surface of water isn't flat. They say the surface of water is curving. So if you have a 10-mile lake, they say the water has to be curving 66 feet, right? Over that 10 miles at 66 foot, right? That's like a 6-story building. Okay, that's a lot. So if the Earth was a globe, the water isn't flat on the surface. The water is curving on the surface. But when we go and measure the water, it's completely flat across the surface.
I think you are mistaken here, because like it's not about the water, it's about the earth. Like the earth will have a kind of protruding effect, like not the water, because the water will balance itself.
No, the water is meant to be curving, right? Because of gravity. That's what they tell us.
No. The water actually defies those things. Like it actually balances. So anything that balances itself, it means that it is not used.
How do you figure, buddy? How do you figure? Like, how do you figure you're going to be on a sphere and the water's completely flat?
Yes, for example, if we take a sphere and we place it in a vacuum and we put some water on the sphere, the water will actually go around that sphere and will blanket it, and
no, that's
will
not what happens. That's not what happens if you put water in a vacuum. It vaporizes. It boils. It doesn't stick to the outside of the sphere, right? It boils, turns into water vapor. That's what happens to water in a vacuum. That's why you can't have a sphere with water on it inside a vacuum, like they claim on the globe. But they claim that the water is curving, right, conforming to the shape of the Earth. That's what the claim is from the globe side, right? They don't say water is flat.
Let me tell you. Okay, let me give you a an experiment. For example, if you have a glass with you or a circular cylindrical, a mug or something with you, and you put some water in it, and then you rotate it very fast, like you rotate your hands or the mug so fast, you will see that the water will stick to the edges, the edges of
The
their
inside.
mug. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how
So
to put
they
it
say
into the wall because English is not
I
my native
understand.
language.
I understand your argument, right? But that's the water on the inside of the container. They say the water is on the outside of the globe. So if you would have to put the water on the outside of the glass.
Why? Because the gravity is actually inside the Earth's core. So it means that the Earth is spinning, the gravity is inside. It means the whole of the water will stick on its own place in a flat way.
How will the water stick in a flat way? Okay, so when I show you these pictures from NASA, you see all the water is curved, right? You see all the water curving?
No, it's not the curving of the water. It's the curving of the Earth's surface. There's a difference.
No, over 70% of the surface is water. That's what they tell us on the globe side, right? 70% of the surface of the globe is made up of water. And the water is level, right? And that means on the globe side that the water is conforming to the shape of the Earth due to gravity. That means the water would be curving. Okay, so if you have a certain distance of water, it has to be curving at a certain rate because you can't have 70% flat water on a sphere. It doesn't work.
But like curving the ocean floor, right? The ocean floor.
I think that guy was trying to say the ocean floor is curving, but the surface is not.
Yeah.
Do you understand that the water?
That's precisely what he's saying.
Yeah. So draw me a globe with the flat water. Can you draw that for me? Think about it.
I mean to say that the water will go along the surface of the Earth in a flat way.
Okay.
Not in a.
How would it?
Yeah.
How can it go in a flat way if the Earth is a ball?
Around the ball.
Curving, man, not
Maintain
flat.
its level.
You know what? Flat. Yeah. So the level would be curving. Right? Because it would be an equal distance to the center of the ball. Right? So according to your definition of level on the globe side, right, you're saying that the water is conforming to the curvature of the Earth. So that means the water would have to be curving, not flat. Flat means it's not curving. Right? But on the globe, right, the water has to be curving.
Yeah, but okay. Actually, the thing is, I have to show you a kind of science experiment or a kind of a playful act we used to do it in when we were young.
You can't put the water on the inside of a container and spin the container because on the ball, the water is on the outside, not the inside. Okay, so you can't get a bucket and put water in it and spin it around. You would have to put the water on the outside of the object.
Yeah, but we can produce a centrifugal effect in a gyroscopic setting, and we could.
You can't put water on the outside. You can't put water on the outside of a spinning ball and have the water stick to the ball.
I will look at it because I just faintly remember some of the experiments we have done.
These experiments
I will find a video.
are very silly. Okay, so it has to have water sticking to the outside of a spinning ball. Okay, and the water has to be curving. You were saying that the water is flat. Okay, the water's not flat on a ball. The water is flat on the flat Earth in reality.
The water is level on the ball.
Yeah, level is curved according to what you're talking about. When you say level, right, you mean that it's conforming to the shape of the globe. Okay, so that's what you're talking about when you say level. Level is curved according to this silly globe, right? Whereas when we say level, we mean level as in horizontal, as in flat, as in how we measure the Earth and how we view the Earth. Okay, the water is not curving because the Earth is not a ball.
Yeah, but
with your experiment that you're talking about, listen, the experiment that you're talking about, if you were to try and recreate that, right, in the way that the Earth is alleged to be working, you would have to get a ball, right, put water on the outside of it, and then spin it real fast. Now, based on the experiment and the results you've seen so far in reality, because it needs to press on the outside, it would be the inside of the cup, right, or the bucket, because it would need to be flinging off of the inside to the walls of the inside of that bucket. You don't have those walls when you have this ball with the water on the outside of it. The water will actually be flung off of the ball, not sticking to the ball while it's rotating. You know what I'm saying? That's what DJ's trying to explain to you. Now you're saying gravity is holding the water to the ball while it's spinning, but this has never been demonstrated, right? Now you're gonna then run into the next explanation, which is that, well, there's nothing massive enough to recreate this in the lab, right? Well, then at that point, you can definitely say that it hasn't been verified, right? It hasn't been shown to happen in any experiment or in any controlled environment, right? Trying to isolate any part of what you're describing as reality. So this is the whole issue with this, right? And your first premise is wrong in the first place because you're talking about the surface of the land or the core or any of that stuff being spherical, but then the water just appearing to be flat on the top. That drop over distance, right, from your position on the sphere would have to be on average, right, an exponential curve away from you, like down and away from your point of view, right, your position. So around your position, 360 degrees around your position, there would have to be an average exponential drop over distance that matches the radius value of the alleged globe. And not only do we not find anything that matches that radius, we don't find any drop over distance from anyone's position that does these types of observations, right? These tests to find this matching drop over distance as per the radius value, right? Do you understand? Was that clear?
Yeah, exactly. I can see your point. I will think about it.
Yeah, think about it, man.
So does anybody else in the chat have any questions or globe evidence that they'd like to present to the panel? Batman or Billy Not Eilish or Bushel? Thanks for being here, everybody. We appreciate your presence. And yeah, if you don't feel comfortable, VC, in the voice chat, you could go ahead and ask your questions in the side chat. You could text your questions or globe evidence.
Yeah, so Gon Pachiro, are you there, man? Can you chat in the VC? Hey, I am coding Python. Can you VC or not? Or are you just chat skanking today? So yeah, you make simulations of it by coding. Wow, that's not reality, is it? Right? That's just CGI, essentially. Okay, so you're saying that flat earthers should go to space to check if the Earth's a globe. You didn't do that. You've never been to space, and you're saying, oh, we should go to the ISS to check. You didn't do that, right? So you don't know it's a globe, do you? By your own logic. Terrible logic for someone that's apparently a coder. You know, you should have basic common sense and basic logic skills, you would think. You know, if you're smart enough to code, you should realize what double standards are. What being a hypocrite is. But I guess it's just memory, isn't it? You just remembered some stuff and you just parrot what you remembered. So you haven't gone to space to verify it's a globe, right? So how do you know it's a globe? Simulations aren't a very good proof, are they? Yeah, so we can test it here on Earth too, mate, right? So I've actually gone out and done it. And I can present you with evidence of other people right now that have gone out and done it and documented the observations, right, that prove that it's not a globe. So what did you do to test that it's a globe here on Earth? Present your evidence. Yeah, so explain how that video debunks a flat Earth. It's nonsense. So screenshot from your video, right? Right, straw manning us with a map that's actually a globe projection, right? That's a globe map right there. Globe projection. Okay, so whoever's making these videos tricking you, right, you should be getting annoyed at them because they're feeding you really, really bad arguments that will make you look silly when you present them here. Okay, so these are called straw man arguments. Saying flat earthers claim this and flat earthers claim that when we don't claim those things. So yeah, you said that you can test it here on Earth, right? So you obviously didn't do anything, right? You just posted a video that doesn't have anything that debunks flat Earth in it at all. So yeah. And yeah, voice up, dude. Don't be scared. Okay, your question is really silly. It doesn't even make sense. Right? So he's asking, Do you have a document of your own image of how Earth is aligned with the solar system? What are you talking about? That doesn't even make sense. You don't even understand what flat Earth means.
Good afternoon, DJ.
What's up, you Pendos?
Nothing, dude. Just working like crazy.
Cool. That's good. I should be doing that actually at the moment.
Hello DJ. The picture you just posted on the side chat, I got the Mirage thing, but the inferior Mirage, I didn't get it properly.
An inferior mirage will make it look like things are lower than what they really are. And then you'll have a mirroring effect as well. Okay, so see how there's a toy boat sitting on the ground, okay, on a flat surface, and it looks like the bottom of the boat disappears behind the horizon. But really, it's just a mirage. It's not actually disappearing. It just appears to be, right? Because you're looking at a mirage. Okay, and it's because you have the warmer air closer to the surface, and then it gets cooler as you go upward. And that creates that effect. And then there's a citation that explains more technically how it works.
So the toy boat actually disappears because of the inferior mirage.
Well, it's just the way that the light comes back to your eye, you know, because the light's bouncing off of the boat and then it's coming back to your eye, but it's being distorted by the difference in the density of the air, which is caused by the temperature difference. Okay, and it makes the light bend upward, which makes the object appear lower. And then you have the mirroring effect, which is a reflection effect. It's called total internal reflection. It's where the light comes down on such an angle, right? And it actually bends upward and goes over the top of your optics, right? So all you see is a reflection of what's in the background. And that's
just
what
like
that
in the
mirroring
fiber optic.
It's the same type of thing, yeah. But this is in combination with the atmospheric refraction, it's called in the mainstream. But we could just call it a miraging effect. So certain types of miraging effects have the total tonal reflection involved as well.
But do we need this thing to see the flat versus globe thing? Like, how does it help us? Does it show us that the vanishing wake of the ship is because of this?
Well, sometimes it is because of this, yeah. So sometimes globe earthers will present evidence and they'll say, look, this ship looks like it's disappearing and you can't see the bottom of the ship, but we can very easily explain it with different reasons. Like sometimes you can have this mirage. Okay, so that can explain it very easily. And then sometimes we can have actual things in the way, like waves, like ocean swells, right? Which is waves. So that can block the bottom of the ship. And then sometimes we can have the miraging effect as well. You know, then we've got perspective to take into account and things like that. But that doesn't always happen, right? So I'll post another little video here in just a second.
Yeah, but sorry, my Discord is like lagging, so I may not be able to open it ASAP.
Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, you'll see another one here, and it looks like it's a big giant boat, and you'll see that the guy standing on the beach, he can't see the boat when he's zoomed out with his camera. Okay, so it looks like the boat's gone past the horizon, but when he zooms in, you can see the whole boat again. Because there's no miraging effect, and there's no waves, we can see the whole boat again. If there were waves, then it would look like the bottom of the boat is missing. Or if there was a miraging effect and the waves, it would also look like the bottom of the boat is missing. Right? But if there were no waves, what if what?
What if the globe model people tell you that you can see the bottom is because of the superior mirage?
Because it doesn't have any characteristics of a superior mirage. But we're not using this observation to prove a flat Earth. Right? They're using the observations to try to prove a globe Earth, and we're just debunking those. Okay, so I'm not showing you this observation and saying this is proof of a flat Earth. I'm saying that this is what happens most of the time when you don't have a mirage and you don't have waves. You can zoom in and you can see the boat again. It's not going over the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, like all we can say it's the mirage game, you know, the mirage's game.
Okay, so boats over the horizon don't prove the globe. Right, so we can scratch that argument off the list. So what evidence do you have that water is curving and that the Earth is a globe? Because boats over the horizon isn't a good one. Yeah, so I am coding Python. There isn't a flat Earth map. So when you say on the flat Earth map, you must have been watching some videos that have been lying to you, trying to strawman flat Earthers with a map that we don't claim.
Okay, buddies. I will come again.
All right, bro.
It's been nice talking to you.
You too, man. Have a good day, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you. My Discord is actually, I don't know, there is some lagging. It's too burdened.
Yeah, that's okay. Look, I can send you if you want to watch a video so you know a bit more about this topic. Next time you come back, I can send you like a basic video that will go over some flat Earth information. If you want to have a look at it.
Yeah. Why not?
So just give me a second. I'll just find something for you.
Send me some very like scientific things.
Well, this is essentially a question of geometry. which is mathematics. It's not necessarily a scientific question, right? Science is to prove a cause and effect relationship for a naturally occurring phenomena, whereas we're talking about a claimed shape of an object. Okay, so this is geometry, not science. But yeah, here's a video. Like, this will just give you a better idea of where we're coming from. It's not a perfect video, but it will give you a general idea. Okay, so I'll send it to you in DM. Okay, I'll send you a friend request, and then I'll just post you the video. And if you have any questions, you can always send me a direct message. All right, so after you accept the friend request, and I can send you the video. Yeah, so I am coding Python. You have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
यहाँ म्यूट कर सकता है, यहाँ पे वीडियो का ऑप्शन अभी नहीं है। तुम 2-4 दिन अगर बिता लेगा ना इस सर्वर में, तो वीडियो ऑन करने का ऑप्शन भी खुल जाएगा। अच्छा।
Yeah,
हाँ भाई।
what's going on? How you doing, buddy?
Hello bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
यार तो लोग हिंदी में बात क्यों कर रहे हो भाई रोज?
What brings you into the room?
No, actually एक बंदा बोल रहा है हिंदी में बात क्यों कर रहे हो? अरे भारतीय ब्रो,
Guys, I
एक्चुअली
can't.
माइक
Yeah.
टेस्ट कर रहे थे अपनी।
अच्छा।
क्षमा कर देना भाई।
Yeah, if y'all don't,
we don't
if
speak
y'all don't
Hindi,
speak
bro.
English, if y'all don't speak English, then we can't really moderate what's being said. So we just got to keep it
No,
in
actually,
English. Yeah.
I was not talking to you. That was specifically for the Indian guy who was trying to be.
I understand, but if you all are speaking on this VC, we're streaming live to YouTube, so you have to keep it in English or you'll be moderated. That's all.
Okay. Sorry for interruption. Actually, I was just teaching my friend how to use Discord. Sorry if I interrupted you. I will just mute myself now.
No, that's okay. Thank you for coming in, man. Just figured you might want to have a conversation with us about the room topic. Didn't realize you were giving your buddy a tutorial. No harm, no foul. You know what I mean? At least you understand what's going on here. DJ, how'd the rest of the conversation go with Forrester? He said he was going to come back or something?
Yeah, it went very well. Yeah, he'll come back sometime.
Oh, good. It seemed all right. He just needed to wrap his head around it, I guess.
Exactly.
So I trust business as well. DJ, everything going smoothly in that regard?
Yeah, everything's good, man. Just just working hard. Looking forward to relocating to a new country soon, so that'll be fun.
What's your time frame you thinking?
I'm not sure exactly. Probably 4 months or something.
Oh, that's pretty soon, yeah.
Yeah.
Goes quick.
Oh, yeah.
Goes quick. Have you narrowed it down, or have you narrowed it down, or is it still up in the air?
You mean when or where we're going?
No, where you're going? Yeah.
Oh no, we're going. We've narrowed it down to Cambodia, Siem Reap, Cambodia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to go and start cruising around Angkor Wat and checking out all of these ancient temples and stuff like that. It's going to be awesome.
Did you see the most recent My Lunch Break about that?
No. He made one of. Oh, really? Yeah. No, I'll watch it now.
I think it was on there. I think it might have been Angkor Wat, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'll watch that with my wife tonight.
Let me double check. If this is the one I'm talking about, if this is the one I'm thinking of, then so the history of it. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure that was the one. Mm,
Doesn't look like it.
no, that's Borobudur. That's not the one. Angkor Wat is huge, though. I love that place. I visualizing Angkor Wat, but yeah, Borobudur is the largest temple on Earth. I believe Angkor Wat is the one. Yeah, Angkor Wat's the one that's like, it's like a few squares inside of squares, right? It's just massive, and it's got like some marshland in between. Isn't that the one?
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I'm leaving it till I get there before I do too much research on it.
It's huge.
Yeah, I hear it takes like over a week to like explore it properly, and then you can just go for a drive. Like, and there's other giant temples, that are less well known.
Yeah, that Borobudur, man, that thing is crazy, brother. Like, they went there in like the 1800s, and then they found it's in Cambodia. It's in Cambodia, right?
Oh, it is the Borobudur.
Yeah, that's in Cambodia.
Awesome.
They found it, right? So that's the only reason why I thought of it, because I knew it was one of them. But so they find it in like the 1800s, right? They had to unearth it. Now it's basically, this temple's like a giant book, right? It's got all of these stone tablets that have images on them, right? That are like a cause and effect. Right, do this, this is what happens, right? Do this, this is what happens. There's 160 total going around this thing. They unburied them, took photographs of 140, I think 143 of them, and then the other 20 something of them, or 17 of them, they just buried them and didn't catalog what was on those, right? So they say. Then it was like something that could be unburied at first. Then after that, they wound up setting it in the mortar and stone. So now it can't even be excavated. It's kind of crazy, dude, when you look into it. But it's like, what's on those 17 of those tablets that they didn't want us to know is kind of the crazy thing. And that was UNESCO that did that. Pretty sick stuff, man. I would definitely watch that one tonight if you have time. That one's pretty interesting.
Awesome.
Yeah, he likes to speculate, but it is definitely interesting when you look at the timeline of like, oh yeah, we discovered this thing. Then UNESCO's like, yes, we have to protect it. Protect it by, making sure no one can know what's there. Pretty interesting. But you still have the rest of the temple to look at and kind of gauge. But it must have been something of extreme importance that they felt like they had to keep it a secret. So.
Awesome. Yeah, can't wait to watch that. Yeah, I didn't know that was Cambodia. I probably wouldn't have watched that one. So that's good. Thanks for letting me know.
So it seems like I am coding Python really wants to talk to me. Oh, man, he's gone. All I had to do was open my mic, and he just ran.
All you had to do is say his name, right? Jenna, these guys.
Yep, I'm the lioness, man. As soon as I open my mouth, hear me roar, man, and they're gone. Oh, he's back. I am coding Python. Please open up your mic. We can have a conversation about this. Because you tagged me in the general text chat at, what'd you say, at local noon, both you and your friend measure the length of a shadow of your sticks. Calculate the angle of the sun above the horizon. Measure the distance d between you and your friend along the north-south line. Use the formula to calculate Earth's radius. If the Earth were flat, both sticks should have the same shadow length. Yeah, if you have two sticks directly under high noon, they're going to cast the same shadow. But if you have one stick under high noon and another stick 500 miles away, they're not going to cast the same shadow angle. Sorry. That's because the rays from the light, the rays from the sun spread out. You can do these tests at home. Like what I showed you earlier in the text chat here with this example. Okay? How you've got a local light source, and that light comes through the clouds. It spreads out. So Eratosthenes assumed parallel light rays to match his assumption that Earth is a globe. That's it. So here's the thing about it, though. In all reality, the rays from the sun spread out. They are divergent rays. Now, this would mean that Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows would only work on a flat Earth. Now, we can model it both ways, and sure, it could work both ways, but there are objective facts in reality that disallow the ball idea of parallel light rays and sticks and shadows to even be true. You want to talk about it? I'm going to mute up, and you can defend yourself. I am coding Python.
Damn, Python just got smoked.
Exactly.
Damn, massive L for the globe side. Wow.
Yeah, the Eratosthenes, man. It's their only measurement. It's pretty insane. After all this time, that's your only measurement of curvature? Is this thing that has to presuppose that the light rays from the sun are coming in parallel? It's pretty sad, guys. There should be some surface measurements here, especially with all the different military capabilities, right? And ballistics capabilities. You figure this stuff would be well documented by now. Oh, can't hit that ship. Why? Because it's hiding behind the edge of the geometric horizon. It's hiding behind the water hill, right? It's hiding behind that hump of water. These things would be easily quantified. They'd be in every textbook, and anybody who came to debunk the flat earthers would have this information readily available. But no, every time we ask y'all for surface measurements, it always comes back to, well, there was some Greek guy, allegedly, over 2,000 years ago, who did it easily. It's really sad that y'all don't see the issues with this.
They're living in the Stone Age, man. These guys are living in the absolute freaking Stone Age. I mean, basically the way I put it is they are sucking of ghosts from the Stone Age. Cultist priest. You are some ghost, okay? That's what you're doing. Of Stone Age occultist priests. Okay, and here we are in 2025 with excellent optical assisting technology, okay, that allows us to see even further than what our human eyes would are limited to. Okay, so the whole go over a curve, right? That was Aristotle before optical assisting technology that we have today, right? We can now zoom in and we're like, there's the boat again, right? Oh, it disappeared again. Let me zoom in some more. There's the boat again. It doesn't go anywhere, right? It just goes straight. Okay, it goes horizontally. It's traveling horizontally across level waters. Good golly, you guys. You're really not. I don't know why I am coding Python wouldn't mic up to defend himself. Theirself, herself, whoever.
Like I said, it doesn't make you scratch your head that, like, this day and age, there's no one who has a measurement of the curvature other than some dude who allegedly lived 2,000 years over 2,000 years ago. I mean,
they can't find any
you guys aren't worried. Like, you should be concerned when you Google search that, and that's the first thing that comes up. You should be really concerned that that's the only thing you could find. You should be like, wait a minute, this is troubling.
So today,
go ahead.
So we will defend that the Earth is flat today. I came here to argue with that person.
You came here to argue with who? With me? I mean, I'm the one that's cooking in the chat right now. Let's rumble.
No. Do you believe flat Earth? The Earth is flat?
Oh no, I don't believe it, sir. I know it. After
Okay,
learning everything
then
there is
we are
to
in the
know about the
same.
globe
Then
religion,
we are.
I now know that nothing about the globe
Then
religion can be substantiated. So I know the Earth is
then we
flat.
are in
Go
the
ahead.
same group actually. I also believe that the Earth is circle, not a
Oh, so
fully.
no, we're not. No, okay, listen, we're not in the same boat. If you believe the Earth is a globe, and I know that it's flat, we're not in the same boat, friend.
Do you
Or do you know
believe the
that the
Earth is
Earth
flat?
is flat?
Why are you
How do
repeating your
you know
question? I
that the
already answered this. Now, here's the thing. You tell me why you believe Earth is a globe.
do you believe in satellites?
Okay, stop asking me. I'm going to say no to everything you ask me. Do I believe? Because you keep using the word believe, right? And a
Because you don't
belief, hold
believe
on.
that Earth is a globe, which is scientifically
Hey guys,
proven, but you
hold
yourself
on.
think.
Exa. Level Linus was just speaking to another gentleman, right? So the way this works
No.
is it's one question at a time, okay? One person at a time.
Okay.
So if the other gentleman, which his name is someone, he's asking questions right now. So you could go next. All right, thank you.
So, at someone, we don't hold beliefs in here. In here, it is all about what can be proven, right? What can be observed, what can be demonstrated, what can be measured, what can be tested, and how those things can be done repeatedly for empiricism. It's about what we can prove. Doesn't matter what you think you know, doesn't matter what you believe. It's about what you can prove. So, can you prove the Earth is a globe?
Okay, first of all, do you believe that there's gravity?
Okay, I asked you a question. Do you believe that Earth is a globe?
Yes, I believe that
Okay.
Earth is a globe.
Okay. So, and then your question to me is, do I believe in gravity, right? No.
Yes.
I don't believe in gravity. It's you guys that have to have that belief. You have to believe in gravity.
Okay,
Do you know what gravity is? Can you tell me what gravity is?
The gravitational force that acts on a object that pulls towards the Earth's surface is called the gravitational force.
Okay, and I'm going to have to stop you there because that's incorrect, okay? Gravity is not a force. I'm going to tell you why. Gravity is not a force because gravity doesn't have mass. And the word mass in ordinary language ultimately just denotes the, hold on, it denotes the amount of substance or matter in an object. Now, in physics, however, the word mass doesn't mean anything. Did you know that? So mass is an attracting mass. Not only that, that particular thing was thrown out over 100 years ago, and people still try to use it as a claim today that it's gravity, it's mass attracting mass. Well, that was thrown out and replaced with Einstein's theory, which nobody can prove. So you got two theories that nobody can prove. Do you know what the word gravity means? Someone? If you go back to the original meaning of the word gravity from gravitas, it means weight or heaviness. Okay? So if you want to get technical, sure, the weight or heaviness of something can create a force, right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's something called relative density. And it's an object to medium relationship. So the air is a medium. The water is a medium. Oil is a medium. Different gases and liquids are mediums. Okay? So if you drop an apple, if you drop an apple in the air, it's going to go down. If you drop an apple in the water, it's going to float. Okay? The apple is buoyant or it's dense relative to the medium that it's in. Okay? Does this make sense?
Okay, then answer me that. Okay. Go on. I'll ask the question further. Or
Well, I mean, you can ask your next question. I just debunked gravity for you.
hey,
So let's go on to the next debunk.
hey. Wait, it was working.
I can barely hear you, someone.
Okay, wait. I'm just doing a work. After that, I will ask you a question.
Okay. Well, then we're going to go to Exa because Exa had some questions and some things that he wanted to say while you're doing your work.
Do you believe in satellites?
Like I said earlier, if your question starts with "Do you believe?" I'm going to answer no because I don't hold beliefs. And sure, I guess I'll say that yeah, there's satellites, right? But they're strung to balloons. These giant weather balloons, these helium and hydrogen balloons. Okay, Exa?
And what's your source for that?
Oh, Sataloons. Just go look up Sataloons.
Okay, so if you don't believe in satellites, do you believe in Google Maps?
Yeah, all maps are flat, though. I look at Google Maps on a flat screen. Every map that I use, every paper map that I use is flat. So that's irrelevant. There's no curvature on Google Maps.
Okay, I'm free now. Can I ask you a question?
I'd like to mention I put 19 technologies in the side chat that could replace what a satellite supposedly does.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hold on. I'm asking a question to you.
Okay,
hold on a second. Yeah, you're still chatting with Exa.
Yeah,
Exa is talking with Lioness.
Okay, so if according to you, the whole Earth is flat, then why do you think that flights in the southern hemisphere are too short to fit a flat
Earth? Guys, do you believe in that are, you know, the Earth are flat?
Mamad, thank you. There was other people talking. You don't just come into a conversation and interrupt like that. That's rude. Okay, so let me go back to someone. Okay, what is your question, someone?
Okay, can you tell about the lunar eclipse, which always produces a circular shadow, which is possible if the Earth is flat?
How can you prove?
The Earth is flat?
How can you prove that that's Earth shadow, though?
Lunar eclipse.
Yeah. How? Yeah. Okay. That happens. Things happen in the sky all the time, but it's not any evidence of what the ground is doing.
Okay, why the shadow is circular?
Like this? Check that out. You get a curved shadow from a flat wall. Isn't that amazing?
Oh.
And then let's see, we've got another one in here. The angle of the light and where the moon is illuminated is completely wrong. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know if you can see the text chat. Can you see the text chat? Okay, here's one. Hold on, you guys.
Okay, I have a better question. Can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, then inquire about the existence of a gradient in atmospheric pressure, which decreases with altitude due to the weight of the atmosphere above a phenomenon explained by gravity and consistent with the spherical Earth.
You would be claiming that gas is holding in the gas, which is not true.
What?
So listen to me. Yeah, exactly. The second law of thermodynamics being entropy. It's high pressure to low pressure, hot to cold, and so on. So yeah, you've got a high pressure to low pressure, but never no pressure or negative pressure. Do you understand? So there's always pressure. And the only way that can be achieved, even pressure gradients, is in a container. In a closed system. That's the only way. So that would completely debunk the idea that you live on a ball in a vacuum. because the gases from Earth would be escaping into the vacuum, trying to fill the available space.
No, there is a actual layer, ozone layer, the ozone layer, you know?
Irrelevant.
It's a layer.
Irrelevant. It's within the closed system. What about the ozone layer? Ozone layer have gases?
Yes.
Gases aren't. Yeah, okay, well then, right, then gases aren't holding gases, my friend. Gases don't contain gases. You need a physical barrier, a physical container to hold gases, to have gas pressure, to have pressure gradients.
So how can you tell that the flat Earth have gases and don't escape from the Earth?
Are you asking me how flat Earth has gases that don't escape?
Yes.
Because of containment, sir. I've already stated this. It's a closed system. It can't be anything other than a closed system because of the way thermodynamics is, the second law of thermodynamics and gas laws. The definition of gas pressure, right, is the gas particles or molecules moving in all direction, colliding with the walls of its container. So in order to have gas pressure, you must have a container. There is no other way about it.
So where's the physical barrier? We cannot see a physical barrier over here.
Do we have to see it? Do we have to?
Obviously.
I mean, I don't know exactly where that reach is. I look up and I see stars, I see lights in the sky, but as you know, as far as the gas laws go, we know that there must be a container. Where that's at, we don't know. What it's made of, we don't know. Can we ever get a picture of it? Probably not. But we know that it must.
Limitations about your answers, right?
But listen, we know that it must be there because of these gas laws.
Of your questions, right?
Huh?
There's limitations of your questions, answers, right?
Sure, there's limitations to everything, and you know what? I don't know is a very honest answer. And I guarantee we're all going to die not knowing things. And it's okay to not know, right? We know that the Earth measures flat. We know that it's stationary. We know that it must be enclosed based on the second law of thermodynamics and other gas laws, entropy, okay? You need a container.
It's always moving around the sun. If it's not moving around the sun, then how can you get seasons?
Because the sun moves over us. It's very simple. What? You mean to tell me you don't see the sun move over your head?
Earth moves around the sun. Okay? It moves around the sun as an ellipse.
Okay, so what evidence do you have of that? What evidence do you have that Earth is moving?
Okay, the Earth is moving because if you see that there's a seasons, right? You have seasons in your country, right?
Right.
There's summer season, winter season, or the daylight always shrinks, or what can I say? Like that. You get it?
Right. Okay. So that's not any evidence that the Earth is moving. Okay. You and me and everybody else in this chat and everybody else outside of this chat observes the sun moving. Okay. You experience the sun as the body in motion. And you can't describe to me what the sun is doing without using verbs, without using verbiage, without describing the sun as being the thing that's moving.
Okay, I have an interesting question. Then, can you tell me why the half of the Earth always faces the sun and the half of the Earth is always not faces the sun? And
it doesn't.
Half of the Earth faces night and half of the Earth faces day?
Well, it doesn't, and I'm going to show you a video that I made out at the lake where nearly the entire glow of the sun, as it's coming back, the sun's coming back around, it was sunrise, the entire glow pretty much fits all in one frame of my camera. That should not be the case. if the sun is illuminating half of a ball Earth. There's no way that sunrise should fit in my entire
Okay, give me the video.
I'm looking for it. Give me a second. There it is.
Earth is round.
Okay, so someone.
Earth is round.
Oh, thank you for chanting. I'm asking someone, not you. When have you ever measured the surface to be curving? Someone, have you ever measured the Earth to be curving?
Nah, like I just know one thing. You all illiterate ass. You just don't even know what's going on.
Not talking to you. Thank you.
Okay,
So, have you ever measured the surface of Earth to be curving?
Okay, you know how big is Earth? You know?
How big is it?
How big? It's very big. 8 billion people lives in here, okay?
Okay, that's very vague, sir. You're not telling me how big. You're not giving me a size.
Let me finish, okay?
At 64,000 kilometers in radius.
6,400 kilometers, okay? Let me finish.
Uh-huh.
Okay, then the Earth is very big. You can see the curvature when you go up, say, to an altitude. You can see the curvature from the space. Okay, you don't believe in space. Wait.
I need you to stop for a second because you're getting carried away. You're getting carried away, and you're getting too off the topic. Okay, Earth size, right? You made a claim to its size. Now, my question to you is, how did you verify that?
What?
The size. How did you verify Earth to be a globe with a 3,959 mile radius? How did you verify that?
Okay, let me finish. If you go at the top of the Mount Everest, okay?
Okay, so you've been, all right. So my question to you is: you've been to the top of Mount Everest?
Yes.
You've been to the top of Mount Everest?
I didn't.
Oh, okay. So you're telling me to go do You're telling me to go do something that you've never done. Why would you do that?
If you fund me, then I will go there. If you can fund me, I can go there.
Fund you nothing.
Many videos.
Anybody makes it to the top of Mount Everest without dying, dude. You know all the bodies of frozen corpses that are up there? Just stop.
Okay.
What's his claim about Mount Everest, though? What's his claim about it?
He's claiming that if you go up to the top of Mount Everest, you're going to see Earth curve or something, right? I'm trying to ask him.
Well,
I'm trying to ask him when he said it's really big. Then he gave me a size, and I'm asking him how he verified that, and he's saying going to the top of Mount Everest as if that's something he's done.
Okay, here's someone taking a 360-degree pan of the camera at the top of Mount Everest. So, well, there goes that claim.
Yeah, that's flat, 360-degree, a flat circle all the way around. So there's your Mount Everest right there in the chat, someone. And yeah, it's not curving. You're actually seeing things that should be hidden below Earth curve, the little arrows that point down at some of these other mountains around there. So again, I'm going to ask you, how did you verify Earth to be the size that you claim it is? When did you measure? Have you measured and verified? Yes or no?
Yes, there is a formula to measure.
Okay. You said yes. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. We've been waiting for years. How did you measure? What did you measure? How did you measure to verify the surface of Earth to be curving?
Okay, let me talk. So, if so basically when you throw a ball from a certain distance, it falls down.
Stop. You're not going to white knight for someone. I'm talking to someone. I want someone's answer, not you. Not you. I'm not talking to you, Skibbity. I'm talking to someone. And I want someone to tell me if they have measured to verify for the size claim of the Earth. And it was a yes or no question, and you're trying to come in and trying to rescue him, but you're not. You're only going to get yourself in the same hot water that he's in.
No, I have an explanation.
I'm not talking to you right now. Someone, you need to have the stones and speak up for yourself.
Yeah,
He's trying to talk over you and hijack the conversation from us. So maybe please have the stones.
Just wait your turn, bro.
Please, Skibbity. Skibbity needs to wait.
My bad.
Someone, I'm asking you, someone, have you, this is a very, very simple yes or no question, okay? Have you measured the surface of Earth to verify the size claim?
Hey.
Yes or no?
I'm just gonna verify the Earth's curvature, okay? I'm just telling you. If you one of the most accessible ways is observing the ships sailing away on a large body of water.
I already told you how that doesn't work because we've got excellent optical technology these days where we can, with our own human eyes, we can watch a boat disappear and you can say, oh, it went below a water hill, it went below curvature. But we can get that optical assisting technology out and we can see it again. And it's going to go further away. And then we're not going to see it. And then we can zoom in some more and see it again. And we can keep doing this for dozens upon dozens of miles in a straight line. So there's no curvature there. There's no curvature in 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, 275 miles, and then some, and up, right? So I'm asking you again, this yes or no question. Have you measured the surface of Earth to verify the size and shape claim? Yes or no? Be honest.
So what's the question again?
Have you yourself measured the surface of Earth to be curving to verify the size and shape claim? Yes or no?
Yes.
How? I'm going to tell you right now, you're not being honest. I know you're not being honest because plenty of us in this Discord have gone out to large bodies of water and measured for curvature, only to find that it's not there. It's not where it should be, ever. Well, Salty User doesn't think that it's necessary for every claim to be verified. Wow. How would you even explain that one? That's crazy.
You are explaining, but
Yo, wait a second. Hey, level 9
Okay, did you
wait a second. So you have asked your parents are the real children?
What
sort of a dumb question is that, bro? It's completely unrelated to the topic, right? Try to stay on topic.
So she's asking how can you verify the claim, bro? I think that is reasonable.
What?
So
what does that have to do with the topic?
If I claim that I've got like a pocket-sized unicorn in my backpack, you're gonna tell me prove your claim, right? So yeah, it is important to try to verify claims because that's all you're giving me is I've got a unicorn in my backpack.
Yep, he's conceding. By asking that question to you, he conceded, I can't prove it.
Exactly. You can't verify the claim. You're telling me, well, we don't have to verify these claims. Well, yeah, that's a concession that you can't prove the claims that are on the table. Nobody is measuring Earth curvature. There's no Earth curvature to measure. The waters across this Earth are level. They rest flat, horizontal, for thousands upon thousands of square miles.
Okay, wait.
It's got to deal with it.
So water is fluid, right? It just flow wherever it gets space, right?
Yeah, water flows to the lowest. Water flows to its lowest points possible.
Then
settles in its
then if
basins,
it's square,
flat and level on the
if this is
surface.
square, the water is if the earth is flat, then where the water goes, there is no gravity. Then where the water goes?
What do you mean? The water is more dense than the air. Okay, so the water is able to move through the medium of air, flow to the lowest points possible. It takes the path of least resistance and settles at the lowest points possible. Do you know what the lowest point possible is?
He's asking why the water doesn't fall off the planet, Jenna.
Because it's contained. I already told him this. We're in a closed system. I already walked him through gas pressure and everything. So if we need containment for gas pressure, right, and there is a container, then yeah, no water is going to fall off of any edge, silly goose. That's what you should change your name to in here, silly goose. Someone.
Hello, what's up?
Hi, howdy. Welcome to the discussion. We can't find any Earth curve. Nobody's measured and verified Earth curvature. It all measures flat. Maybe you can help.
Okay, how can you just say that Earth is flat? Did you measure?
Yep.
Do you have any formula? To measure?
Yeah. So the globe math, the globe formulas say that from a 1 foot observation height above water, the horizon should be 1.22 miles out, right? So we go 1.22 miles times the square height of the observer's height in feet, right? So with that being said, we're going to put a camera down at 1 foot over sea level, okay? And guess what? What was observed is 1,000% more than what a globe Earth would ever allow. 10 miles out, you see the horizon at 10 miles. It should have been at only 1.22 miles. So why? We're measuring it flat. Going out and measuring for curvature, and it's measuring flat. I did my own personal measurement at a nearby lake, and my camera on my phone was only about 5 inches above the water, and I could see, I don't know, if anywhere from 3.2 miles across the lake to a bridge or a hill in the distance. I think it was a bridge. I've got the video. We shouldn't be seeing that far from 5 inches, because according to the globe, they say you can only see 3.1 miles from 6 feet. My observation height was down at 5 inches, and I was seeing 3.1 miles. That should not be happening if I live on a globe. So, you guys have no globe evidence. You have no globe measurements. You have presuppositions, assumptions, beliefs, and a bunch of baseless claims that you can't substantiate at all. So I suggest you do your own measurements. I suggest you go and learn everything that you need to learn about the heliocentric religion and go test it. Go test it to the real world. Promise you it won't match.
Okay, Okay, so is there anyone who will ask questions? I'm finished.
Okay, if you're finished, go ahead and locally mute yourself so that the next person can ask their question.
Hello.
Hello. Who's next?
My name's Almighty.
Hello, welcome.
I just wanted to know that how did you prove that Earth is flat?
Did you have your listening ears on at all, sir, with what I just said over the past 5 minutes?
No, like I was just outside, so I just didn't know that. Really sorry for that.
So, it's been determined that the Earth is flat because it measures that way, especially across the large bodies of earthly waters. It's also navigated that way. It's treated that way for celestial navigation. It's used this way in all practical applications right here on Earth. Measured flat, treated flat, navigated as flat, used as flat. Nobody's taking curvature into consideration. Nobody is measuring curvature. They're all assumptions. Right? So only mathematically is Earth a globe, but if we test it to physical reality, it's flat. So have you gone out and tested? Like, my question to you is, have you ever gone out and tested and verified the Earth to be a globe?
See, first of all, Earth is a really large space. It's a really large body. So you cannot determine that Earth is flat just by saying that I could see like 3.1 miles away from the place where I was standing right now.
How big is it then?
Yeah, right. I just asked the other guy that. How big is it?
I get, bro. Who is this? Who is this?
Just doesn't matter. You're saying it's so big. Okay, how big your buying time, dude? Just answer the question.
Okay, you leave that. Tell me one thing. Are your mathematical calculations covered? Who is this actually? Who's
doesn't matter who it is. You're saying you're trying to tell us it's so big that it's flat. All right, then how big is it then?
How big is it?
I don't know the exact size, but I guess.
Then why are you saying it's so big then?
So you can't make claims to size and then say you don't know the size, right? So you just shot yourself in the foot because you just made a claim to its size, right? So it's so big, but then you go, well, I don't know.
Yeah, you shouldn't be saying that. All right, what's your next question?
Yeah. So my next question is, what do you think? The photos which were taken by NASA and all are just fake?
Yeah, you can run photos of Loch Ness Monster, bro.
Yeah, same as. Yeah, photos of it's like photos of the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot, right? Do you believe that? Believe that photos of the or pictures, images of the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot are real? Do you believe that?
Nah,
but you're gonna believe the shit from NASA. Pardon my language.
Well, the point is that you can't just go off of quote unquote pictures and then stop there. Just because there are people that say there's pictures of Bigfoot and stuff like this, but you would not accept those pictures. You would need more evidence. So
okay, just tell me that. Do you guys know something about refraction?
Here we go.
Refraction of light.
Yeah. So guess what? If you claim refraction, you just shot yourself in the foot again because more refraction equals seeing less. Womp womp womp.
Well, why are you bringing that up though? Because what's your point?
So my point is, this is the most uneducated shit I've ever heard.
Hold on. Because what's your point?
So my point is, you know, refraction of light, you know, reflection of light. You know why? You know the thing why? Whenever the sun is below the horizon, we could still see the sun. Do you know why?
Can you give us an example?
So, guess there's a sunset going on, and you're somewhere near the Central Asia, I guess. No, leave Central Asia. You're somewhere near North Pole, and the sun is below the horizon. I guess you know the meaning of horizon. I guess so.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah, I really know what's horizon. Okay.
What is the horizon?
So it divides the upper hemisphere and the lower hemisphere. That's the horizon.
That's not correct, buddy.
Can you put it in the chat?
Clip that.
Can you get a citation or a definition where it says that? Put it in the chat.
Here's my next question. To you, Almighty.
Before you move on, let's get the definition.
Wait, just mix horizon with equator.
Oh, by mistake.
Yeah, let's see what he's got.
So
definition of horizon, right? Because he just gave us.
Hold on, Jenna.
No.
Yeah, let's see B Cook.
Hold on, Jenna. Just go ahead, Almighty.
No, leave that shit.
Do you believe the sun is flat? The sun is flat.
Hold on. We're cooking somebody else
He's
right now.
having a conversation with somebody else. You could take your turn later.
To answer your question, no. No, the answer is no. But go ahead, Almighty.
I can go ahead. Thanks a lot. So,
to post the definition of horizon.
Jenna, relax.
Yo, I guess my brother wants to talk to you guys.
No, what about you? You brought up the horizon.
I'm putting. Just a minute. Horizon. Horizon.
If the horizon is like the thing that divides the top hemisphere and lower hemisphere, does that mean that I'm living on the horizon?
Easy. You are not on the panel, dude. Stop cutting in, please.
Well, just to rewind, chat, just fill everyone in. He said, "So you guys don't know what refraction is?" So, okay, what's your point about refraction? Oh, this is the stupidest panel I've ever heard in my life. Have you guys even heard of a horizon? I go, yeah. What's a horizon? Well, it divides the northern hemisphere from the southern hemisphere. And now I want to move on to someone else, but go ahead. I mean, I don't know. This is pretty funny.
Yeah, can I speak?
No, I want Almighty to give us the definition of horizon because we're not done with that. That's Almighty's objective before we move on from him.
This kind of is where the rubber meets the road. What is the horizon really? That could be, you could sum up flat Earth with that question right there. So I don't think he knows what refraction really does to that argument, but it's not that helpful for you.
Yeah. It obliterates that
dummies, a bunch of dummies.
Almighty.
Did Almighty say that? There's no way Almighty just said that.
Yeah, he said that. Are you Almighty's sitting there calling us dummies, but he doesn't know what the horizon is.
How are you gonna bring up how are you gonna bring up the horizon and then fumble it immediately?
Come on, call us dummies. Like
that's incredible.
I don't know the definition, but let me show you something.
You don't know the Bro. So then what does refraction do to this thing that you don't know what it is?
So there's a phenomena that you cannot see okay, wait. Wait.
I actually think it might be helpful for you to grab the definition so that we're all on the same page here. You want to grab the definition?
No, just a minute.
You're Googling, man. You're making us wait for you to Google search stuff and read and stuff. What's going on, man? Are we going to have to wait here while you read, like a book or something?
I mean, Flat Earther, somebody just posted for him.
Can I speak, please?
Why do you want to interrupt, bro? We're trying to roast this guy, and you're trying to save him. So wait till he gets completely air fried, and then we'll move. Oh, he left. All right, whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, Earth has a large radius. So comparatively to other spherical bodies.
What's the radius?
The radius of Earth is 6,357 kilometers.
Okay, who measured that?
You can measure that through many. You can see there are basically many methods. So there are two methods.
Let's start with one.
Okay. So one method is to measure it using satellites. So basically, how's it done?
Hold on. How was it first established?
It was first established using ancient methods. So let's say you take the angles between two sun's rays. So how light travels in a straight line, right?
Yeah, sure.
So when you take two rays of light and take the angle between them and also take the distance between them and dividing by 2 pi, you get the average radius. So that's how it's conventionally done for every spherical body or any body if you want to calculate the radius.
But we're assuming in this case that the Earth is a spherical body. That hasn't been established.
Okay. Let us assume it's not a spherical body. It's a body of uniform distribution. So if you take a small
how do we know it's a body?
Okay. So if it exists, it has a physical body, right?
Well, see, I have a different opinion. I think that because you're probably thinking of the Earth as an object within like the solar system or the universe, but I don't think that's the case.
Then what do you think Earth is?
I mean, this is getting away from the radius thing a little bit, but I kind of think of the Earth the same way you would probably think of the universe. Do you think the universe is like a body or an object, or what shape is it?
The universe is collectively, a set of galaxies, planets, a lot of things. So it's expanding. So that's a totally different thing. It comes to quantum physics.
Look, I would to keep it really simple. When I'm referring to the universe, I'm talking about a very large place that's probably not been fully explored. No one knows the shape of it. No one knows where the edge is. I think all those characteristics. I think those characteristics apply to flat Earth as well. But the problem is, when people come into flat Earth discussions, they start comparing a globe to a flat Earth, which leads them to basically thinking of different flat objects, like a frisbee, a plate, a piece of paper, a paper towel, and they start trying to input these flat objects and go, well, how could it be this? How could it be this? How could it be this? It's none of those things. The flat Earth is not like the globe. The globe is an object within a place. The flat Earth is a place. It is not an object. So when you say like, well, it has to be some sort of body, so we're just going to input pi formula on it, I don't think you can do that in the first instance. So
see, for anything to be a place, it has to be physically existing, and for it to be physically existing, it has to be a body.
Like the universe?
Yeah, universe can be assumed as a body. In quantum mechanics, you can assume it as a body, and it is a different type of body. It's not a body of continuous distribution. It is rather a body of, ever expanding. It's ever expanding. So it's got different
faith
physics.
Is strong with this one. Faith is strong with you, brother.
Let's say we have a balloon and it's just expanding infinitely. What shape is that?
If it's expanding infinitely, you can't make a balloon because it's gas.
I'm just saying, you can say what shape the balloon is, even though it's expanding. But I could ask you, like, what shape is the universe? Whether it's expanding or not doesn't change that. So, what shape would you say the universe is?
The shape of the universe cannot be directly determined. It can be called as an oblate spheroid. You can call it an oblate spheroid. Okay.
Wait, really? How?
Yeah. So it's not exactly, spherical. It's not exactly flat. So it's somewhere in between. So, but the concept of universe is going somewhere else. We're talking about flat Earth.
CB,
right?
That is the universe. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But go ahead.
Okay, how is
CB,
it the universe?
Why don't you outline to him why he's wrong instead of letting him go down this rabbit hole?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's very difficult for people to understand. Do you want to talk about the Eratosthenes thing?
Well, no, he's just claimed that the universe is an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, I was like, dude, there's no way to leave the universe and see what it looks like from some outside place where you can look back and say, okay, well, here's what shape it is. You're making shit up. Yeah, I know. So that's kind of the problem here.
Okay, let's assume. Okay, let's not assume.
Why would we do that? All right.
Okay, let's take Earth. See, Earth, you have to take something as do you believe in physics at least?
Do I believe in physics? What's your point, though?
Okay, do you at least understand or believe in physics? So what physics is?
Make your point.
So in physics, you have to take something as a body to, prove something. You can't just take it as a place, something that's like non-existent or something that's in between both of them. Universe is something of a completely different concept.
As a system.
No, this is what I'm actually trying to get down at is like, it's not a different thing. For people that are new to flat Earth, you can't compare it to a globe, which is a body, because then, like I said before, look, dude, there's a lot of bodies or objects that you could use to represent a globe, like an apple, a ball, all kinds of different objects. Okay, this kind of represents what I'm talking about. Here's a little body that's like a miniature version. There is no object you can use to represent, say, the universe. So I would say flat Earth is like this. Your problem is, and many people's problem, is they think of different flat objects to represent a flat Earth. Oh, here's a cutting board. Here's a plate. Here's a coaster, whatever. There's tons of different flat objects, but none of those are our position. We don't know what shape the Earth is. We don't know if it's even a body because we can't leave it and look back at it and say what shape it is, like the universe. So when you say, "Oh, you can't compare it to the universe," yes, I can, and you probably should if you were smart, because then you wouldn't get yourself into the trouble of asking questions like, "Well, where does the water fall off?" Because that means you're thinking of the Earth as an object in the solar system that's flat. That's a problem.
See, they're basically making stuff up. So you can't, you can't just make anything an objectless thing. So universe is probably an object. It comes under theoretical physics, and this is totally different.
It's not totally different.
Okay, you want to assume the universe, Earth as a universe, right?
Yes.
And you want, okay, let's take Earth as a universe.
The floor of it, right?
Okay, let's take Earth as a universe. So, and what should I take Sun as?
I don't know what the sun is. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known that. I don't think anyone will know that. No clue.
Oh, so this is a very contradictory statement. So where do we...
I know what it is. It's a light in the sky.
How is that contradictory?
It's an apparent source of light and heat which moves across the sky. That's what it is.
Exactly. So
That doesn't tell you what it is, though. That's an observing what it does. But how is that contradictory? I'm not making any claims. I don't know what it is. I don't think you know either. The best thing you could offer me is the same story that we both know. I might know better than you, perhaps.
No. Okay,
that's not knowledge.
Sun is a source of heat and light. So light, what is light? Travels in a straight path. So we're taking light as a reference here. Okay? Make sense?
All right.
Okay. So Earth is, let's take it as something that's infinitely expanding. Is that what you want to call it?
No.
Okay, it's something similar to the universe, but the universe is expanding infinitely.
Not everyone agrees with that. That's not like universal that it's expanding.
You can read the theory.
And that's not my point either. The characteristics that I pointed out to you are these: a very large place, probably not fully explored, don't know where the edge is, don't know the shape of it. Those are the characteristics that the universe has, that the flat Earth also has. That's why I make those comparisons. Where the globe is an object, you can certainly leave it. You can go somewhere else to look back at it. You can say exactly what shape it is, etc. The universe, you can't do any of those things. You can't leave it. You can't go outside of it. You can't, know what shape it is because you can't go out of it. So the flat Earth is like that. The problem is people think, well, on a flat Earth, I should be able to launch into space and then look back and see a pizza or a disc or a frisbee with water falling off. That's why I'm comparing it to the universe. It's not an object that you can just leave and see what it is. Otherwise, they're like, oh, we're just going to put flat earthers on a rocket and then they'll see. No, dude, it's not going to happen. You can't even leave this place. That's why I'm comparing it to the universe. So it has nothing to do with it expanding or anything like that. And again, that's not universally agreed upon.
Okay, so you're telling me Earth has undetermined dimensions, is what you're trying to tell me.
I don't think it's been fully
undefined. Undefined, exactly.
Undefined.
But you're trying to think of it as being in a place, and we're thinking of it as being the place.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll tell you how it's defined. How does it have defined dimensions? So basically, tendency of something pulling objects towards the center supports a finite mass body. Okay. It's so how does an infinite plane work? Do you know how an infinite plane works? How does the gravity of an infinite plane works? And how does the gravity of a finite plane work?
All straight down if you apply Newtonian. All straight down. Yeah, all straight down. Vertical and parallel verticals. Yeah.
He's going to try to say
exactly.
It would crush it into a ball or whatever. First of all, you can't just sneak gravity in like this. That's a whole other can of worms that I don't know if you're ready to get into.
No. See, everything exerts gravity. Gravity is fundamental of space, time, and matter.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Come on, guys. Let's not let this guy drag us down a rabbit hole of all the stuff that he believes. Let's talk about what you know that can be proved. Let's talk about what's knowable, not what you believe. I don't want to hear about your beliefs. This is getting really boring, man. Let's talk about what can be verified and let's be confirmed, okay? What can be confirmed and what can be verified. Not about your theories or about your belief in other people's theories that can't be proven. Let's talk about what can be tested and repeated, okay?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell. But Cyron Baines here is telling me something about his beliefs.
I never said anything. You're saying, oh, well, gravity does this and does that. I don't. First of all, you haven't defined what gravity even is, and I don't think it's a established and proven fact or anything like that.
Okay, you want me to define what gravity is? You want me to define fundamental terms?
You've already butchered it, so yeah, go ahead, butcher it some more.
Sure.
Okay. So basically,
go ahead, dude.
Yeah. No, I haven't butchered anything. You're not letting me talk.
Yeah, you have actually. No, you have butchered. I can go over everything you butchered so far. Like, you butchered all your pseudoscience up. Like the shape of the universe, like you screwed that up to begin with. Okay, so you got that wrong. And now you're like blending Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity together as if it's like one thing, which is ridiculous. Right? And so go ahead. Go ahead with your definition.
Okay, first thing, I haven't blended Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah, you did
that. I heard you do that.
No, I'm talking about tendency of an object to pull things towards its center. Is the tendency?
See, you screwed it up. No, that's not what relativity says happens, right? You're talking about Newtonian. You're talking about mass attracting mass, which is Newtonian gravity, right? And that's not what's claimed to be happening with Einsteinian. Right, you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time, right, which isn't mass attracting mass. It's not a pull, it's not a force, right? Newtonian gravity is said to be the force of gravity, which was superseded 115 years ago and replaced with the pseudo-force. Yeah, so you're just kind of butchering it. Yeah, and you butchered before when you were talking about what's the shape of the universe. You butchered that as well,
Yo,
right?
Just let him talk. Just let him talk. Just let him talk.
You don't moderate, dude. Whoever you are, you put yourself on mute, right? I'm pointing out that this guy's butchering his pseudoscience. Yeah, Exo. So that's what happens. Okay, so this guy's butchering his pseudoscience. So yeah, where do you want to go from here, Mr. Butcher?
Okay, let me correct my mistakes if you think I made mistakes. So, let's talk about the shape of the universe first. So you can, I think, what do you say? Einsteinian physics, right? So, there are like 5 types of universes. One with
you already butchered it. CB asked you what shape the universe is, right? And you said it's an oblate spheroid. Right? That's not even what they claim, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's a mistake on my part. I'm trying to correct it. So
they say it's flat.
So why did you just? Obviously you don't know what you're talking about if you blatantly said it's an oblate spheroid, right? So why would we listen to you trying to correct your obvious mistake? What did you try to Google it or something and realize you're wrong, and now you're going to parrot some information that you don't know anything about?
No, I did not Google it. I know what it means. I confused.
Well, why did you say it's an oblate spheroid? Why did you say that?
Confused my terms. I tried telling Earth is an oblate spheroid. Instead,
but he asked you what shape is the universe. He asked you what shape the universe is. You said the universe is an oblate spheroid. This is all recorded.
So that's a mistake on my part. All I'm trying to do is correct it. So I know what. Okay.
So we're going to move on. Is the shape of the universe unknown?
We're going to give you a chance to correct it. What's the correct answer?
Yeah, so the shape of the universe totally depends on the density and the rate of expansion, obviously. So it depends on how space is connected. That's totally Einsteinian physics. So it's not at all interrelated to what flat Earth is. And the global shape.
That was a non-answer.
Okay. You want me to tell shape? So there are basically 4 types. There's something called a universe with zero curvature. That's when, universe is like a sheet of paper. And there's like positive curvature, which is like, it curves like a sphere. Negative curvature is like a hyperbola. And open with,
Bro, it can't be all of them at once. So which one is it?
No, it completely depends on the curvature of space-time. That's what I'm telling you.
Holy shit! Just which one is it?
You could have said, I don't know.
Look, dude, the overall point that I was trying to make is that you can't leave the universe
to then go to some other place to look at it and say what shape it is. You can definitely do that with the globe, hypothetically. You leave the globe, the surface, go into outer space, look back, you can see it. You cannot do that with the universe. Similar,
Exactly.
in the same way, you can't leave a flat Earth because there's nowhere else to go and to look back and see what shape it is. That's the point I'm trying to make there. So you shouldn't really be trying to tell us what shape the universe is because you can't leave it. You're inside of it. And you've never been to the boundary. It's like huge and not fully explored. So
No, that's
a flat Earth.
That's totally cosmology, you know. Being at the edge of the universe, studying about the universe is something. It's related to cosmology, nothing related to flat Earth. And if you can't leave flat Earth,
Yes,
what
it
makes
is.
it? Okay, how is flat Earth and anything?
It's the question of bounded versus unbounded.
Oh, okay. Earth is bounded.
Yeah, known and unknown.
How do you know that?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you, but you're taking it to what is gravity.
So you know
what
the Earth is bounded. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
You
sure.
know that?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that?
Okay. So basically, if it's bounded, it has limited dimensions, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so basically, what we want is we take observation of the horizon and the curvature. And okay, you want me, what is a horizon? You're gonna ask me this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Earth has a surface. Everything that has closed dimensions has a surface. And what separates the surface and the sky, what is seen by the observer, is called the horizon. So,
Congratulations.
Okay, we see that. But you said see the curvature. Where do we see that at?
Okay, now I'm going to tell you how does Earth have curvature. So you can make up the like explanations according to optics. You know how ray optics works.
Mm-hmm.
You just said see the curvature.
Dude, we've been talking about this topic for 8 years at least. You're not telling us anything. You're not educating us. You're not informing us. We've done this over and over again. You're playing catch up, trying to act like you're teaching us something.
No. All I'm trying to make is an explanation. Okay. So light travels in a straight line. So when you look at a distance object,
remember you said that. Put that in your hip belt, dude. Remember you said that.
Oh, of course, light definitely travels in a straight line. Light has dual nature. It travels as a straight line and a wave. It can be observed using. It can be
That's not
observed
what he
using
means.
Young's.
But just put a pin in it. Just put a pin in it.
No. Yeah. So when it travels in a straight line, so when you keep two objects over the curvature, so basically the curved Earth surface hides the lower parts of the object behind the curve. So you see why? Okay,
he did it. He did it in the
ocean. Huh. What?
So there's no horizon on the flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no. Yeah. There is no. There is horizon, and there is a curvature for Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell.
No. On a flat surface, on a flat Earth, would there be a horizon or not?
Would there be a horizon? Definitely. There would be a geometrical horizon. There would be a geometrical horizon, but there wouldn't be an apparent horizon if you take considering it as a flat disk.
Flat Earth?
Yeah.
There'd be a geometric horizon, but no apparent horizon on a flat Earth.
Yeah. But which is not possible. It's completely contradictory.
Okay. There'd be a horizon on a flat Earth, and it would be apparent. There would not be a geometric horizon.
Yeah.
I don't know why you said everything backwards.
Yeah, but that assumption would be wrong because it's incorrect. So
okay, tell me what's incorrect about it.
So if there is no apparent horizon,
why?
You don't. So see, basically, if there was no apparent horizon, you wouldn't see stars twinkling. Okay, if there's no star,
you wouldn't see stars twinkling if there was no apparent horizon.
Yeah, the horizon causes refraction of light, which causes the apparent
horizon dude, are you taking the piss? Are you drunk, bro?
Yeah, the refraction is not.
Are you drunk out your ass? The horizon causes a flat Earth horizon causes refraction of light. Are you high?
Talking about flat Earth here. I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm talking about experiments and visual observations that has been done.
The stars twinkle, dude. They well, for whatever it is, it's because of the atmosphere. You know what's crazy though? The lights don't twinkle for the same reason from the ISS though.
What?
Ooh. Also, I gotta stop him
things
when
in
he
the
said,
sky
keep saying,
twinkle when they look down from outer space, right? That nothing's twinkling, is it?
Yeah, nothing is twinkling. Why isn't it not twinkling?
Got him.
Because there's no atmosphere.
There's no bro, but there's an atmosphere in the line of sight, right?
What? There is no atmosphere in line of
Let's
sight.
say I look at a street light from the ISS. Is there an atmosphere between me and that street light?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so why doesn't the street light twinkle?
Because of the distance. Because stars are very far away, they appear as point sources of light. But is a
Okay,
bulb
but they're
point source
beyond
of
the
light.
atmosphere, right? And so is the ISS is beyond the atmosphere. So you have the portion, right? The lower Earth orbit, right? So you got that section. That's where the air is, and that's what causes all the twinkling. There's no twinkling medium in outer space, right?
There is no twinkling medium in outer space, but when light enters the atmosphere of Earth, there is interference of atmospheric gases, or the layers of atmosphere, because the atmospheric layers are
You're
arranged
not
in different
understanding, but it has to happen in reverse too, buddy.
The heck threw me off.
Okay, how does it happen?
What does this got to do with the horizon?
I don't know. We lost the horizon a long time ago. Okay, this is very simple. Okay, the flat Earth would not have a geometric horizon. How far you can see would be limited by the angle from which your line of sight is to the surface.
Oh, when did I tell flat Earth wouldn't have a geometric horizon? It would have a geometric horizon.
No shit. It's created by the angle from which you see the surface. In that angle, what that limiting angle is determined by the diffraction limit of the optical device, whatever it is. Like your eye, right? That's optical. Completely optical. Has nothing to do with geometry. It's just your limiting angle.
See, if there is a geometric horizon, there is... Okay, geometric horizon
Are you
is present.
claiming the geometric horizon's been observed?
Oh, definitely. You can observe it through the behavior of light. How does light behave? You can observe it through the...
Okay. So if I see a horizon that's 10 times too far, is that the geometric horizon?
How are you going to see a horizon that's 10 times geometric as far?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Well, because you can take a camera, stick it 1 foot above the ocean, and see a horizon 10 miles away when it's supposed to be 1 mile away. The geometric horizon from a one height is, according to the globe, 1.22 miles away.
See,
there's photographs of a horizon being, there's photographs of a horizon being more than 10 miles away.
Okay. So what you're talking about is...
I'll post it in the chat.
No, keep laughing. Because you said, because you laughed and you remarked that something to the effect of that would be ridiculous. So keep on laughing, bro. Like, these people are so fake.
Okay, so you're telling
It's
me...
in the side chat. It's in the
There's
side
another
chat.
one in the side chat too.
Okay, so you're telling me...
Hold on, buddy. You see the... I didn't want to go over the image. So this is a video, but you can see from the first frame, you don't even have to click play. There's a green line. Okay, that furthest oil rig is 10.10 miles away. So the green line is farther than 10 miles. Okay, has to be. Right? Do you agree with that? If the farthest oil rig is 10 miles away, the horizon has to be past that 10 miles.
Okay.
Okay. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Okay. So, you know what's going on
Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Don't be a fucking snake, dude.
No.
You don't agree that if the horizon is behind an object, that the horizon's farther than the object?
The horizon is farther than the object. Okay, do you know how the horizon is taken as a
Yes
reference?
or no? Why are you asking me a question?
No.
If I have an object at 10 miles away and the horizon is beyond that, right, behind it, Okay?
Okay.
We're at horizon, object, in the way of horizon, right? So the horizon's beyond that object has to be farther away than the object, right?
The horizon has to be farther than the object.
Yes. Why is this confusing?
Because
okay, how about this? If you're standing 10 feet away from me and there's somebody behind you and you're standing in front of them and I can only see half of them, are they farther away than you are?
You can only see half of them.
Congratulations. Who gives a shit? Why? I'm just trying to establish that if this oil rig is blocking the horizon, right? You can't see the horizon behind it. So you see a green line, it stops at the oil rig.
You know, this is why
the horizon. So the oil rig is blocking the. Is the horizon blocking the? Is the oil rig blocking the horizon or not?
It's totally blocking it because there's a curvature, and you're totally proving it by the Earth is
So the object
round.
is blocking the horizon because it's the curvature. Really?
Exactly. You know,
this is about the geometry, bro. This is about the geometry, not
exactly,
the visuals.
I'm talking about geometry. Okay. So when we take geometry, there's something called...
Is the oil rig? No, we're going to establish the foundation so you can't weasel out of it. Is the oil rig, since it's blocking the horizon, closer to the camera than the horizon?
What? Okay, could you please go a little bit
Is
slower?
the oil rig closer to the camera than the horizon?
Is the oil rig more closer?
You can't tell.
No, can't tell, totally.
Okay, just go on fucking mute. You're dishonest fuck, bro. I'm not even entertaining that shit.
You're smirking while you're saying that.
No shit. Fuck, dude. So, Small Fox, why don't you unfucking mute? And you can tell us if the oil rig is in front of the horizon or behind it. You guys, this is the disgusting part. Is that any normal freaking person would just say, speak about what? There's nothing for you to speak about. You're trying to claim stupidity, dude. No.
Your globe, Skibbity, your globe dictates that that horizon should be in front of the oil rigs, not behind it, right?
And we don't care if it's blocking it or not. That's not the point. The point is we're just trying to figure out how far away is the horizon. The thing that you said is a geometric thing. Okay? This proves, if you think the Earth is a globe, that you can't see the geometric horizon because this horizon is 10 times too far. So see 4 miles away when it's more than 10.
Yeah, and that's the problem, Skibbity. It's not limiting how far you can see in that image.
We got another guy that's just rejoined who was talking a big game in the side chat. Welcome back, Exa. Are you there?
Hello there.
Are you back in the side chat or are you back in the main chat? Because this is a talking only chat right now, so unmute, please.
Dude, even Neil's getting sick of y'all shit.
I just want to watch wrestling, but like, come on, stop lying, guys.
So watch what an honest globe earther says. Hi, Imrail, are you there, dude?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Right? Is the horizon beyond the second oil
Oh my
platform?
fucking god! Why do you want to mute me as well, or like what do you want
No,
from me?
we just want you to tell the
Come
truth.
on, Real. Just
Yeah,
be.
yeah. Look, there's. Hold on a second. So the globe earthers will not admit that the horizon's beyond the second oil platform. So I'm trying to show that some globe earthers are honest and can admit obvious things like this.
I don't see a problem. Like if we see the water further away, like obviously
No,
it's
no, no.
further away. So why?
Yeah.
Why?
So these guys are saying it's
Admitting
not.
further away is more than what they did.
Well, it's what you asked, or I didn't understand your question. Maybe you see, you asked if
all we
the
wanna know
horizon
is-
is further away than the oil station. Yes, it's further away.
Okay, simple.
Thank you.
Just that, like every fucking day, like 20 minutes, 50 minutes, 2 hours, deciding some simple things like is 2 bigger than 1? Is this further away or not? Like
It's Groundhog Day, Imrael. We get different people in here every day, so we have to go over the same shit with them.
What do you think about the fact that, like, it is obvious the horizon's past the oil rigs? Any normal person if shown, hey man, here's a picture. Is the horizon farther than the rigs? They were like, yeah. But they can't admit that for some reason. Why? Why are they like willing to basically throw their own intellectual honesty under the bus? For what? What are they going to achieve? It's not even their theory.
Yeah, they can't agree with anything a flat earther says. If it came out of a flat earther's mouth, they have to disagree with it no matter what. Welcome to the chat. Anyone new that's joined? Dente,
is
welcome.
there a full video of this GIF like that I can watch with these sort of
Yeah.
things? Can
Yeah,
someone
sure.
tell me? You can just tell me how it's called, and I will look for it.
Yeah, I'll
Or you
just
can
post
post it if you have. Like, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I got it. There you go.
Has Exa spoken to you?
I think Exa was talking earlier, but doesn't seem to.
In support of Flat Earth or the globe?
No, in support of the globe, talking all sorts of smack.
Okay,
in the
Exa,
chat.
stop pretending to be a Flat Earther in the side chat.
Oh yeah, that'll get you banned. Yeah, without hesitation. Hello, Dente. Welcome.
Skibbity, now you're throwing your own side under the bus. If the Earth was flat, mass distribution of Earth would not be uniform. Well, it's not supposed to be. Didn't Einstein say that gravity is the result of the disproportional distribution of mass, distorting space-time? It's not the even distribution of mass, right? That's distorting space-time. It's the uneven distribution of mass.
You know, T-Dubs like they can't get their BS story straight.
Exactly, Dave. They've been butchering their own globe nonsense all day long. Like we had one guy just claiming that the geometric horizon's the equator line, and then after that we had a guy saying space is an oblate spheroid, and then he was like blending Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity together, and then he couldn't admit that a horizon's beyond an oil platform. It's another sad day for the globe side. Julian, welcome.
Hey.
What's up, man? Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Wow, excellent. Do you know the Earth's a globe, or do you just believe it because you were taught it?
I believe the Earth is a globe.
Okay, but you're not sure, like you don't know for a fact. You just believe it, or do you know for a fact?
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay. So you're not sure, you just believe it because that's what we were taught growing up, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Okay. Have you looked into this topic before?
Yes, I listened sometimes.
Okay. So what do you think about the topic?
I don't know what to believe.
Okay.
But I think the Earth is a globe.
So what would be your main evidence that's leading you towards thinking the Earth's a globe?
So every picture from space, you see the Earth's curvature, and yeah.
Yeah, so, would you agree that you can't really validate any of those images? You would just kind of have to trust the images.
Yeah, but why should they be fake?
Well, I mean, if you have a look into that, most of them are admitted to be computer generated. So
okay, but I tested it. I
here we go.
Put a weather balloon into space with a camera, and
yeah, did you?
I saw the curvature.
Yeah, did you film it?
Yes.
Okay, can you post the video?
No, I don't know where the video is, but
How high did it go?
I don't exactly know, but
well, you said you went to space, so how would you know that if you don't know how high it went?
I didn't had a height measuring.
Then how do you know it went to space?
Because I saw.
How high is space? How high up is space? I don't think you did what you're saying you did.
Atmosphere.
What? Yeah, how high is that?
I don't know. I can't look it up.
Really? You can look it up?
Yes.
So let's assume you did this balloon launch, which we all know you didn't. But let's just pretend you did. Space doesn't start for 100 kilometers, man. Balloons don't go that high. Space doesn't start until 100 kilometers.
Yes, I know.
Balloons don't go that high.
Why shouldn't they go that high?
Because as they go higher, the pressure goes down, and the balloon expands, and then eventually pops. If they sent it up with any stronger material, it would be too heavy to get lift to go that high either. It reaches, what do they call it, hydrostatic equilibrium, and then it pops.
Okay.
So Felix Baumgartner, he did the Red Bull jump. He went to 128,000 feet, and he's highest jump ever, no curvature from there. So I don't know what you're seeing. Obviously, we're not seeing anything because you didn't record it or something.
But other people did it as well on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Check it.
Did they know?
Yeah.
Like Felix Baumgartner, who I just talked about, 128,000 feet, no curve. Yeah, because not even horizon dip.
Okay.
Because if the Earth is a globe, the horizon should dip down because it's a ball, right? So the horizon should dip the higher you go. So there should be 6 degrees of horizon dip from 128,000 feet. There's none.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to know, why did you come in here and lie?
I didn't lie.
Yeah, you didn't do any balloon thing.
Yes,
at
but
all.
Okay, maybe that didn't go out of atmosphere, but I saw the curvature.
No, you didn't, because you never did it.
Yes, I did.
Okay, what kind of camera did you use?
A GoPro.
A GoPro.
Yes.
So you saw curvature with a GoPro. Did you have a correcting lens?
Huh?
GoPros have a fisheye lens, buddy.
Yes.
How much did it cost you to fly your balloon?
I don't know.
You don't know. It would have been hundreds of dollars, almost $1,000, and you didn't know that. Why did you come in here and lie?
Bro.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Did as well.
It's not even your idea to lie about. You literally taking someone else's idea, felt some need to protect it, and came in here and lied. Why? Like, I don't get you guys. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Sorry, pardon my French, dude. What, like, I can't imagine hearing someone else's theory and then going and lying for their theory.
Are we waiting for something?
Yeah, waiting for the next one to roll in, but you know, each one gets slightly worse than the previous one.
So Easy made a comment yesterday. I can't remember what it was exactly. Oh, it'll come to me. But it was something that it said something that you would think only someone who's been in this arena for a long time would have said. It's not something that a kid reading from textbooks or encyclopedias would say or read about in there. I mean, it was, I don't know. I wish I could remember. It'll come to me.
I think he said several times that he is not a kid.
That's what kids say. That it's a kid thing to say. It's joking. Easy.
No.
Easy said they're between 10 and 20 years old.
I think he's using the voice changer.
Yeah, something like that. Easy's cool though. Easy's all right. You there, Easy?
I can tell you I'm not using a voice changer.
Yeah, I don't think it's a voice changer.
It's Easy Utah.
Easy, have you had random people sending you DMs trying to tell you that the Earth's the globe?
No, I don't think so. No.
You're not sure?
I don't look at my DMs often. I usually what do you call it? I usually go there only if somebody tells me I should check my DMs.
Right. So you haven't had like random people saying, "Oh, say this, say that."
I get all my information by myself or my textbooks.
Yeah, I don't buy your story, bro.
If it is some sort of stick, it's pretty interesting to say the least. Textbook person.
Yeah. But what was that thing that you said that like somebody said that I said something that sounded really good. I've even forgotten it myself. What did I say?
Well, I don't think he quite worded it like that. Nice try though. No, he said that one of the questions that you asked wasn't a question that someone very new to the topic would ask, that's all.
Oh, okay. Was it about my guy Nicholas Columbus, my favorite guy?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, and Majin is writing something, and I would like to comment that almost every single time I'm here, all the topics are about like it's never about the flat Earth. It's about the globe Earth and why it's not correct. About dinosaurs and reflection and refraction and stuff like that, and space and sky and stars, and it's never about the flat
You think
Earth.
that's because of us?
No. I just he just wrote that this guy that Easy was saying something not about the flat Earth, and I'm just commenting that it's always like this. It's not just he's not the only one who's doing that. It's every time like this.
Well, I just think it's very odd. I just asked you why people act like that, and this other dude comes in and lies immediately after. Like, what's wrong with these people? Why do they feel compelled to just come in here and tell lies? Do you think he flew a freaking hot air balloon into the upper stratosphere and
I don't
doesn't
think
remember
that.
how much
No.
it cost?
I don't think that, but I don't think that I can answer why would he do that. Like, I don't see the logical reasoning behind that.
Neither do I. But people come in here and say, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Well, why did he lie about the shape of the Earth? Literally, they prove the people that they think they don't exist, they are that person. They're the person that they're saying doesn't exist. That's them. If they want to know where that person is, they just need to go find a mirror and look in it. That's where the person is.
Yes, so Imrail, the Globe Earthers try to steer the conversation away from the Earth at any opportunity, right? My whole thing is to present long-distance observations here on the Earth and to try to keep the topic grounded here on the Earth, right? Talking about the actual Earth. And when I tell them, I'm saying, look, I have proof that it's not a globe. I can go over long distance observations, and they don't want to see it. They'll change, like their next response to that will be, oh, well, so what shape do you think the moon is? Or what shape do you think the sun is? Or what about Venus? Did you not just hear me? I just said I have evidence or proof that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe, right? And they don't want to see it. They run away.
I think I could answer that like at some extension, but I would be probably interrupted like in 10 seconds, so I don't think I would be able to finish my thought.
Well, do you understand that none of the flat earthers in here want to talk about the sky? But only the globers want to talk about the sky and not about the Earth.
Yeah, and I think I understand both parts.
Yeah, so we want to talk about the Earth that we can validate, right? And they want to talk about things that nobody can validate, that's just based on faith and assumptions. So yeah, we're not just, prove your globe, right? And we don't want to present evidence. That's my favorite thing to do, is present evidence and ask them to present Earth-based evidence as well, but there isn't any. But yeah, go say your piece. You won't get interrupted or muted or anything. Go ahead.
Well, sometimes, like, sometimes if you want to prove something and you imagine like there is like one person saying this shape is a square, and another person saying, no, I think it's a circle. So the first one says, well, let's see, if it was a circle, and the second one immediately interrupts and saying, not if it's a circle. Okay, let's say it's a square, and the second one says, no, it's not a square, definitely. It's just hard to get to this reasoning, like coming with from these starting points. And it's what's happening when the globe earther would say, well, if the Earth is flat, then this wouldn't work, or that should work in the...
It didn't make any sense. Because flat and round shapes, they're 3D, fam. Stop saying, like, just speak accurately. It's like, how are you going to determine the difference between a description and a description? Circle, round, flat, not shapes. Put your balls on a shape if you're serious. Like spherical. Guess what? You can't put that aside. Something else, because we haven't given you an alternative. So it's
so that's what I meant. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Elijah.
You can't say it's what you meant, because you're saying it's this or that.
No, that's what I meant when I said that I would like. It's hard to finish a thought in like 15 seconds or something.
Listen,
that's what I meant.
I need to understand. You don't have both a this and a that to say it's this or that, or we don't know if it's this or that. Like saying, I don't know if it's black or black. I don't know if it's gray or gray. You're not making sense.
Okay.
Can we get context to what's going on here for people that just joined?
He's trying to explain how hard it is to determine whether or not the Earth is round or flat. I responded, flat and round are both not shapes. But when you woke up to think about this, the first thing you thought was wrong. Because you thought that description of shapes were shapes. That's when you fucked up. The moment you thought anything about this, that's where you fucked up. From the jump.
Elijah, he was trying to explain why people have a hard time trying to get their point across is because the minute they word their first statement the incorrect way, they get stopped automatically before getting to finish their point. That's what Imrael was saying.
Yeah, that's fine. However, it's justifiable to stop somebody when they're saying, "Well, it could be this or that," and you're questioning what the two distinct things are. Because it's flat and round. Are those two different things? No. It's two different aspects of something, but there is no thing to judge the roundness or the flatness. Like, he's not putting anything into the itemized list. You got to put it into the list for someone to go, you don't have that, you have that. Let's talk about this, let's not talk about this. We can't talk about nothing, though. That's impossible. We got to start there. When people come here, we got to start with, first of all, the very minimal bar is you have to actually say something coherent. I can't respond to incoherence. It's not. I don't know why we try. It's not possible. You don't need to speak good English to understand that you didn't offer up two possibilities that are distinct from one another.
Speak about the points of these people, because if these people don't very good in English, but they come to say about something what you don't know, and the position of these persons can to be different, and they can to be able to speak with you. Sorry if I misunderstood you.
It's fine.
Asteroid. Oh, go ahead, Pete. I'm sorry. No, you're probably going to say the same thing as me anyway. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, well, speaking of knowledge, right, and attempting to, explain your knowledge in English, right, speaking of that, does anybody here have knowledge of the Earth's shape?
Well, I saw Asteroid just put in the side chat, the curvature of the Earth is roughly 8 inches per mile squared, and so on, right? The horizon is about 3 miles away. So I'm guessing that you believe the Earth's a globe, Asteroid?
Yeah, and oftentimes when people send images such as the one that was sent in chat, they don't send it alongside with data, and visuals are useful, but you need actual data to make a claim like this.
Did your voice just completely change? What the hell's going on?
And the way you speak and like your grammar and everything.
Okay, interesting. Okay. So do you have any evidence of what you wrote in the chat there, that there's a geometric horizon and that horizon is 3 miles away?
I mean, we can observe the constellations, we can observe weather patterns, all these different factors.
No. What the hell are you talking about? Okay. All right, this is not going to work out. What are you using some weird AI or something like that?
What makes you think that?
You using Sesame AI? I don't know, man. This is ridiculous because you didn't answer my question at all.
What makes you think that?
Because you continuously lit up.
We will destroy it in autumn because we have trouble with strange objects who want to meet the Earth in autumn. Look at this because we have two things. The strange behavior of this object, and today we have the strange light of this object. Good luck.
And that was funny.
This is not funny right now. Yes,
that was sad. Why are you saying sad stories, man?
This is not funny story. This is a reality. Yes.
Do you have any problems with geometry in real life?
Geometry? No.
Yeah. Do you know what's geometry?
Yes. I am artist.
Okay. Do you have any problem with the geometry in reality?
What?
A little bit. Yes.
Which kind of problems?
I understood you. This very funny.
Do you know what is surface?
Surface? I don't know this word.
Surface. Yeah, surface. Surface.
Dude, I want to understand you, but I don't know this word. Could you explain?
You don't know that
please?
word.
Okay. Yes. I am B1. I am practice English and.
Okay. Do you think that Earth is a sphere?
Oh my God. Maybe.
Do you think that Earth is a sphere?
No, it's not. It's not completely. It's not a sphere. Because
it's not a sphere. Because of what?
Because this is the Earth have another form. This is a fact. It's not a sphere.
Why?
Because it is. The Earth is not a sphere.
Why?
It's how to say?
It's not. This is roughly a sphere. It's not a sphere specifically. It's an oblate spheroid. Okay, is that what you mean, man? I'm just trying to help you out. It's roughly fatter around the edges, so it's more egg-shaped or oblate than it is a perfect sphere. Is that what you're trying to say? Come on, bro. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I know this is like not the English channel, but I mean, is that what you're trying to say? Yes or no?
Dude, you want to mute me because I said something else. What do you believe?
No, no one wants to mute you. What are you talking about? Hold on. Let's wait. Obviously, you're learning English. Everybody in here needs to think about that. That maybe he might not understand the words you're using or every word you're using, and that might not even be the important words. So just take that into account when you're talking to this guy. We don't want to mute you. I don't know why you think that, but we don't.
I had before this room. I had a conversation with old guy and young girl, and old guy just forced the opinion to young girl. I have courage right now, and I just very aggressive right now. But I want to be kind, and I am kind person.
All right.
But,
nobody is being antagonistic or anything. So, do you think that Earth is a spheroid, or a geoid, or a ellipsoid?
Droid. We have another. This is Earth is not a sphere. We have another word for this object. It's completely not a sphere. That's fact.
So like a geoid. So geoid?
Geoid. It's true. It's true.
Right. Okay, there you go. Would the surface of liquid then have curvature?
Could you explain your position?
So water. So if there's water on the surface of your geoid, right, is it going to be uniformly distributed? Is it going to have an even curve to it?
Curve. What's a curve? Sorry, I don't know.
Curvature, round. The surface of
Not
the
a
water, will it
straight
be
line.
curving, not be straight?
Oh God. Sorry.
What's your first language, Rel? What's your language?
Yeah, might need some more practice at English.
Yes. I don't know very much words. I have just.
What language do you speak, Rel? What's your language?
Languages. We have the three languages in schools in Belarus. English and Russian and Belarusian. I am from Belarus, and so I can to speak in force. No, force. I can't understand force, but Ukrainian also. But I can to speak in three languages. I have troubles with English because there's I just want to be kind, and I want to be able to speak about your interesting conversation. And sorry, dude, who speak with me. Sorry, I have troubles with my vocabulary.
Он спрашивает, ты считаешь, что поверхность Земли и воды изогнутая? Curved.
Земля изогнутая.
Yeah, so curved. Изогнутая, curved.
Yeah, yes.
That's what he meant by the word curved.
Thanks of this. Yes. This is curved. We have the curved. We don't have the sphere. Yes, this is my answer.
Okay. Listening pass.
So during this 30 minutes, we established that yes, he thinks that the Earth is curved. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But sometimes the rooms have people who don't want to speak. I have a very strange situation. I can to create the walls, and my fluency it's maybe without grammar too high. I can to create sentences, but this is
like usually, especially when someone doesn't speak English, like when they hear another voice, like social cues are still there, supposed to be, right? But
yes.
Can guys, before the room is dead, is there anyone else? No, like tell your friend or whoever, like we don't not want to talk to him. He has to listen because his English is not that good. We're not it's not our fault. We want to talk. His English is not that good.
Yes. Thanks, but sometimes I can't speak about some topics, and I completely be stupid in another topics because I have troubles with my vocabulary, and I like to listen persons. This is my heart way of learning of English. I'm trying to speak with guys who have more huge, more level. This fighting with guys who want to destroy you, and this is my path. I just speak with persons who are better than me. This is my path of learning of English. Sorry for interruptions. Anyone want to speak about something? Oh, you can to speak? Why not, though? So many people here. Some people don't want to be a leader in the discussion and create a discussion. This is a problem. I think.
Oh man, there's a communication issue here, brother. A lot of people get frustrated when clear communication can't be achieved with some level of ease. We appreciate you being here and trying to, I guess, communicate clearly with us. But what Elijah was saying to Imriel was that if he could at least, Imriel, if you could translate to Asteroid PI that his English isn't good enough to have this conversation in a meaningful way.
It's not Asteroid. It's not Asteroid.
It's another guy.
Oh, okay.
So Asteroid is the one that was speaking fluently and then was just turned down and then accused of using AI, and then no one wanted to actually acknowledge his claim.
Name is always highlighted when someone speaks, so we assume that it's you who's speaking.
Yeah, no, that just happens.
I mean, yeah. If they're not muted up, that's what winds up happening. Normally, we ask people if they're not speaking to mute themselves, but with no
it's not
background
making any
noise,
sound,
it's
though.
okay, I guess. Yeah, it's okay. I said with no background noise, I don't worry about it.
So I asked this guy a direct question, and he just responded with some jargon that had nothing to do with my question.
Your question was how can he substantiate his claim? and then he started speaking of observations of constellations.
What was my question? Yeah, what was my question?
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking you. Could you clarify what your question was?
Yeah, so the claim in the side chat from your character was that the horizon is at 3 miles. Okay, and you'd be claiming a geometric horizon. So I asked if you could validate that for us.
Mm-hmm. And what was his response?
Something about stars and constellations.
Right, so he said that observing constellations is a way in which you can do that.
Okay, so how? Go ahead, present.
Asteroid, you there?
Yeah, you interrupted me and you were accusing me of AI, but what I was saying is that you can use constellations and other factors to conclude that the Earth is spherical, and then from there you can use the constellations to figure out the circumference of the Earth and the radius, and you can use basic geometry to figure out the way that the curvature of the Earth and the horizon appears.
Okay, so go ahead and present your evidence that validates the geometric horizon.
Sure. I mean, I'll send you like basic math, but I mean,
no. You need to substantiate that the math actually matches up with reality. So the side chat's there. You can post your evidence.
Sure. And you guys can carry on. I'll send it to you. But
yeah, you could explain it while you're looking for it, perhaps, or tell me what you're going to present. I mean, how long is it going to take you to find this?
I mean, I think like for someone like you, I probably should explain it because I don't think you're going to understand if I put it in words. So I need to type it out for you. I'll send you something.
No, you can put it in words. You've spoken to me for just a couple of minutes, right? So don't make a big jump. So,
well, you think Earth is flat, so I definitely should explain it for you in a way that you can understand.
Yeah, so go ahead, explain it.
Yeah, that's brother. That's why I'm sending you something.
Can't explain it, can you?
No, that's why, dude. It's math. It's geometry. That's why I'm writing.
No, you need to be able. I don't need to see the math, right? I already know the math. You need to be able to present that the math matches up with you.
Already knew the math, then you wouldn't conclude that the Earth is flat, which is why I need.
You need to present the evidence that the math that you're talking about matches up with reality.
Mate. Okay. Which is why I'm offering to write it out for you.
Drop over distance, we wouldn't be here having this discussion, brother. If the Earth was curving, we wouldn't be having this discussion. That's why you're looking at the sky to measure the ground.
Why would we not be having this discussion?
Ground. We have options. This is a flat.
Not right now, Rel. Come on, man. All right, so this
give me
what?
I'll write it out for you, but I challenge you just to show me a single flat Earth model that has an accurate scale.
We're not claiming a model.
Miles.
Yeah, you show me a single model that matches up with reality for the globe.
Yeah, the globe Earth model that we use in flight trajectories, weather patterns, the star constellations, and everything else.
Those with no surface, with no drop over distance from anyone's position. Yeah, that's great, bro.
Supports flat.
I can swim you, Rel, because we're not going to be able to get anywhere if he's just going to interrupt and start. Thank you.
We can see things like ships drop over the horizon. What I was explaining is that if you're going to send an image, then you have to send it with data. Because oftentimes people will send images without the data, and it's just wrong. Like, you're not going to see curvature as pronounced as you would in the image that you're sending.
Show the evidence of the geometric horizon that you said that you had. You keep trying to avoid having to post the evidence. So we do not see ships go over a geometric horizon, right? There is no such thing as a geometric horizon.
Which is why I'm offering.
You're not presenting. You're just trying to.
Which is why I'm offering to send you actual data that we've gathered to do the calculations and everything.
You keep talking
like,
about
for instance, if we were having a discussion about like for instance,
no,
if we were having,
go ahead and post the evidence. Hey, go ahead and post the evidence.
Oh my goodness, you really have to server mute him just to be able to get your point across.
Yeah, well,
this is what they.
He doesn't.
This is what they do.
He doesn't shut up.
They all lose their
Hey, they ask you to post it, man. If you're not gonna post it, shut up and just post it. Why do you keep talking?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, who's the white knight clown as well? Yeah, grab it, put it in the side chat. Right, should be an empirical evidence to back the mathematics, right? Not just posting mathematics, right? Not just a claim, a baseless claim. If you're saying the mathematics matches reality, go ahead and post it.
Since nobody's talking, do you mind me asking you a question? I think you all guys believe that the Earth is flat, right?
No, not believe. No.
Thank you for clarifying.
Don't make that mistake, please.
Okay. Since I'm new here, I have never joined this channel before. Can you give me just one example that proves, since you know that the Earth is flat, that basically proves that the Earth really is flat and it's not a globe?
So you can look at the side chat like few messages ago. Where is the curve of the Earth? And like you should be able to see something that is like 3 kilometers or miles. I don't know. Oh, well, basically you see further away that you would have, that you would be able to see on a globe Earth.
Imrail is a globe earther. Dude, if you try to answer questions for the flat earthers and butcher it, you're going to get put on mute, dude.
No, I'm not trying, but like the same.
What did I do wrong? I'm sorry.
No, I did wrong. I think I did wrong.
Yeah, so you're asking flat earthers questions, and now you've got a globe earther LARPing as a flat earther, trying to answer the questions. Anyway, I got to go out for a bit. I'll be back.
Like, I'm just interested because, yeah, this whole thing is pretty new to me. I have never talked to a flat earther without sounding rude.
Yeah, no big deal. So
Astro, what's taking you so long, man? Sorry, John.
Yeah, we have a bunch of people. Yeah, no problem. We have a bunch of people coming in here usually asking us, why do we believe, right? And we usually say we don't believe, we deal with empirical evidence, right? So there's no measurements that have been performed, right, by anyone that shows an exponential average drop, right, over distance from anyone's position on the surface of the water or the land, right? So if the Earth's radius, which is agreed upon by the various government space agencies, is what it is, then there should be an expected average exponential drop over distance from anyone's position, right? This is the one thing that has not been done. And when people go to search for it, because we ask them, hey, do you have those measurements? Who's done the measurement? How did they perform the measurement? We ask people, they go and they Google on the spot usually, try and find it. And what do they usually come back with? Oh, well, some Greek over 2,000 years ago measured some shadows off of some sticks and concluded that the Earth was a sphere. And that's their best measurement. It's like,
and he used it as a assumption to start with. So
yeah. I mean, that's obvious after the fact. But I mean, what I'm saying to you, and what I usually say is like, don't you find that troubling? That all we have is photographs from government space agencies, no actual surface measurements showing, right, that, hey, yeah, our radius value is correct because we've done this measurement over, let's say, 100 miles, 50 miles, 30 miles. That would comport to this radius value. That's the one thing that's missing. But people want to give us, oh, yeah, we could look at the stars in the sky, we can make some calculations. Okay. Where's the surface measurements, right? Because over 100 miles, you should have 5,280 feet of drop from somebody's position in 100 miles over the surface of the water. I think that would be noticeable, right? And because it's exponential, you add another 10 miles to that 100 miles, and now you're at 7,800 feet of drop over distance from that person's position. So these are things that should be easily quantifiable and verifiable and repeatable. These are measurements that should be repeatable by whoever goes out to do them and perform them. But it's not happening. This is the problem. This is why we're here having this conversation.
What do you say to people who argue that many people have been to space? Like, it doesn't have to be Neil Armstrong; it can also be Katy Perry. What do you
still
say
need
to these
curvature
people?
on the surface, isn't that correct? Wouldn't you need the Earth to be curving in order for it to be a ball? Here on the ground, here on the surface, wouldn't you still need that? Wouldn't it need to comport to the radius value that's been given and agreed on?
Well, I guess all I want to say is that once you have been to space and you can see that Earth is not flat, so it's a globe.
Merlin. Asteroid. Where you at, man? We're waiting for that evidence, bro. We've been waiting for like already at least 5 minutes.
Here's the thing. We always hear people saying, okay, well, people have been to space. Now, this should still be set to rest, right? We should still be able to verify the radius value here on the Earth. Why? Because we have the curvature calculator that uses this alleged radius that we should be able to verify down here, right? Doesn't that make sense? So instead of saying, oh, well, they went to space, so the radius value must be true. Why wouldn't we be able to verify it down here first instead of having to appeal to somebody who has gone up there? Right?
Yeah,
it should be verifiable everywhere.
But my question is, what do you say to someone who...
If it's not curving, then how does them going up there and saying they've been to a place that doesn't match reality, how does that make any sense? Am I going to trust them or trust myself and trust everybody else who says, hey, we've all been looking. We cannot find this alleged curvature. So if it's not curving, how can we trust the people who are saying, oh, no, it's curving. Trust me, bro.
So it's, if I understand you correctly, it's that you don't trust someone who has been to space, and you want proof, like real medical
Listen, if the Earth isn't curving, if the Earth isn't curving, then why should we believe somebody that's telling us that it is?
When you say
if we've checked and it's not curving, why should we believe somebody who's telling us that it is? If we've already checked, not that it just doesn't match the curvature, the rate of curvature that they're saying it should match. It's not curving at all. So here's the problem, but this is what we're talking about. Okay, there's no measurable drop over distance, none. Do you see the problem here?
I think so.
Okay, so now if someone tells you, no, it's definitely curving, and you haven't found any drop over distance, none, no curvature anywhere, and everybody else that's done the test and done observations and done laser tests are coming back with the same lack of curvature, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit there and be like, oh, well, you know, it's got to be because somebody said they went to space and I can't verify it, but I just got to trust them. You know what I mean? Where are you going to stand after that, after you find out that there's no measurable curvature anywhere?
I guess I just have a different approach. Like, it's not just one single person that has been to space and can confirm that, yeah, I saw Earth from above.
Okay, so less than 100 people. Let's say less than 500 people have been to space. Okay, let's just give the number. It's less than 500 people out of everybody who's ever lived. Okay?
Only about 20 something have been. Yeah, only about 27.
Let's give them the high. Let's give them less than 5.
Let's not give them. 29 people are said to gone to what's called outer space.
Versus the hundreds. Okay, I'm not even going to do that. It's got to
guys,
be
go
at
ahead.
least.
I'm gonna take over. I got to make a call. Thank God. Thank God I got some other good flat earthers here to carry on.
So at least 30 of us have documented that there's no curvature. And you claim that there's 29 people that have seen the Earth as a sphere, which means there definitively must be curvature, which, again, more than that have checked. There's no curvature. 29 people versus everyone. So 29 people 30 years ago, 40 years ago. What is it? How many years is it? Yeah, it's damn near 16 years ago. Okay, let's just. I'm bad at 50 years ago, 40 years ago. Who gives a fuck? 29 people 40 years ago, and literally more double that.
But what about all the people that work for these organizations? We can't forget about them. There should be also, or they would also have to involved in this party of the soul.
What about all the real people? What about all the real people that are taking what they're saying into consideration and realizing that there's no curvature to be measured? What about the real people? What about them? What about the people that are doing that and the people that you claim have been doing this for years, not responding to them? What about the woman who's a physicist who specifically, when she found out the dude was a flat earther, said I should have checked the credentials because she's not interested in looking at the information that we're talking about? So what the fuck about them? I don't give a shit about them because they don't want to hear what we have to say in response to their wild ass claims. So what about them?
Without sounding rude, I think many scientists that spend like their entire lifetime or their entire life basically doing science, spending a lot of time to just basically do the math, do everything correctly, so that just one tiny satellite goes into space.
They don't do anything physical, bro.
Astro, you're a biologist. You're inside.
Like the idea of flat Earth sounds.
Astro, you're a chemist. You're inside mixing chemicals and shit. What's that got to do with somebody else who's on a computer doing other stuff? Absolutely nothing. It's called compartmentalization. In any organisation, I can assure you now, the top dog doesn't care where the toilet rolls are stored. And on the flip side, the guy who restacks the toilet rolls and puts them in their little holders doesn't really know what the top dog is thinking or where anything is going. So using all these scientists as proof means absolutely nothing. So our problem is very simple. We go out into the real world, we measure the ground, it is not curving. This contradicts what the so-called quote-unquote scientists say. So now you've got a conundrum. You are stuck between a contradiction. One is saying it's curved without any backing. The other one is saying it is not curved with backing. So the only way you're going to solve this little issue that you've got is to go out and test it for yourself.
He didn't say anything, dude.
Yeah, I'm still listening. Like, I don't know. I just trust science.
No, but I know I'm just
of course,
confused.
You should not accept all the information that are out there simply by saying, okay,
what information?
In the news they say
what
the Earth is a globe,
Oh, you were confusing Merlin for Asteroid. Okay.
You should always be skeptical.
All right, bro. Right, yeah, okay, bro. Listen, what do they? Have you evaluated? Hey, bro, settle down. Hey, bro, have you evaluated the reasons why they say it is a globe?
Depends on how you define evaluated.
No, you just say no because that's the point.
I didn't go out there and measure the radius of the Earth.
People that okay, we did. So that's what we're saying. Like, so they made claims, and then we said, "Oh yeah, for real." So we went out and tested it, and it's not true. That's it. Like, you're like, well, you know, what about all the people that, yeah, all of them that said that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and that's why they can do the math that puts satellites into orbit. They said it was a globe with that radius, and they're showing you pictures of a curving ocean. So you should be able to fucking measure curvature on the surface of where you live, because that's what they're showing you 24/7. So the bottom line is, in response to all of their claims, there's no curvature. There's no measurable curvature. There's no optical curvature. There's no curvature. That's the response to all of the people who are doing who the fuck knows behind a keyboard. It's never not going to be the response. 7 years ago, 8, 9 years ago, when you guys came out here and Globers thought it was cool to go to the beach, we showed you that, guess what? You guys don't go to the beach anymore. You guys don't show anything new anymore. You guys don't do anything other than what's wrong with what the authority is telling us. Kick rocks. What's wrong with what the authority is telling us is we checked. Did you check? No, you're going to trust the people. Okay, so go do that in another room talking to other people who have a faith-based belief in reality.
Like, I give you credit for being skeptical, doing, like, questioning what everybody says, like,
No,
the Earth's globe,
I'm
simply
not
accept that.
I'm not
I give you credit for that. But to me, the idea still sounds crazy to have a flat Earth. Like,
I'm not skeptical, because in order to be a skeptic, you have to take information that you don't know is true or false, and then you have to figure it. That's what a skeptic would do. At the end of the skeptic's journey, they figure out whether or not what they've been told is reality. They're no longer a skeptic because they have the information they need. I'm not a skeptic. Somebody told me something. As a matter of fact, I wasn't skeptical then. I believed it, and I still wanted to check for myself, and it wasn't true. That doesn't make me a skeptic. Do you know what the definition of skeptic is? How could you put me in that category? What the fuck am I skeptical of? Do you know?
well, you don't simply accept what most people do.
What am I
The idea of a,
skeptical of? What am I, based on the definition of skepticism, what am I skeptical of specifically?
the idea that most people have that the Earth is round.
Well, I'm not skeptical about that. Somebody said that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, so every distance to the horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Majority of globe believers believe that. Now, I checked, so it's not the case. Where am I skeptical in that? What's the skepticism? Where is it? What is, as defined by skepticism, am I being skeptical? How am I a skeptic?
Yeah, again, I thought that being skeptical can apply to this idea of not simply accepting
in order to be
this idea
skeptical,
that most of the population agrees
in order
with.
to be skeptical, you have to actually investigate what someone is telling you, because you're not taking it on face value. That's what a skeptic does. But I'm telling you, I just checked what I thought was true because most people believed it, and it simply isn't true. How the fuck does that make me a skeptic?
I think that's even going one step further, which is a good thing. It's not simply being skeptic, it's also...
Okay, so I'm no longer a skeptic anymore, right? Even if I were a skeptic, I'm no longer a skeptic, because the conversation in question about most people believing that the Earth is the globe, I checked. It's not. I'm not the skeptic. Most people are skeptical of me because they haven't checked. You're a skeptic.
Yeah, you
I'm
could
not a
also say
skeptic.
that I'm... Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not a skeptic. You're a skeptic because you already believe in something I'm telling you is not the case, and you're skeptical about it. The only difference between you and I is you don't care as to how I came to my conclusion, because if you were skeptical, you'd be asking me why I think what I think. Not once have you said...
That's what I said in the beginning when I joined this room. I asked for something like proof or an interesting idea that maybe changes my mind, convinces me of the idea that this planet is flat. Because to me that sounds very interesting, but I simply don't believe that this is correct. I can't disprove it though.
Lasers shoot horizontally over the surface of water.
What?
Lasers shoot horizontally parallel to the surface of water. Do you want a demonstration? Shut up, other guy. Nobody's talking to you. Every time somebody puts an item on the table, all of a sudden 5 retards have to start talking.
Hey, there's
right?
no need for that. All I said
Maybe
was
not.
okay.
Oh, okay, but nobody said anything in all of the meta that I was just talking about. Nobody said anything. The moment I said, okay, you want proof that the earth is flat, okay, let's start talking about it.
I'm listening.
No. I hear you, but your butt buddies, right? They can't help
I have no idea who the hell
I'm
this
alone
dude
here.
is.
I have no buddies in this room.
Yeah, I have no idea who the hell the dude is. I was just surprised by you saying lasers.
Excellent, we don't care. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Bad Pug.
Hey, I'm gone, don't worry.
Hold up.
I
Just
don't need
mute
to
up
be
for a
insulted.
second.
No, it's fine.
Thank you. Elijah, side chat, 9 minutes past the hour, mate.
The Earth is not flat. It is a sphere. The Earth is a sphere.
Yo, look, you see how weird it is? It doesn't matter who it is. It's going to be 5 of you. The moment someone goes, okay, you want a demonstration?
Is a sphere.
Okay,
that's great.
Okay, you tell me, give me your evidence on how you think the Earth is flat.
Because
I think this is what he wanted to do. We're talking about a kind of laser experiment, which...
Okay, Merlin, nice and simply. They get a laser, they shoot it across a large body of water. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the laser is just a tangent to a circle. That's all it is.
Matrix.
This guy's going to... No, I'm going to just help you out. Shut up, idiot. Right.
Yeah, do not talk while anybody else is talking, please. Let the panel address one person at a time, guys.
So, yeah, nice and simply, Merlin, all they're doing with these laser tests is they're comparing the surface of the ground to the laser. So they're using a straight line to compare it to the ground. So the alleged claim is that we live on a oblate spheroid with an approximate radius of 3959 miles. That's the claim that's put on the table. So if you come in and say, I believe it's round or I believe it's a sphere, you carry that burden with you, the claim of 3959 miles. Anyways, what they do is they shoot these lasers multiple miles out, 20, 30, 40 miles, some of them even greater, and they're looking for drop over distance. So at 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop based on this 3959 radius ball tard. At 20 miles, it should be 266 feet drop. At 30 miles, 600 feet, and at 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. The problem is, my friend, when they're doing these laser tests, they're not finding any drop over distance. That's what's messing everyone's shit up. We are not measuring any curvature. So there's all these claims from NASA, all these claims from scientists, which mean absolutely nothing because we've got direct measurement. At the moment, it's stories versus guys that are doing direct measurements.
And this aligns. Sorry to butt in, but this aligns with you. With your wait a sec. This aligns with your observation of the Earth, your own natural experience of it. This confirms that, right? So you asked, how is it flat? Right? The way you experience it, that's how it's flat. Confirmed by measurement. Exampled by what Matrix detailed. You will only, let's get this straight. You, as a globe believer, will only ever be able to appeal to somebody else's claimed experience. It's not something that you can go and validate through experience. No first-hand knowledge. all you'll be able to do is ever appeal to a TV screen or a computer screen or a picture in a book. That's not something you'll ever experience. All you experience is it being flat and motionless.
But aren't there many things that are not the reality, or even if we experience them like, to be in a certain way, like optical illusions, to give you one example?
That's where the measurements come in, bro.
Yes, I think measurements are really important, and I keep thinking of the experiments that you just described to me. I'm not a scientist, but I think there has
Merlin,
to be,
just so you don't feel so bad,
an explanation for this lack
mate. Just so you don't feel so bad, you just said you're not a scientist.
Merlin, you're not listening. Go ahead.
Merlin, you just said you're not a scientist. So just out of curiosity, which field of science deals with shapes?
Probably geometry, I'm not sure.
Geometry is not a field of science. So when you're saying all these scientists have done all this stuff and that you're not a scientist, don't feel so bad, because there's no science involved in this. It is just basic geometry. All we are doing is measuring to see what it is. That is it. We know it's not a ball. Quite clearly. We know it's planar in nature with topography. Its extremities, I don't know. I've never been there. Never had such a privilege. But yeah, don't feel bad and sit there and say, I'm not a scientist, I don't know. This is just a matter of doing some measurements, mate. And then once you've got your measurements, do some basic calculations to see what is going on. That is all. So don't put yourself down and say that, hey, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You don't need to be.
This is the good thing. We all have two eyes. Like, we all can do like basic math, and we can go out there and experience the world, what it really is like. But of course, not everyone can be fortunate enough to like go into space and say, hey, you know what? I've been out there. I've been to space, and I saw the world. I saw a world from above there.
Well, the whole space thing, that's another conversation altogether, and I'll wait till my good friend Jedi comes in. He'll enjoy that with you.
Yeah, that's what they've been trying to tell you. You don't need to go to space to figure it out. If there was curvature, you'd be able to observe it from the ground, and it's not observed.
Okay, let's not go into space. That's too much. But what about airplanes? I'm not a pilot either, but when an airplane flies from, let's say, Frankfurt, Germany to Dubai, it doesn't fly a straight line. It flies a curve according to maps. What do you think of that? Is that something like a hoax where pilots are involved? Just so that I can understand.
Planes fly along flight corridors. There's specific paths that they follow along flight corridors due to safety reasons, due to fueling reasons, due to where they're picking people up and dropping them off at. There's a whole pile of reasons why they fly in specific zones, catching jet streams so that they can get to their destinations quicker.
That was my point.
See, the other thing, Merlin, this is something you've got to consider. You're still thinking in 2 dimensions. You're supposed to be on a ball, remember? So that means it would have to dip its nose consistently as it navigates around said ball. Planes don't do that. They fly nose up at about 3 degrees, so their angle of attack for their wings is consistent. So you're forgetting that it's also got to go around the curve, and you've just forgotten all about that.
And Matrix, what's the average commercial airliner's miles per hour?
Oh, they normally just average at about 500 mile an hour.
Okay, so how much would they have to dip down per hour? About half a mile?
Wouldn't have a clue. It's some ridiculous amount.
But if the Earth was flat, the perfect and the fastest or quickest route would always be a straight line, right?
Yeah, the only problem with that is if I say the quickest route is a straight line from Perth to Sydney, yes, straight line. Now let's go from Adelaide to Darwin, a straight line. The only issue is it crosses another straight line, and that's probably not very healthy because we don't want any accidents.
Right. Ideally, yeah, right. So ideally you're talking, but unfortunately reality doesn't offer the conditions which meet that ideal. Always, okay, not always. So you've got other aircraft in the air, you've got weather conditions, etc., that you need to take into consideration.
The most pertinent statement is, if the Earth was flat, then the surface would be horizontal. Like that, and then you would base your judgment off of testing that. Like all of these weird, if the Earth was flat, then how do you explain? If the Earth was flat, then you should see this to this. No, because none of those things actually talk about a measurement of the surface. That's like, how is it that they're like, if the description of the surface is this, and then go away from describing the surface in any meaningful? How does that happen? And then we respond to it too, like it's like, no, fam, I don't give a fuck. Is this the English? Okay, sorry. I don't give a toss what you say. My statement that if the Earth were flat, then clearly, you could measure it across horizontally with the surface to determine if the surface is as horizontal as your straight standard. Because
I said it the other day to somebody, Elijah, just like you said.
Once I say that, you say, well, yeah, but the moon's, that's not going to undo that. My statement trumps that because it has to do with measurement. My statement trumps every statement you could possibly make. Well, then how do you explain the highest? No, my statement still trumps that because for damn sure we already know that we've used a straight standard to tell if the surface is horizontal or not. And that's the one thing they don't want to do. Get the fuck out of here. No.
Yeah, you've pulled out the broadsword, the big heavy steel broadsword, and they're like, "Oh yeah, well look at this cardboard stick."
That's it, man. We always say it's like you want to ask, well, if the Earth is flat, no, it's measured not to curve. No drop over distance anywhere. It's still no drop over distance anywhere. You're not getting this exponential drop over distance that's necessary. Like none. It's not even, it couldn't even be a bigger ball. Why? Because there's zero curvature. That's what we're saying to you guys. It's what we're explaining. That's why we get so frustrated. It's because you guys want the answers to the universe. Well, explain how everything works then.
When it comes to other things like the seasons,
that's what you want. That's what you want, right? You want an explanation. Merlin, this is exactly my point. This is exactly my point, Merlin. Is when we bring up the fact that the Earth isn't curving at all, you all want us to explain everything.
No, I don't want an explanation. I was wondering if you all agree.
No, you're asking how does it work? You're asking us.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I only want to know if you agree on one explanation. I don't want to know how it works.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to know
if you agree on the explanation of how seasons
trusted with everybody's money. You know who was entrusted with everybody's money to give us these answers? The government space agencies, right? They were the ones who were entrusted with large amounts of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to give us this information, dude. And you know what they did? They came back with fake information, false information, right? So, you want to ask us to clarify everything, how everything works? Oh, do we all agree?
No. I'm just interested. I don't want to know the explanation. I was just wondering if you all, I'm talking to you flat earthers right now, if you agree on things like that, like how seasons are created, because we have a flat earth and then things work differently, or if you have different explanations, if you disagree when it comes to things like that.
We agree that the surface measures horizontally. and there's no deviation from horizontal on the surface. That's what and all. That's not making anything up. That's not giving you a worldview. That's not telling you what shape the earth is, but it is true. If that's not enough for you, say that. And then we can point you out of the room, because that's all we have. There's no need for us to go back and forth and argue. Like, I love people. I don't like being at odds with people about nothing. If us telling you we don't have a shape claim, we don't have a cosmology claim, we can't tell you why seasons are the way they are. Like, I'm not doing that. The surface is measured from. Not talking about the whole.
Exactly.
I'm talking about the portion of it.
That's what I was going to ask him. Would it matter if we didn't have an answer?
No, again, I'm not talking about an answer. I was just wondering if you all have, like, if you all agree on things like that when it goes.
We can't all agree on something that is a belief. We could, but at the same time, like, you either agree on, like, okay, I have a tree outside. I wouldn't ask my girlfriend and the children, hey, do you agree that there's a tree outside? They're gonna look at, what do you mean? Yeah, there's a tree outside. Why? Like, yeah, but do you agree? There's nothing to agree. There is a tree outside. There's
I
no
don't think that. Yeah, but I don't think that every flat earther believes.
No, I just told you that all of us know
with
that.
creation
I just
of the
told you. Hello.
Merlin, we don't care.
All of us agree that it's measured horizontally. I just told you we all agree on that. So you saying, I just want to know if you all agree on the story about Narnia and how this. How? Listen to what I'm telling you. We all agree that the surface is measured horizontally. Now, if you have a question about that specifically, we're all ears, man. We're all ears. If you don't have anything on the surface, kick rocks. No problem. Go watch Star Trek or something. There's a planetary alignment tonight. You can watch that and imagine, like all the things. Go do that. There are events happening. Get out of here, though. So we can help somebody who really wants to have more information. We can give it to them.
Okay, sorry. I was just curious. Again, I didn't want to be rude or anything.
You're no longer curious. You were answering. Don't repeat yourself. Unless you're going to say something different. I don't want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, Merlin, it's just always a little surprising to me and other people here that, when we just explained to you an incredibly revolutionary concept for someone who's new to it, that there is no globe, that all depictions of the globe are science fiction, that the earth where we live, the realm where since birth you've never experienced anything but a flat and stationary earth. You've never seen a globe anywhere except for on television or a CGI creation on your phone or computer. So we're here to tell you, the place where you thought you lived when you were a young child, before you were brainwashed into the globe indoctrination science fiction, you actually live there. Like, that's pretty darn cool. There's zero objective evidence of any curvature anywhere. No one's ever brought us any. There isn't any. Like, it's when people then try to move on to, they often do. It's not just you. They're like, oh, well, let's just start looking at the sky. Let's philosophize about the seasons. That's what people do. It's just, so the level of frustration you're feeling is not, it's not personally toward you. It's a level of denial that you've reached, which is normal because your worldview is being challenged. And instead of being fascinated by that, you're
I am curious.
wanting to get off that subject onto something else. It's like, so isn't it interesting to you that the drop over distance, I've heard a bunch of people since I got here that have said that to you, the drop over distance expected by a sphere, by a ball, is never measured in reality, has never been conclusively demonstrated. To the contrary, as Elijah mentioned earlier, thousands of
Independent researchers all around the world have conclusively demonstrated through long-distance observations, horizon documentation, and laser tests, as well as radio wave propagation and so on. Those are just a few ways it's been shown. It's been shown so many ways that this drop over distance is not measured in reality. So that's like really, really interesting, don't you think?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. And but again, I was just being curious. Like I had different questions, and I can't disprove what you're saying. I can't prove that the Earth is a globe. I can't prove that the Earth is flat. But I thought this whole thing, like this whole chat room here, exists in order to have conversations like that. I didn't know that it was all about like confirming each other's statements, like Earth is flat, Earth is flat.
Hello.
You can. That's what we've just been telling you. You can. Yep. You can prove it.
So do you understand what a demonstration is?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. We told you that there's no measurable curvature anywhere. Like now, I know you haven't done anything to validate that, so fine. But after I told you that, when you said we don't know if it's round, we don't know if it's flat. First of all, round and flat aren't shapes, not 3D shapes. They're 2D shapes. Okay,
yeah, that's correct.
That's number one. So when you say round, even if you say sphere or flat, you don't have two different things. You just have one shape, and then you have an aspect of a shape that has a flat, flat. So it could be any shape, but nobody's talking about a shape. When you say we can't determine if it's round or flat, I just told you that everybody describes the surface, measures the surface, and utilizes the surface as horizontal, aka and synonymous with the word flat, synonymous with straight, synonymous with level. I just told you that. So unless you're in contention with that, which means you would have to know more, you can't say we can't determine whether the surface is curving or not. That's insane after everything I just told you.
Yeah, I was just talking about myself and like my reasons for a flat or against a flat Earth.
Why whenever you say something and then I've responded to you, you think it's good to repeat what you said? Don't you think I heard you, which is why I responded? What's the point of repeating yourself? Thank you.
Did I just repeat myself? I just wanted to make clear that I was not talking about you, that it can be proven or it cannot be proven. I was talking about my knowledge.
You said that so many times. You said that so many times. I don't want
sorry, didn't mean to do that.
Respond to what I
said. Ellen, I agree with Elijah. You repeat yourself. You repeat it more than once that you are curious. But you are lying. Are not curious, because if you would be curious, then you would be curious about the lack of curvature. You said you were curious because you cannot prove the globe and you cannot prove the flat. You cannot prove the earth flat. Look, if you cannot prove the curve, then there is no curve. If there is no curve, then there is no radius. If there is no radius, then there is no sphere. So it's either convex or concave or flat. It cannot be cube. It cannot be a cone. Otherwise, one would notice that. But you also mentioned, it's nice to use your eyes. Thanks God that you remember that you have eyes. So what we are telling you here, you did call us also flat earthers. Maybe we should claim that we are not flat earthers. Maybe we should claim we are realists. Because we are talking all the time reality. Okay, so the reality is showing a lack of curvature. You know what the word lack means? Lack means the non-existence of something. When something is not there, then you can say something is lacking. So
I think it can also mean that
reality is showing
there.
us. Reality is showing us a lack of curvature. Dandelion, Elijah, Matrix. We talked all the time about the observations which we make. Gravity doesn't prove the convexity of the surface of the Earth. The movements of the stars don't, when there are observations which are long distance for human, 20 miles, 30 miles, but they are not that long distance. That's why we can say that these are measurements. So when the observations are showing that we can see the opposite shore of a lake at a distance of 20 miles, where we should have, according to the radius of 3,959 miles of a sphere, we should have a drop of 10 miles is 66, 20 miles is 166 feet. We are not able to find this drop. And then you mentioned or you call yourself curious. You say you are only here to be curious, and you are not able to disprove or prove. You are not able to prove the globe, and you are not able to prove the flat. But
try to look at it from my perspective.
But when you cannot prove the globe, that means when you cannot prove the curve, then the surface is not curving. Then the surface is flat. Unless you claim it's concave.
You've said a lot. Berserker. Let him respond.
Yeah, he's been talking for an hour also, and repeating himself and talking about himself. He also said he came and he said he was talking about himself. We are not talking about him or about ourselves or about our friends or about personalities and the life of certain people.
That's okay. He was asking
let's talk about the curvature. He should give us a proof.
Let him respond.
Yeah, I just have a hard time wrapping my head around this whole concept, because to me there are so many questions that arise, like, for example, time zones, and there are many other things. And to me, this whole idea of a flat Earth still seems like there are so many questions that arise.
Yes.
Hey, time zones has nothing to do with that. Okay, the curvature,
One sec, Berserker. One sec. I want to address this, please. Can I address this, please?
Sorry.
Merlin, I wanted to break in earlier and say this. Your curiosity, right, is equal to ours. Ours may even be greater because we have accepted the measurements of the surface. We've accepted the reality that we experience as the surface being planar. So our curiosity about those things is probably even greater than yours. Does that mean we have specific answers for you? No. Speculations? Maybe. Maybe some of us do. We're not going to be able to give you the answers that you want. I'm sorry.
No worries. It's completely fine.
Okay, gorgeous. Have a good day.
I will. Thank you.
Hello.
He just realised. Nice.
Hello.
Marilyn, are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah, sure.
Someone's saying hello. Someone is trying to talk, bro. They said hello.
Okay, I thought you went.
why are you people so aggressive?
Do you want me to show you how not aggressive I am in
Go
a
ahead.
conversation?
I can't wait.
This is gonna be great.
This person
Alright,
sounds exactly like his profile picture.
Thank you. Would you like to experience me being not aggressive with you?
No, I
Of
don't
course.
care.
Of course, I do.
Somebody's going to get muted. And it's going to be the person that's saying, of course. Mute him, please. Okay. So the other person whose mic is a little low. How you doing? Answer the question, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm good. My question was, would you like to experience me not being aggressive with you?
I'm not here to argue. From what I have noticed is that you people just try to force your belief onto someone instead of trying to listen to him.
Okay, well, we're not interested in that commentary.
Okay.
You don't have enough wisdom or hours to put into context what you're with.
Okay, well, it just proves my point that you yourself doubt yourself somewhere. That you have to be aggressive to force your opinion onto someone.
You have a second point? Because if not, your point is received. So everybody's going to. You have a second point?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any force going on here. Anyone's free to leave at any time. There's no force involved. It's a matter of there's some really interesting ideas that are being expressed that you're not going to find anywhere else, pretty much. I mean, there's other flat earthers, but none with this particular flavor that you're going to find here. So yeah, if you're not interested in a unique experience where you have new ideas that are going to challenge the status quo, there's no force involved here. I mean, you could look up. Do you need me to look up the definition of force, or are you able to back down on that statement? Because that's pretty much crazy.
No.
You mean you guys are actually holding people in here? Damn! Excellent. Nobody.
That'll be next year. Next year I'll do my Clockwork Orange Flat Earth edition. Yeah, and I'll be sure to put this guy on my invitation list.
So Exa, why did you come here?
Again.
Exa, why did you come here? There's multiple channels and you chose this one to come in and complain about. Why did you do that?
I've been through all the channels. But this specific one, you guys are trying to force your opinion onto this. It's like
no, we're not.
You know that you are wrong.
No, but, well, excellent.
Hold on.
Now that
Hold on.
Just keep arguing. Bye-bye.
Yours, Elijah.
I typically call people bigots for treating me like I'm a part of a whole when I'm an individual. So now we're going to see how it goes with you. What is my opinion that I'm trying to force onto people? What is any individual opinion that they've tried to tell us what the opinion is? What's the opinion? You can pick any singular person in here to engage. Tell us their specific opinion, and then we'll go from there. What's the opinion? He can't even say that flat Earth is an opinion. That's how strong it is. That's how strong it is.
Exa, you just had your opportunity to talk and you've turned it down. Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, he's muted. Maybe he muted himself and he doesn't know about it. I'm not sure.
Well, the bottom line is he said that we were forcing our opinions onto people. So first of all, me being a part of this room as an individual, what opinion did I give someone that I forced upon them? What was the opinion, first of all? And then let me respond to that.
No, I'm not trying to prove something, but from what I have noticed is that instead of trying to respectfully argue, you guys just insult the other person.
Are you conceding that we don't force opinions on people? Because I asked you specifically, not what you answered, but I asked you specifically, what was an opinion that I gave someone that I forced onto them? Tell me the opinion. What is the opinion? Or are you conceding?
The other thing that you do, you pick up one thing and you start confusing it.
So he's not gonna do it.
No, he hasn't. Exa, he was explicitly clear and concise about what he said. Which opinion? That's what we're talking about. You made the claim of opinions. He is still on that. He is not trying to confuse anyone or anything.
This is exactly what you guys are doing.
So, answer the question. Which opinion?
Time out. Hold on real quick. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to put this on speakers so that people around can hear as well. Because these are the ridiculous things that people have to see so that they understand what's going on. Because they don't really know what's going on. Hold on. So, hey, can you listen for a second? All right, I'm about to tell this guy, hey, this guy just said that in this room, we force our opinions on people. So he doesn't have an argument. He didn't come here to argue. He just noticed that we force our opinions on each other, on people. So I said, well, one thing that I fight against is bigotry, because I don't want people looking at me, the individual, as a whole entity of ideas, right? So, okay, what opinion did I give you specifically, or anyone specifically that you heard that I forced on someone? First of all, tell me what the opinion was. And your response is what? He's not saying anything because he's fucked. What was your response to that? What do I do? What am I doing to you by asking you to tell me what opinions I'm forcing on people? What am I doing to you? He's stonewall.
He's talking to you.
It's just my girlfriend. You don't even know her. Why are you embarrassed? Say what you just said. You already live on YouTube. Say it again. What am I doing to you?
Come on, Exa, you made a pretty big claim. He's just asking you to clarify what the opinion is. Not too hard.
Oh, sorry. Hello.
He said, we're doing it again. We're doing it again.
What's your response? I'm sorry.
No, my point is.
He said you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Disrespectful instead of respectfully arguing.
Oh my god.
Okay, so again, so then you're conceding that we don't force our opinions on people then?
Okay, you take it that way, but you also have to agree that you are being disrespectful.
In what way is us giving you nearly 5 minutes of our time being disrespectful whilst you sat there in absolute silence like an arrogant pig avoiding Elijah's question? That's disrespectful.
Yeah. See,
that's rude.
You're proving my point.
And now you're going to turn it on me. This is bullshit, mate. Kick rocks.
Yeah, let's move on to somebody. Let's move on to somebody who wants to discuss the topic, because this guy doesn't want to discuss the topic. So, yeah, he's just part of this victimhood mentality that thinks if they just make an accusation blindly, that they can reframe the conversation when he's clearly the one who's being incredibly disrespectful here in our channel. So, yeah, is there anybody else who has a question about the flat Earth?
Man, their weapon is getting us to stop talking about what we were curious about, which is, think about it, claims about the globe. Each and every one of us woke up because somebody at some point touched on a thing about the globe that we believe, that we saw a contradiction to. Now, what did we next do? Go to our brethren, our neighbors, people that we know, regular people. Because or a teacher or somebody that knows something, it's like, hey, I believe this thing. Could I have been wrong? What's the skinny on this? Let me tell you what they've done to me and to you for the last 10 years. Stop you from wondering what you're wondering, and then implant into you that you shouldn't be curious because flat earth is ridiculous. So when Indio had that conversation with the PhD yesterday, or the day before yesterday, even though as an audience and all of the whole community here, you've heard us give countless arguments. Even the people that don't know too much know that, like, off the top of their head, they could probably give 4 different arguments from 4 different people in here. So the thing is, though, that Glober, at the end of the day, everything he did stopped his audience from hearing what we would say unimpeded. They didn't get anything other than water at rest is level, and that specular reflections prove that the surface isn't convex, which are good things. Dude is dead. He's cooked. I love that. But what I'm saying is, for 3 hours, that was all his tactics allowed us to make clear to his audience. When we could have given him the Black Swan, when we could have given him different laser tests from different places at different times of the year, whatever heights, the temperature that day, all of these things that we do have access to, that we do have information about, the things that they say we would need in order to actually test these things. We could have given it to them, but he didn't allow us. They say that they'll take that stuff up front, just like the video we reviewed yesterday. I'm almost done. I know that I'm preaching right now. Just yesterday, the guy, I think his name is Wakey Wakey, and the physicist woman. In the beginning, she says, observation is king, and if your model doesn't go with the observation, then it's wrong. In the latter part of the video, he's like, look at all of these people doing these observations. And she said, I won't take a look at it. Oh, the person that I dealt with, she did everything wrong. Did she give any specifics? No. Just like this dude said, oh, you guys force yourselves, your opinions. What they do is try to the best of their ability, get their audience to feel like we're doing things incorrectly, instead of letting their audience hear how we're actually asking the right questions and doing things correctly. That mess really, it bothers me in a major way, because we're just trying to tell the truth and expose the truth. And then they ask us these questions for us to philosophize and imagine and give them to the best of our ability, an answer about the sky or an answer about the seasons, which we all can. We've all done it. I've done it. Come on, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. I've done it too. But the bottom line is, the only question ever was, is the surface curving or not? And what will we do to apply that? Would it be in the realm of geometry? Yes. Then why do they keep comparing an aspect of a shape, round, flat? Why aren't they just saying, okay, you know what? What can we do to test the quality or the nature of the surface of the earth? Other than it blows my mind. It blows my mind. They're gatekeeping the information in a way. As much as we're talking about it, as popular as Flat Earth is, they're still framing the conversation, just like this dude keeps doing, just like they do every day. I just get pissed off because we allow them to do it a little too much. That's just my opinion. Now that's an opinion, and I'm not forcing it on nobody.
Ah, it seems our friend is back. I wonder if he wants to talk or if he just wants his mic unlocked. So, Exa, now that you have returned and you've been given the floor again, other than the opinion that was just dropped by our good friend, which one did you have a problem with?
Hello. No, I just have a problem with you guys being disrespectful.
So that's it. Well,
Yes.
we've heard that before, so did you want anything else to say?
Nope.
Oh, well, put yourself on mute and enjoy the show.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, you know what I think is pretty disrespectful? I think it's pretty disrespectful to children being born into a flat and stationary realm, being lied to from birth, and being recruited into the globe cult without informed consent. Yeah, I think that's pretty disrespectful. So yeah, I think a bunch of people who are here trying to explain the truth about the world where we live in a very logical and factual way, I think that's pretty respectful, actually. I think that's treating people like the adults that they are, not like the childish sci-fi NASA fanboys that are walking around here,
let me
tiny
just
little
tell you that
babies who
no
would
one
prefer
believes your
science
opinion
fiction
other
to
than your gut.
reality. Yeah, I think
But why
it's
does
pretty
this hoax exist?
disrespectful to lie to children. Do you think it's disrespectful, Exa, to lie to children? Do you think that's disrespectful, Exa?
I mean, why do you
Dandelion.
guys have to start crying?
Why does
Pardon?
this Dandelion? My question is, why does this hoax
Hold up,
exist?
Merlin, hold up for a second, mate.
Sure.
Exa just took it upon himself to talk through the middle of Dandelion, and now when he's asked a question, chooses not to answer. And you consider us rude and disrespectful. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't ban you from this channel.
I really don't care. Ban me.
I'll just mute you instead, so that'll mean you're booed across all channels. Go away, please.
Yeah,
You're
I guess
wasting our time.
Yeah, I guess Merlin has a comment,
Sorry, Merlin.
question.
You're
I
so
don't know.
rudely interrupted.
Yeah, my question was why. Dandelion, you just said that it's not fair. As a child, you're just born into existence, and basically everyone around you tells you that the Earth is a globe. My question as a globe, what do you call people who think that the Earth is a globe? Glober? My question as a glober is, who benefits from this whole, let's call it a hoax that the Earth is a globe? And it's a genuine question that I have.
Yeah, that's a common question. I mean, people benefit in so many ways. I mean, I think it's a common knowledge that throughout history that a good way to hold control over people is to maintain control over the sources of information. And of course, we've observed here in the world that the control over information sources, even though there's more of them, they're all being held by smaller and smaller number of megacorporations who are also have, of course, ties to the politicians of the world and so on. So they're all benefiting. All of the military, industrial, educational, prison, media complex is benefiting from keeping people from using their brain in the way that it was made to be used. Yeah. So, I mean, I can start by just saying NASA, $75 million a day from the U.S. taxpayer for an obvious fraud. That's enough answer. That's a good enough answer, just that, right? Stealing $75 million a day from hardworking Americans a day, and having people who have to go to the Coinstar to buy a gallon of milk for their children while NASA's sitting there fat on the hog with fraud, that's enough. But that's not it. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry of fraud, all of it. And they don't all know about it. So don't be telling me what you said earlier, because I don't know if that was addressed. I'm sorry, I'll let you respond to that. But no, not everybody who works for these corporations and for NASA knows what the hell's going on. 24 people gone up there out of high Earth orbit who has claimed they lied and said they saw a globe. The rest of these people are just, little minions going to work, doing their job, compartmentalized, passing on the same lie that they were given. So yeah, it's the people who are profiting are a small number, And they got some big profits pouring in from having a brainwashed zombie population. Yeah, is that good enough for you, Merlin?
I don't know. I guess I understand. I see your point, but to me, these organizations that we are talking about, they include so many people. We are not talking about 20 people that have been to space. We are talking about thousands of people that are involved.
Time out. No, the question wasn't tell me how many people are involved. The question was, what would someone benefit about lying about
a lot of money? That's basically the reason. Yeah.
Oh, but no, more specifically, well, yes, but again, I would like to answer your question again in a way that you can't respond ridiculously. So your question was, what would someone have to gain from lying someone like that? An astronomer who makes 200 grand in university and has status, or an or an astrophysicist, 200 grand.
Yeah, and the main, I mean, I guess I went on and made another point, which I guess distracted you from my main point, which was you control a population by controlling the information, by lying to people and telling them that their Earth is contained and that you have to be in this exclusive group of retard astronauts to go up there. But if you actually applied, you'd probably be too smart because they need Don Pettit up there. They need like mulukewarm IQ performers who are willing to be part of their circus. So yeah, they can
this is where
benefits by controlling the sources of information as well as their monetary benefits. But that's a side note compared to stealing everybody's life energy. Yeah, I think they benefit from that. Yep, I'm going to say they do.
Yeah, Mary Mom, I hated his question. So the answer I gave him was one that he wouldn't be able to latch onto and move deeper into that area.
Like I'm not a native speaker.
No, I'm talking to Mary Mom.
Oh no, I got you, Elijah. It's good enough. 200,000 is enough to land somebody in jail. It's a felony. You're right. That's good enough. Yep, 200,000.
So the question
I would add if knowledge is the only.
Oh my God! Look at how we're turning it into a discussion piece off of nothing, off of a question that is bullshit. Stop adding on to bullshit. So again, you asked us what they would have to gain, 200 grand an astronomer, if that was the road you chose. Now, why'd you ask that question? What does it matter?
Well, because to me, it's like this whole idea is ridiculous that they're trying to brainwash millions of people.
You asked if it were the case that it wasn't spherical. And first of all, that's why we usually get people to see the information so they can determine from the information whether they're lying or not. Because then when they ask why would they lie and we tell them 200 grand, the answer is, oh, that's crazy. Because you responding with, I just don't understand why they would. What the fuck would that have to do as a follow-up with your question of how could they benefit? I've answered your question of how they could benefit, and you've just pivoted to, I don't understand why they would be lying. Well, first of all, then you don't need to be going into speculation. You need to be looking at information, data. We have that. Do you want to do that?
I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to exchange like many files that I've prepared over the last few weeks about a global, about a sphere Earth or a flat Earth. I'm just here to.
I'm sorry. Hello. I'm sorry. I know you were curious, and so you didn't come here to debate or argue. But again, you said, what would they have to gain for lying? And then you said, I just can't fathom it. So the bottom line is, would you like to see one of our demonstrated things? Because if not, I don't want to hear you again. I don't want to hear you tell me again how gobsmacked you are that flat earthers exist because you believe it's a globe. We heard you already. Would you like to look into the information? Or
yeah, sure.
not?
I'm glad to look at it. Sure.
See, now, even though it took 15, 20 minutes, now we can actually talk about something important versus I don't know. Stupid shit. Does anybody have anything they would like to share with this guy about the horizontality of the earth? Which he doesn't understand because he doesn't have anything yet.
Matrix has got the Finland laser test in there. Did you want to say something about that, Matrix?
No, I was just posting it up. Easy Cool, can you please stop posting up children's pictures? It's getting old.
Yeah, I mean, the laser tests, Merlin, are a good example. This one in Finland I have seen before, but I don't know the details about it. If you're interested in another one that I know the details about, I could explain it to you.
I will just watch the video. I guess I'll be fine, but thanks.
Yeah, the laser hits the target. If you lived on a globe, it wouldn't hit the target because the target would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. That's the basic story of all the laser tests. That's the basic explanation.
So in the side chat, Merlin, I'll just post it up for you now. Spherical trigonometry of a sphere. So as we said earlier, the claimed radius is 3959 miles. So from that, we can calculate what the assumed drop over distance would be. So when these gentlemen go out there and do their 20, 30, 40 mile laser tests, we can get onto our calculator and go, oh, at 20 miles, and we go down to 20, we should have a 266.74 feet of drop. Okay, so let's go and measure it. Shoot a laser, and let's just duck out and measure it. So they set the laser up horizontal. At one end, they'll measure 1 foot. Some of them even less. I think one of the laser tests was done at 8 inches. And then they go to the other end, 20, 30, 40 miles away. They look up their calculator and go, this is what the expected drop should be. Let's measure the difference between laser and ground. Some of them just set targets up. They'll set a target up and go, let's try and hit it. Boom, done. And then afterwards they go, oh shit, we're supposed to be 200, 300, 600, 1,000 feet in the air. And they're hitting their targets that are only 5 feet high.
Yeah, I see.
If we're on a ball, I can assure you now, at 20 miles, that target would have to be 267 feet in the air in order for it to be hit. And even you can go and work out the basic mathematics for that.
So, quick question, just for your benefit. What don't you understand about that, what he said? What about that can't you understand? At this moment, sir?
You're talking to me?
Yes, sir.
I'm still watching the video. I'm looking at the numbers and trying to do the math right now.
Are you saying it's intelligible and understand, and you can understand what's going on? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, sure, but I'm still trying to calculate if the math is correct, so that the laser should hit the target, but it should be many meters above ground.
Okay, good. Because when you said I just don't understand, I was hoping that this wouldn't be it, but so far you understand why you're looking at what you're looking at. That's good. Keep going.
And then on top of that, Merlin, we've got the physics of water. What is the physics of a fluid? It takes the shape of its container and has a flat, level surface whilst it's at rest.
It does.
Yeah, we all know that. We learnt that as, kindergarten, second class, first class?
Probably, yeah.
Every single one of us learnt the same thing. But yet, we'll go outside and go, look, the ocean is curved because I was told so. Totally disregarding anything you've ever learnt previous to that. Isn't that stupid?
I'm asking myself right now what the reason could be for something like the ocean being not flat. Isn't this?
Well, we know it's flat. We know it's flat.
Yeah, sure, but
you're just sidestepping it. You're trying to make excuses to keep your childhood dreams alive. That's all you're doing now. You had these dreams as a child of space, of all of these things, maybe being a pilot, whatever. I don't know. I can't read minds. But we all did. This is the bit, it's called cognitive dissonance. This is the bit that where you will have these conflicting interests. In one hand, you'll have, I can see their argument, it is absolutely flawless. They are measuring, they are not finding a specific number, as we should expect. And on the other hand, you were taught that it was a ball.
But the Globers give you...
And these two things are fighting each other. So you are now in the middle of this confusing thing, and what you're trying to do is make excuses to go back to the ball.
No, I'm trying to give an argument why...
We've all been through it.
Why Globers... or what Globers say to this, what you just described as water being not flat, but water being round, as you said.
Well, it's not round. That's the problem. We're taught it's a ball, but we all know as an axiom that water takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst at rest.
Hold on, time out. I interjected maybe 6 minutes ago or so to ask you if you understood. But I feel like there's something not being understood here. So let me ask you something. Is this the demonstration of a laser which travels in a straight line over the surface? Is that what this is? Just answer that first. Is it a laser?
Let me see. Berserker just posted something.
Why is it always a secondary person that talks when the penny's about to drink? Why? Where do y'all come from? Excuse me. Hello? Are we looking at a demonstration of a laser which travels in a straight line?
Yeah, sure.
On a straight direction over the surface. Yeah?
Indeed, we are.
Okay. So, is this demonstration concluding that there is a point A and a point B, and that the laser is reaching point B from point A? Is that what this is demonstrating?
It certainly does, yes.
Okay, so lasers point straight. They shot a laser from point A to point B over the surface, and on the surface, on the other side, the target was met. And that's what this is, right?
This is what you can see in this YouTube video, that's correct.
Yeah, so help me understand. If we're shooting a straight line over the surface, and it's reaching a target. So if the surface was convex, lumpy, bumpy, concave, you wouldn't get... Hey, there's a lot of shit going on while I'm trying to reach a conclusion. I don't know what's going on. Do I need to start over? I'm sorry, if you're confused, do I need to start over? I can make it more simple. Because we're still talking about the laser, and I still need to reach my conclusion.
I have a question.
Is your question going to be about the laser? Or which part of what I just said didn't you understand? Because I'm trying to move forward with my point.
It's like I just came in. I would just want to know, does it all matter if it's flat or no?
This is what I'm saying. When the penny is dropping, someone else is coming in, like they're in a coke-induced, like they just woke up from a coke-induced coma, hungry as shit. I have no idea what's going on. Let me just ask a question in the middle of this black dude saying stuff. Like, for real?
My first time.
Bro, the newcomer, you are interrupting. Elijah is talking to Marilyn, okay? You are jumping into the conversation. You're interrupting. Just wait until they are finished, okay?
Of
I
course
just
you
want to
do.
know, should I stay here
Of
or
course
go
you
away?
do. You can stay, bro. Just
You
shut
can
up.
stay, just mute yourself, Roma, and wait for your turn.
I'm going away, no problem.
So why ask the question? All right,
You didn't
bye.
answer it, so no problem.
No, I said you can stay, but goodbye. I don't care what you do. Just go on mute or you get muted.
Goodbye.
All right. So now, this demonstration of a laser which travels in straight lines is shot horizontally over the surface, and it's going from point A to point B and reaching point B. So that means that the laser was horizontal with the Earth. What about that don't you understand? Or do you understand all of that so far?
I actually do understand all of that so far. I hope.
Okay, so go on, respond.
I don't think that I have anything to add. To me, this all makes sense. The experiment itself makes sense, but to me, there has to be something that's odd because the math ain't mathin'.
Yeah, Matrix told you it's cognitive dissonance. Because you have to, because you already have a claim on the other side of what to expect if you live on
Right,
a
yeah,
globe.
yeah. And I have to agree. Yeah, I do.
Cool. So the math isn't mathing. So the brain goes, well, gosh darn, I know for a fact I live on a sphere. That means something else has to explain what I'm seeing. That right there is a mind broken. Just saying. If I promise, because I can give you other scenarios in which other people have done that, in which you can receive and accept and understand. And then when I say, well, that's you in this situation, that's when we have a problem all of a sudden. You got to understand when you're the hypocrite. Like what people normally, so why would they lie? That's typically when they ask this question if we've gone this far. Or they'll say, so then explain eclipses then. But I don't get it. Just imagine any question you can possibly ask. Is that going to change this demonstration?
No, it isn't. Like,
right. So that's why no follow-up questions matter to us.
I know this sounds like a stupid excuse, but to me, there's still something that makes me believe that this experiment wasn't conducted, is the right verb, I believe, conducted correctly. Like, I wasn't there. Maybe I would have a huge mind blow if I was there. I would do this experiment with a lot of people together, and then I find out, wow, something is going on here.
Let him talk. That's acceptable. If he's being honest, that's actually acceptable. Let him talk.
That's basically all I wanted to say. Like, to me, I know it's just a YouTube video with a few thousand clicks, but to me, yeah, I don't like have this mind blow because I'm just sitting here. I know that there is so much stuff on the internet. I don't know if these results are legitimate. So of course,
that's acceptable. Yeah, that's a legitimate answer. I've got no problem with that.
You should be very skeptical with everything that you see on the internet. So
Hey,
that's
Merlin,
where I'm like.
There's another one. 28.6 miles.
Yeah. I'm questioning the outcome.
Well, that's why typically what you hear us say in here is how to do it for yourself.
So is my mic low as hell? Like, what is it?
Whenever other people talk, Elijah, you get cut off, the same as what Jedi does.
Your mic is loud and clear.
So, anyway. So, the bottom, damn, what was I going to say? Fuck. Excuse me. I got to do better. So, with the results, and you saying everything you said, that's totally understandable. That's why for 7 to 10 years,
Oh.
Oh my God! Why can't a penny ever drop without?
Every time, bro. Every time.
Oh God!
And then you really believe it's a globe with all of this stuff happening on top of me just telling you something that you know is true. Look at what's happening. That's the world you live in. And so that's the world you live in. And it happens constantly. Constantly. 10 years, bro. That's the world we've been living in. Now, with this demonstration and knowing that this is the case, and you going, well, I just can't accept it, I don't know if it's some funny business or whatever the case. That's why for 7 years we've said, do it yourself. Why are you even in here pressing us this hard? If you knew about the globe, you would have got this information from them like we did, and then went and tested it yourself like we did. You don't have to listen to us. What part of this isn't anyone getting?
I just think it's very interesting. I don't want to cause rage and trouble.
No, now I'm being passionate because, again, you say something so like, I don't know if you can accept this. And it's like, well, maybe you don't know, but I know that we begin with, we're not an authority. We're going to give you a method that everyone can use as a standard in a specific context. And then you can go and verify it for yourself. That has been 24/7's standard forever.
Okay, let's say I really want to do it. Like, I don't have a laser like that. It probably costs a few grand to have a professional laser like that.
Oh my God. Hello? I didn't use a laser. There's 1,000 different ways. You think this is the only... You finally
What's the cheapest, the most convenient way to do it?
Strapped up in Velcroed to get to the conclusion I got to. Okay? Now, there are thousands of that. Many different things you can do. So, what's the cheapest way? You live by water?
Not really, no. No, unfortunately not.
Okay, you got a clear view of the sky?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, when the moon phase is in waxing gibbous for you, hit me up.
Okay.
And we'll observe something together. I'll get on video call with you. Personally. If you're dead ass.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. So I call you when the moon is doing what? Just to make sure that I understood you correctly.
And waxing gibbous. And download Google Earth as well. If you don't have it.
Somebody in the chat is saying somebody's hitting on me. What am I missing out on?
Oh, that's just somebody being a fool.
And somebody here was raised by goats. That. That's a great username. Sorry, I didn't want to go off topic. Okay, we'll do.
Yeah, the crux of the matter here, right? Like Elijah was saying, and the main difference between these observations and what's been presented to you, right, is in education, right, in school, is that these are tests that you could go and confirm and verify on your own, right? And what they tell you is going on outside of this realm is not anything anybody can verify. This is the difference. So verifying for yourself that the Earth is not curving is an important step for some people who doubt this information. But that's the difference, right? Knowing and not knowing, knowing and believing, right? Once you perform these observations yourself, you'll know. You won't have to believe anybody anymore. You'll know firsthand.
So what's going on now with the? What are we doing with the moon? Just jumped in.
Well, we're not doing anything.
Well, you're observing something with the moon phase.
You and I are
No, Gabriel.
Oh,
You're jumping in. You want to start talking. You're interrupting a conversation between two other people. You want to ask? If you want to ask any questions, you can.
He's not interrupting. He's just asking about something that I told someone. And you don't walk up to two people that you don't know and ask what they're talking about and if you can be down. That's weird. You think this is because
I don't think it's weird at all. I was just curious about how
I'm telling you, I'm not
how it's applicable because
you're not listening, and that's what's making this conversation hard.
Well, this is Discord. You're not two people just standing around on the block.
I have to say, I agree with that. We're online. It's different.
We're online, but he's asking what we're doing. I'm informing him that I've entered into agreement with an individual that he's not part of. What part of that? So why do I have to get aggressive to maintain that position? Is that reasonable for me to say? I just had a long ass conversation with someone that wasn't easy. I asked them if they wanted to do something. They said sure. Other person comes in and says what we're talking about. I said, don't worry, it doesn't concern you. And they proceed to push the issue. What kind of individual is that, online or not?
You insulted me and called me weird. You didn't say that.
Is that not what I was saying? I didn't have to listen. What I said was we're not doing anything. I didn't have to tell you much else, but you kept pressing. That was weird.
No, because you're lying. You're just straight up lying at that point.
All right, now okay. At this point, he's distracting from the conversation. He's lying because I'm just clarifying what's going on. He keeps dragging the conversation further into absurdity.
I was just curious if you were observing something with the moon phase in a public Discord. And that's fine. If you don't want to let me know, you don't have to be a complete asshole about it.
Oh my God, dude. We take questions one at a time. One person asking questions at a time, Gabriel. If you want to ask questions after he's finished speaking with Merlin,
there was nobody
then be your turn. It doesn't matter. You have no idea. You just came into the conversation. I was clarifying a point with Merlin.
That's what I was asking about, and I was met with hostility.
Hello, moving on. Hello, moving on. It was clarified. It's A and B conversation. He didn't need to see. We're moving on. Right? So what are we talking about?
How you can observe the Earth for yourself and you don't have to trust somebody else in their opinion.
Thank you very much. Did you have anything to respond? The guy we were talking to previously?
Merlin?
No, I think that was quite interesting, and I think now it's Gabriel's turn. But thanks for this insight.
No doubt.
Now, to clarify, for you, Gabriel, what they were discussing was laser tests and long distance observations. They weren't looking at moon phases or anything of the sort.
Oh, okay, I see.
Did you have a question, Gabriel?
Gosh, I don't know, man.
It's like when you don't let people tell you what to do, all of a sudden they don't they don't like you. They act like, you're the worst. You're an unreasonable person because you won't let them tell you what to do. Isn't that interesting?
Like the guy who interrupted you earlier and left because you wouldn't answer his question right there on the spot.
Or like the people that tell me to get a boat and go to the ends of the earth. and we're the ones that are assholes because we're like, no. Well, why not? Well, I don't have to, but wouldn't that prove? No. Oh, why are you being so hostile? Because I'm not letting you tell me what to do? Because I'm not letting you tell me what to accept as my belief system? Kick rocks.
I don't know why you're still going on about it.
They project their doubt onto you, right? So it's like, because we're not in doubt. We figured it out. They are the ones left in doubt, right? So they come up with a standard and then project that standard onto you.
For some reason, the guy thinks I'm talking to him personally, like I'm still like, no, I'm talking about the status of the conversation every day for the last 9 years. That was what we were talking about. Get out your feelings. He's still going. That's what we was talking about. No.
I want to hear Crit's worst nightmare. I want to hear this. Who is this guy?
What?
Crit's inflatable doll. Who is that guy? Oh, Benny's gone. He's weird.
Yeah. Crit has a lot of fans.
Oh yeah, I know.
Crit.
Yep, I've got him too.
Only come in to let Crit know that they cannot stand what he's all about. They only come in to let Crit know that they can't stand his style.
That's pretty sad, That's like their standard of evidence is talk about flat earthers.
I love Crit. I love his delivery. It's impeccable.
It is. I agree. Welcome to the room, Trust. You got a question?
Not really. I'm just listening.
Okay. Can you put yourself on mute because we're getting some feedback from you. Appreciate you being here, though.
Okay, thank you, Emma.
So, Gabriel, do you have any questions for the panel about the subject matter, or do you have any evidence you think will stop us all from knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary?
No. I mean, if you would, I don't know if you remember our conversation a few days ago, but I've hopped in a few times, and I'm actually becoming more of a skeptic towards the whole spherical Earth concept. I was talking, I believe, 2 days ago about how I observed the parabolic arc, like what you guys spoke about with the rocket launch in Cape Canaveral. And I guess I do have another question. So I live by the coast. I'm just curious if it's commonplace or happens often where ships go into the horizon. So, and like what I'm supposed to look for.
Well, it depends on the conditions for that day, really. You're gonna experience different phenomena depending upon the conditions for the day and the time of day and the temperature. So, humidity levels and such. So
I'll tell you what he's going to look for. He's going to look for the horizon to be 1.22 miles out from a 1 foot observation height above a large body of water. Yeah.
Do you need a telescope in order to do that?
Oh, go ahead and get a telescope. Your optical range is going to increase, and you will be seeing thousands upon thousands of times farther than what you should be seeing if Earth were a globe. When I said 1.22 miles away from a 1 foot observation height, I'm saying that's where the geometric limit should be. That's where the horizon should be for a ball Earth, if Earth were a ball with a 3,959 mile radius. So.
Yeah, because a while ago I was arguing, hey, well, doesn't the whole of the ship disappear before? And I was informed about the fraction of the air or something.
There's definitely conditions in the air that are going to cause you to. Excuse me?
Huh?
Do you have an issue? Okay, he's muted. All right.
Yeah, problem solved.
Yeah,
Please speak slowly.
So with the boats and the horizon, okay, so the horizon would have to be a certain distance away, depending on the height of the observer, if the Earth was a globe. Now, what happens most of the time when a boat goes out is that it will just get smaller and smaller until you can't resolve the boat anymore. Okay, but what we found is you can zoom back in and see the boat again. Right? That happens when you have clear conditions without waves. That's what happens most of the time, you know, and I've witnessed that firsthand growing up on the east coast of Australia. Surfing and fishing a lot, watching the big cruise ships go out. Like it was a big area, a big port near where I lived, where the cruise ships would take off from, and we would sit there, you know, waiting for fish or whatever, watching the cruise ships and the fishing boats go out. Most of the time, they just kind of fade off into the distance because the opacity of the air, right, the clarity of the air, you have a visibility rating. And usually what happens is they just get too small and you can't see them anymore. Now, if you have big waves, obviously the ship will appear like it's disappearing bottom up due to the waves, right? But that's just physical obstruction. Now, very occasionally you can have miraging effects like sinking or an inferior mirage that makes it look like the ship is actually sinking behind the horizon. But usually you can tell when there's a miraging effect taking place as well. But that's more of a rare effect. Okay, so I can put some examples in the side chat. But what we can do is we can test for the geometric horizon, and this has been done thousands and thousands of times, and we can never find the geometric horizon. Right? There's no evidence that there's such a thing exists. Now, what we say the horizon is exactly what the definition of a horizon says that it is. If you look up definition of horizon, right? It's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, right? It's a product of perspective and the particular weather conditions on the day. That's why you'll see it jumping around if you take a time lapse. So when it comes to boats on the horizon, like we can replicate things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface, right? We can show different types of small scale observations that show you that it's not specifically due to Earth curvature.
Yeah, because so I guess the ideal thing to do is observe a boat in ideal conditions.
Yeah, let me give you. I got a very nice example here of what I'm talking about. So I'll just pop it in the side chat.
It's just interesting because like seeing things with your own two eyes makes quite an impact compared to just what you're being fed, we're told.
Yeah, definitely. So if you have a look at this little GIF in the side chat, you'll see the guy's just standing right where the shoreline is, right? He's not very high off the surface of the water. And you can see it's nice clear conditions, and we've got a giant ship in the distance. Now, when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship at all, right? It looks like it's gone beyond the horizon. But when he zooms in, you can see the entire ship again. If there were waves present that day, you know, it would look like it's disappearing bottom up if it were to sail away from you. But because there's no waves present, you know, picture that same ship when he's fully zoomed out, right? If he didn't have the zoom camera and he was just watching that ship go out, it would look like it just would get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then he wouldn't be able to see it anymore. But it's not actually gone. It's still there. You just can't resolve it. Now, once something gets smaller than a certain size, which is 0.2 degrees, I think, that's the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. So if anything gets smaller than that, the human eye can't resolve it. So he's able to resolve it again because he's zooming in with an extremely high-powered zoom camera, and he's bringing it back to view.
So I get some optics, some sort.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, that like from this height that he's at, the horizon should be 3 miles or less away. Like we can't tell the exact height, but it looks like he's just off the surface of the water.
You can even see the boat, and you can even see the boat behind it hasn't. Like you can see that almost clearly. There's a second boat off to the left.
Exactly. So I'll put another like a little demonstration in the side chat as well. Right, so this kind of shows you what happens if you've got waves present. Because what happens is the waves in the foreground, right, they're still close to you, but the ship, as it's going away, it gets smaller and smaller due to perspective. Okay, so the waves in the foreground can easily block the bottom of the ship in the distance because the ship's reduced so much in angular size. So if you have a look at that GIF,
that makes total sense because. Yeah, with waves, the further out it is, the more waves would obscure your vision.
Exactly, and you'll also notice that it kind of looks like the water kind of ramps up, and it looks like the sky ramps down, and that's a product of your perspective as well. So those, even if the waves are small, like say the waves are only 1 meter high, right? Those 1 meter waves, due to perspective, will easily block the bottom of a giant ship in the distance. It's kind of like the similar concept of how you could kind of put your hand in front of your eyes and block the bottom of, you know, a giant mountain. Even though your hand's so small, it's just because of the perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense.
And if you're viewing from like close to the surface of the water, you've got something called shoaling, you know, and it's basically when the ocean swells come in closer to the shore, they get higher because the seabed gets shallower. So the waves build up and the waves actually get higher than what they are when they're out in the ocean. So that can it's called shoaling, and that can be a reason why, you know, a ship could disappear bottom up as well. And just lastly, I'll just upload it might take a moment for this one to upload, but this one, right, it's just a small scale flat surface, and someone sets up like a little toy boat on the ground, and you'll see that it looks like the boat disappears bottom up on this little flat surface, but this is just a miraging type of effect that's happening, right? It's called an inferior mirage. So that'll be uploaded in about 20 seconds or something. So yeah, that's another possibility that can be present. And there's a few other things that you could mention as well, but you know, this is enough. I think
the boom mic incident.
Boom mic incident.
I don't know. I remember seeing something like a long time ago. Obviously, I'm like, oh, this is just baloney garbage. But apparently, there was like a split frame of the moon landing where there was a boom mic in frame.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure about that. There's so many inconsistencies with the moon landing footage. It's You know, there's whole documentaries about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If you'd
But
like,
yeah, have a look.
we can post a 6-hour compilation.
Oh, you have that? I'd definitely waste the whole day on that.
Yeah, if someone can post that'd be awesome. There's so many funny clips in that. But yeah, it's all like.
Yes, actually, I can see it.
What's that?
Never mind.
Yeah, so have a look at the here's the GIF I was talking about in the side chat, right? So this is just a small section of flat ground, and he's set up like a little toy boat, and you'll see that as he lowers the camera closer to the surface, it looks like the bottom of the boat disappears, and you can only see the sail. Quite often we see the same sort of effect out in the ocean as well, but it's not as noticeable when it's out in the ocean because, unlike in the GIF, right, the ground is blue, like the water will be blue out in the ocean, and then the sky will be blue behind it. So it's very, very hard to see that mirroring effect that's there due to the mirage. So it will, and also you're looking from a big distance away, right? So it can look like the ship's disappearing bottom up, but really it's just a miraging effect. Yeah.
This is interesting.
So I took a few screenshots out of a video one of the Globe Earthers was presenting earlier today. I'll just try to find them. And he was saying, yeah, look, you know, you can see this ship disappearing over the horizon. But yeah, it's not. Okay. It's hold on just one second.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just a second, sorry. Right, so you can see the same thing happening here, right? So you can see the top of the ship. A few minutes earlier, you could see the whole ship. But we can see the sails of the ship, but then there's a gap between the horizon and the sails. And that's the same thing exact same thing that you can see in that small scale observation above it, right? There's like a mirroring effect going on, right where the horizon meets the sky. Sorry, right where the water meets the sky.
Mm.
Yeah, what were you going to say? Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at this GIF. 1 second. Interesting stuff. Oh, so what I was curious about is, all right, is there like a common notion with flat Earth as to what it actually looks like? Like what is beyond? Like I know there's some talk about like ice wall.
No, we don't claim to. Oh yeah, go ahead.
In other words, you're talking about cosmology like the Bible would, or any other religion would. Cosmology, that's what you mean? Like,
Yeah,
what is the?
yeah. I mean, is like you?
We don't
curious,
have
like as to like the map, like
yeah, we don't
is
have
that
any,
accurate?
we don't have any measurements for the entire existence, like a cosmology.
Okay.
We just have what we have, which should be good enough. Like to expose a lie this big is amazing, huh?
And I guess that kind of plays. I guess that kind of plays into what I was talking about a couple of days ago with like the erased history theory, or what we're being told. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that stuff is interesting. I listen to John Levi and all of that. We're used to. Sorry to cut in like that. It's just when people start saying all of that, it's like I want them to understand they're asking about cosmology.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. That's good.
It's like, oh no, it's not a flat Earth thing. It's a cosmology thing. Like we're all in this boat together. There's so many ancients and so many people who philosophize about the sky and what this place is in its entirety. Well, we could talk about it, but that's not what we talk about. We talk about the measurements.
Yeah, it's good to identify what you can know and what you can't currently, at least currently know, right?
Sure.
Well, what brought you to the server anyway? Hmm? Like, were you ever interested in the different, cosmology of the world to begin with? Have you actually read up on, what these people think? Like, I don't know. I'll just write off the Michelle Fallon, her cousin. We're cousins to rocks because of evolution and all that. Is what Michelle Fallon, an astronaut, would say. So I just wonder how much of this religious nonsense other people have heard for themselves. Because they're too busy focused on what we believe, what we think. And they're not busy actually paying attention to the education.
Yeah, so we came from space dust, which is it's undisputed. Like children don't really dispute stuff that they're being told. They don't really have the mental capacity to.
Right. No, they didn't have the purple one.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, it's undisputed. But let me tell you how it's still undisputed. Did you hear the video from yesterday that was being played? The physicist that said that she wouldn't look into the information that the guy was giving, the observations, and then she claimed to have a friend that had already went through all that. Like we're supposed to just believe that you have an experience where somebody actually showed you what we're showing you, because we're a group of people. We're not one crazy person. We're a group of people that are like, okay, they said this was the standard. Okay, this is the math. I don't know a lot, and I know a little bit. Okay, they claimed this. This is the expectation. Oh my God. What we expected isn't the case. Like, we can't just let people go, that didn't happen. Because that's all they've been doing that for 10 fucking years. Oh, that didn't happen. They did something wrong. And then we argue with each other. And I guess my job in life right now is to stop anyone who would take the bait and argue with me. It's more important that they understand and the people who are listening understand that the earth is either a curved surface or it's not. And the only method for determining so is some type of geometric. Not the word science, not the word NASA, not the word television, not satellites, not the word not the phrase all human history and all of the knowledge, and none of that. I'm not here for none of that. And so when people start talking about any of that, respectfully, I decline.
Because I'm not about to let a child dictate the conversation of the day. I'm here to teach, and I'm not trying to like say people are children. I'm just saying when somebody comes up to you and says something that doesn't make sense, you don't let them control the narrative for hours and hours, which is something we've all felt victim to. I'm just saying when you really learn, so we can actually get to asking the hard questions to the people that need to be asked in front of an audience. The most important, what I just said, is in front of an audience. But also, tangent to that and important is the audience hearing that we're asking legitimate questions and have legitimate results that can't be contested because people don't believe it. And that's freaking crazy with all the information that we have and all the information that we've been sharing. Masses don't know that we have something definitive that should be focused on. That's a problem. I'm not here to talk to anti-planners. I'm here to use them for exposure.
Yeah, I think it boils down to either A, you're closed-minded, or B, you're open-minded. The latter preferred.
If you're closed-minded, say that it's like, okay, cool. I don't expect you to stay in a room about a topic that you're not interested in. So why disrupt it? You know what I'm saying? But people never take, is for like it's like they pull you into a conversation that inevitably will have two people arguing and disliking each other, and it makes no sense.
All right, so I posted 2 links to a 6-hour compilation of NASA being funny on video. Funny as in people disappearing before they should, the background wigging out while astronauts are conducting their stream, astronauts grabbing invisible objects and putting them away on stream, objects appearing out of nowhere.
Well, I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Yep. One link is to a gentleman's website, and another one is a YouTube video.
Can someone also link the discussion between Wakey Wakey and the woman?
I want to watch that with my girlfriend.
Yeah, that's a great one. I'll find that in a second. Chuck it in the side chat.
Thank you.
Wow, it's wild how much like the how prevalent the shadow banning on YouTube is. Like, how does a 6-hour compilation like this have only 600 views?
Well,
Yep.
in 2017, Google had to send their board in front of, the United
Congress.
States Congress and then explain to them how they were going to stop the so-called conspiracy theorists from existing on their platforms. And their answers were, we're going to demote the bad content, and then we're going to promote what they call authoritative content. So when you search up flat Earth, the relevant filter is going to give you all of their so-called authoritative content, which is going to be full of straw man arguments and shit we don't claim.
Yeah.
And underneath the videos where you're watching, like Flat Earth, it'll send you a wiki link. There's a little box under it. It'll send you to a wiki page. And then the wiki page gives you a description of the Flat Earth Society, which is not what we're saying, which is not us. That's a bunch of globers pretending to be flat earthers. And if you ever went to their website, all they do is argue about models. And Mary Mom, she went there and was discussing with those people, and she was like, what is this shit? And then I can also give you a video of the congressman asking the woman for Google, what are you doing about these flat earthers?
Now, mind you, it was an umbrella like discussion about all quote unquote conspiracy theories, right? So 9/11, anti-vaxxers, blah 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 blah, right? So they were supposed to do this for all of that, right? But they used flat Earth as an example specifically.
Yeah. So when you go to see like Bigfoot videos, you get a Bigfoot wiki page. If you're looking into lizard people, you get a lizard people wiki page. Like he said, 9/11, you get a 9/11 wiki page, and it's all, subterfuge.
I'm curious if there's like a certain search algorithm you can use besides YouTube's itself.
You can turn off the relevance filter and then use a last posted, and sometimes you can get what you're looking for.
Yeah. Thanks for sending that video.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. It's interesting that videos like that and live streams like ours get abysmal views. However, every time Flat Earth is brought up on a mainstream platform, they get the most views. If you can't see it, you're asleep. Every time Flat Earth gets brought up, doesn't matter whose platform it is, doesn't matter who brings it up, that is a viral moment, right or wrong.
Yeah, I see that the sorting feature on YouTube is pretty messed up. Like, you can't sort by the oldest video. Wonder why. I'm sure I could get an extension for like my PC.
Trust, down there at the bottom, you've got questions. We have answers. Are you able to speak? Maybe not.
I posted a link to that hearing.
We also like, you know, forget. I mean, we got so many good things. There's a guy, something Garcia, and he actually got sued because he had a contest where I guess the contest was about someone who could prove that the earth was curved. And a guy used a program, which is reification, like we keep telling you. And he's like, there, that proves it. And the judge, well, first of all, he said, no, you're not winning this money. That's not proof. And he took him to court. And the judge ruled that these are not give the judgment in favor of the guy who was sued. And that's a case you can still look up to this day. Like shit like that isn't popularized, you know? It's sad.
Yeah, he had made a bet or made an agreement and blasted it out saying, if you can provide tangible, in reality proof of the Earth being a globe, then I'll pay you X dollars. And he was like, you can't use computer programs. It has to be in reality. And the guy gives the computer program, then sues him because he didn't pay him his money. And the judge concluded that your evidence was not in reality, it was on the program, which was not part of the agreement. And then he took him to court twice. And both times they were like, no. And if you bring it back here again, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put a link in the chat. Zen Garcia.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.